Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the April Bugapalooza. Here we are, day 2, Saturday, Roach Day. I'm gonna go ahead and just put the notes everywhere. Let's see, everyone. Roach Day begins bidding in Bid Central. All right, let's see. Flato Beans, that's a really good GIF that was just put into Bid Central. Let's see who all's here, what all's going on. We got Zen Monkey, we got Exotic Wilderness, we got Hyper Beam, we got Glock Roaches, LC, Tennyson, Kevin Santiago, Charlie Bug, Joseph Tavir. Hello. Jacob Ma, Laura Taylor. We're getting everybody starting to filter in. I just realized I gotta go and I think I gotta actually like the streams now that I think about it. Let's see. Yep, I need to actually like the stream. There we go. Remember to like the stream, everybody, myself included, apparently. Yeah, so here we are. We're gonna get started on stuff and get right into bidding. I do have to. Will should be here, and I gotta brief him on. He's actually gonna go do an outreach event today because I'm here doing this, and I owe my friend Brandon a big favor. So he's gonna go and represent Roach Crossing out in the real world today. Yeah, Charlie Buggy says, I hope everyone rested up for today. I hope everyone did too. I'm beat, but you know what? That's why we're here. I just gotta. What was that on my shoulder? Is that a bug? No, it's a hole. Of course, it's a hole. That's we're here to be tenacious and roach-like and fight through everything. Charlie Bug has emotional support in his atoms, despite it not being Isopod Day. Tennyson talking about some snails that he's collected. The Rocky Mountain something cap shell. 7 a.m. Oh yeah, that's right. West Coast. It's early for you guys. That made me think about what was I gonna say? Maybe moving the auction start times to 11 to accommodate our Western friends. Might be something I'll do one day. I don't know. But can you guys hear like the scritching of the roaches in the cups? I don't know if the microphone can actually pick that up, but I need to see where Will is actually because it's 10:05. And I gotta unlock my front door actually to let him in when he gets here. Let's see. Other than that, I through the grapevine, I heard and then saw that there's somebody in the Discord in the U.S. with Parahormetica. That was interesting. I need to get in touch with that person to get some. Eric Matthews says that would be awesome to see and hear the merch. The Western friends who won't go collect Arenivaga for you. It's me, Kyle. Oh, are you the person with the Parahormetica? I need to acquire some. I desperately. We can talk about that on a not auction day, if that works. Don't close out Discord and take care of business. We'll buy some bugs. Yeah, just Stardust. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Hey, Connor. I didn't. Again, two different. Everybody's got different names everywhere and different faces. So, yeah, I'm going to need some of those if and when you can spare some, and any information about where they were collected and what they need and what they need in captivity in the wild and all that stuff, because those are really cool. So Lukey Hormetica, Parahormetica. Is there a pseudo Hormetica out there? Maybe a quasi Hormetica. Everyone says, I love waking up at 7 a.m. to blow my paycheck on bugs. I need to get a Sharpie. I am all over right now. Let's see. And we're going to just put a little break here in the Excel document so I can keep track of how each individual day is going. And that is Will. Okay, I'm going to be right back, everybody. That's why you sent the one. Mine is hot. You gotta be there at 11. That's the afternoon, right? Yeah. There's gonna be. It's gonna be outside. Yeah. Pretty sure it's gonna be outside. Even today? Yes. You gotta you can ask Brandon. Brandon's doing all this stuff, so just give him a call and he'll help guide you. But basically, the road's gonna be closed off. You just go around the area, and if somebody asks you, just say, "Hey, I'm here to do I'm part of the program." That just let you know. I think part of the gravel lot across from the actual nature center. But you're going to contact Brandon for all that stuff. I think it's about a 20-minute drive there. Yeah, it is fun. So you got some time. You could go and some containers downstairs. Here's everything you need: tablecloth, business cards, bugs, essential list of all the Latin names. Courteous, Narcissus. You know a little bit about the life history of each, right? These guys in rotting wood, Cyberos from Asia. This is another rotting, North America, basically. From Southeast Asia, no, we do one. Princessias from Madagascar. This is the only one I don't actually know where these are from. I want to say they're from Southeast Asia. That's a field from. So, probably leave here about 10:40 and get there and tie them up. Well, I was trying to do still now. I don't think they'll be ready. I got them. Alright, I'll go back to the auction. Alright.
We're gonna probably head out 10 minutes earlier than what you said, just to account for travel.
Sounds good. All right, I got those gears in motion for the handling. What we got going on here? Several people are typing. All right, we got what is day 5 of the Bugapalooza. Next up is Victor's girlfriend's firstborn's hair. Oh, that's a good image. All right. Well, without further ado, let's get into listing some stuff, and then I can catch up with all you guys in the chat. I'll have to tell Will you guys said hi. He'll probably be back around 3 p.m. So what should we start with first? Let's go with a group of 100 Pycnoscelis indicus from Aiea, Hawaii, starting bid of $1. This is a Hawaiian locality of indicus, a good feeder, a good whatever you need to use a Pycnoscelis for. Let's see. This one is I have GPS coordinates for the collection site for the Parahormetica. That is exciting, and I assume you have maybe pictures, or you have insider knowledge on like where they were, like the microhabitat, like were they in a log, were they in leaf litter, were they 3 feet up a tree, like that kind of information. Charlie says, I'm working in the background to get more of a paycheck to blow on bugs. Tennyson says, had someone offer me some Gunlockeye this morning. They asked me to collect rattlesnakes for them. Big nope. Oh, that's a fun exchange. Caleb saying, just get one of the hooks. What's the worst that can happen? Why am I hearing Minecraft cave ambience in the background? They want the Crotalus Counselor too, which I haven't seen yet. Feeders, microfeeders, burrowing species. Venom today. Actually, Eric, my venom colony is being overtaken by magic potion isopods. So I didn't actually explicitly pack up any venoms. But maybe I could be convinced. We'll see how funds and stuff are doing by later today. It's always something I didn't pack up. All right, so let's we got a couple of questions about basic husbandry. basically the same care as all other Pycnoscelis in terms of climbing and all that other jazz. I mean, it's the species from which Surinamensis supposedly descended, so it can only be so complex, you know. All right, we're gonna start the countdown on these. Going once, going twice. Sold to Fushiguro with a winning bid of 17. I think you early risers are going to get some good deals on some stuff here. 17 to Fushiguro. Maybe I should put up a super chat thing for plants. 10 super chats. We're going to do. Oh. More plants up for grabs. All right, we'll just, oh shoot, I gotta change the time, see the goal. I'm gonna remove the goal to put a better goal because I only put it for half an hour, and that's not good. We need to do a better goal. Goal, super chats. I don't like how the default is the 5-minute one with 3 hours. More plants up for grabs. All right, there we go. Now it's live. Kevin, I sorry I didn't see this in here. Do these climb the sides? Are they burrowing feeders? Yes and yes, but only the adults climb the sides. Oh, here's something that should entertain and please at least one person present. Here we go. No, Glock was at 16. Yeah, Glock was way back there, and then Fushiguro outbid here. We have 40 Gronfodorina, Portentosa, Cleveland, or the I don't know what TJ's calling these. I just Cleveland Aquarium. Let me check my notes actually before I write this down to be accurate. Because the problem is we found out that the old Cleveland Aquarium is actually where these come from, not the current one. The old one closed down and then reopened at some point in the mid to late 80s, and these came from the old Cleveland Aquarium. And that's part of what makes them so ridiculously special, is from the old Cleveland Aquarium. So this is the same as the Cleveland 1972 Cleveland Aquarium. I'll have to change it to that. I'll put 1972 Cleveland Aquarium. There we go. So we are all on the same page here. Charlie Buggy says, as much as I love some proper pure Portentosa, I don't have room for hissers at the moment. Of course you have room. You have room for probably Chopardi for dwarf hissers. I'm sure you do. And yes, also 40 of them. It's a little chunk off the old colony right here. Here's an X. They're starting to really get going with the air humidity going up, and more consistent spray schedule and whatnot really gets a lot of them in the mood. I thought the stream stopped out for a second there. All right, here we go on the old Cleveland Aquarium, 1972 Cleveland Aquarium Portentosa. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Control R-ing. Looks like Smuggler just by a little bit, but let's see. Bob Harrison's also right there. It's showing Smuggler on my screen after a Control R, so that's what I gotta go with. Just barely. I wonder if the two of you will like type that at the same time, basically, for it to be perfect like that. Just both of you went for the 47 all at once. There is another group of these too, I should say, somewhere. Again, I don't know where, but somewhere here is another group. All right, next up we have a group of 30 Neostylopyga rhombifolia Chinese hobby stock, starting bid of $1 for the Neostylopyga, a species that was gone in the US, and then we got this Chinese hobby stock, and now everybody's doing well with them, which is just weird. And no, I don't want to use AI computer. Exotic wildernesses. When are they identifying species unidentified? Supposedly, some people in Europe know what they are, or have been tight-lipped about something about the species unidentified. But that was years ago, like a year or two ago, and they haven't published or said anything. Exotic Willis says, I've been having fun collecting all the Elliptorhina. Frogno says, I do need some cool hissers eventually. Well, here's a chance to get some. If it were like 10, I'd have space, but full colony to start with is a bit much. I need more bins. You'd be surprised how many roaches you can fit in a small space. Size for these, it's a mixture of there's smalls, there's mediums, there's a handful of larges thrown in here. They're swaddled in this paper towel, but it all fits into here. So, all right, here's an X for the Neostylopyga. This is nice because basically the pictures can be taken from TJ's site if needed to. And yeah, you can definitely swap me Parahermetica for some other roaches. I will not hesitate to take you up on that. All right, going once on the Neostylopyga. Going twice. Sold to Taranchi with a winning bid of 30. Yeah, early risers are really getting some deals today. Okay, we have a group of 70 Paranopterix Couloniana, starting bid of $1. This is the red goblin roach. Good candidate for lower temperature keeping, high moisture, but okay ventilation. I mean, they're often found in caves. Oh yeah, this is good. When there's stuff active and out in the container, I will try to hold it up to show you guys what's all going on in here. But I would love to get some more Paratemnopterix. They're nifty little guys. I like them quite a bit. One of our few Australian roaches in culture, although we have been getting more Aussie stuff in recent times. So that's cool. All right, here's an X for the Paratemnopterix. People talking about getting the Obsidian Princessia. TJ sent me a couple of those last week, so I got them started. How much roach species today? I want to say it probably got about 120 to 150 roach items. Species and strains probably around 100-ish. So quite a bit. Somebody begging for the P. magnifica early on. Eric Matthews asking if these are climbers. The adults can climb, but the nymphs can't. So Remango asking, Goblin what? Goblin what? All right, going once on the Paratemnopterix. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 52 to Chris Sniper. Chris really wanted to try out some of these lower maintenance, lower temperature roaches, it would seem. And because I have, let's see, can I make this? We're going to just put X there. It's not pulling people's names from yesterday's list of winners, which is not helpful if I'm trying to keep a good pace at doing stuff here. But anyways, I think I fixed it. We have 50 Arenivaga, Polyphaga, McAllen, Texas, the most vigorous strain of Polyphaga I have yet worked with. Can't seem to kill these things or reduce their vigor, which is nice. I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. Hemorrhoids swooped in and snatched these up. He seems to be very fond of them and kept getting them at past auctions. Someone asking, Taylor Foy, welcome, says Nocticola species today. Yes, there will be some Nocticola today at some point. We have the Paracormetic are breeding, but don't have quite enough to move any just yet. I collect them last October, getting close though. Just you say the word the second you have like even 2 to 3 pairs. I don't want to get just 1 pair, but 2 to 3 pairs I would even take of nymphs, like medium size I would prefer actually. Anonymous Asian Derapeltis species. Yes, we will have some Derapeltis. These the dark form ones. No, that's Tennyson. Those are Del Rio, which I am working on getting mine back into good shape. But in general, Polyphaga, the key seems to be hardwood leaves, like not extremely well rotted, just kind of fresher, dry, dead stuff, like freshly fallen in the fall, I guess you could say. But these, it's hard with this container because I do just keep tossing stuff in and they do just keep tearing through it. So, all right, here's an X for the Polyphaga. Kylie should look at what Martin is talking about in the server. Is it Roach Day? Is it in the Roach colony? Martin says, I have somebody saying that the Eucharidia forceps is not forceps, but probably Eucharidia enea. Okay. I have a column. I mean, they were labeled as mine were labeled as CF forceps. Forceps is blue body. This is my enea from Thailand. Teacher said, "Putting this side, try to find observations of forceps." Yeah, I thank you for tagging me. I'm going to have to read that when I have more brain power to devote to it. All right, Polyphaga wrapping up the bids, going once for the Polyphaga from McAllen. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 37. Chris really bulking out the roaches today. I can respect that. All right. Next up, we will do a group of 40 Blaberus Cranifer, University of California. Riverside, starting bid of $1 for the UCRs. Probably my favorite line of Cranifer, I would say. Eucharidia, yes, there will be some Eucharidia today also. But yeah, we to nobody's surprise, we have misidentified roaches. We have roaches that had a label, and the label is incorrect. Is a surprise to nobody. Eric Matthews on the Polyphaga, the adult males fly, the females don't. Chris is as evil as always, says Exotic Wilderness, leaving the poor roach people starving. Tomorrow, Chris Sniper is typing, you will lose. That mood when Chris Sniper is typing, you will lose the bid. Yeah, I forgot that you can kind of get a heads up to see who's actually interested in things via that. But man, I didn't expect to hear somebody had Parahormetica today. That makes me happy, and that they're breeding. And I think I'll have to scroll up to see where you found them. You mentioned, I think you said in a log, collecting them under rotting logs and palm fronds. So seems like in just a general rotting organic matter accumulation. And I would assume the humidity is pretty good where they were found, pretty high, I would imagine. So they're probably less like Leuchihormetica subcincta varicosa, which I can have kept pretty dry at times, and probably more like Hormetica and Leuchihormetica grossi, where they like more of a high level of consistent air humidity, but not necessarily wet conditions. So here's an X for the cranifer. Damasu has placed a 50 bid of 50 without a period. They will know the folly of their ways. I am sure it will hit them at some point. Everybody's pointing it out. We're good folks here. You guys are doing good pointing it out. Even if it goes against your best interests. All right. Going once on the cranifer UCR. Going twice. Sold. To Zethris with a winning bid of 45 due to the period. Zethris. Well, it's weird that this isn't pulling from the previous columns for stuff. Don't like that. You know, I suppose I can just delete this row, move these columns up. Delete, shift cells up. And then I can just mark this with a neutral color. Okay, see how that goes. All right. Zethris, I'm glad you got what you wanted, the chonky line. We have a giveaway. We have a giveaway now. And we're going to ask a Kyle thing. There will be Perispheres today also. We have a giveaway for 20 Elliptorhina chopardi. And what's my question going to be? I got a good one. The question is, where's my... what is my birthday, guys? What's my full birthday? Tenebracosa is like Jacob Ma, just ready with Hemablaber tenebracosa as an answer. Yeah, we need my full birthday, 9/11/2001. Come on, somebody's got to be able to find this. It's got to be public info, right? Somebody's got to be able to find this. It's got to be somewhere, right? Like, somebody's got to be able to, well, see, I'm not a stalker. There's only so many dates. It's not on your Facebook, at least. Okay, that definitely puts a wrench into things. All right, Frog Nose Exotics, you got it. You got it. It's August 4th, 1992. I shudder to think how you found that quicker than everybody else, and it's no surprise Mr. Chris Sniper was next in line for figuring out when my birthday was. But no, you are correct. It is August 4th, 1992. Congrats. You get the hissers without even having to commit to a trade. You get some hissers. Elliptorhina shepardi, give, and we're going to put you down just as frog nose for referencing stuff in the future's sake. So congrats on being a good stalker. You get some points for that. I think I'm a Leo. I do not like the whole astrological stuff, but I believe I am a Leo. Next up, we have a group of 30 Polyphaga sausurii with a starting bid of course, $1. One of my favorite roaches. Big, huge sand roaches, parthenogenetic. You can pick them up and hold them like a silver dollar in your hand. When you have a nice, good size adult, you can just pick them up and hold them like that. I find it very pleasing to do that. Arthropod like me, says Eric Matthews. You're about a month older than me. That's neat. All right, have fun. All right, Will's about to go represent Roach Crossing at a Earth Day event thing, which I think we're past Earth Day, but not past Earth Day events. Yeah, I don't know what day Earth Day is. I just remember being a lot warmer when I was like a young child. I was like, it's Earth Day. It's basically summer. And now it's like Earth Day. It's like, it's cold. You're about 10 years older than me. That's neat. At some point, I'm going to realize I'm like 30 years older than people I'm interacting with and telling bug stuff to, and that's going to feel weird. I don't know how to tell Zephyrus that there are no males in this strain. Supposedly there are sausurii that do have males, and that reminds me, I need to pester TJ about Polyphaga plantii. Where's TJ? How are your Polyphaga plantii doing? Also, to Frog Nose, I've lost the Stardust Dalmatians. I think I sent you some before that happened. Do you still have them? Because if you do, I really need to get them back because I missed them. So please let me know, please. Any German roaches today? I actually didn't pack any up ahead of time, but I did tell somebody that we would do some Blatella. So what I'll probably do is when I go back out to get the next batch of containers, I'll put a couple of dummy containers aside with Blatella on them, and then I'll just pack them up this week when I do husbandry before I ship. Okay, here's an X for the sausurii. This is another roach that likes to eat leaf litter. A lot of Caridiids will do well with a layer of leaf litter and just general detritus over other stuff, as opposed to some roaches like lobsters where they can just eat the raw food and they can just eat nothing but dog food and apples and need absolutely no source of fiber or anything like that. Apparently, it's kind of amazing, actually. I think. All right, going once on the Polyphaga sausurii. This is going to be a really good deal for somebody, I think. Going twice. Sold. To Zephyrus, again with a winning bid of 41. A really good deal on these guys. Zephyrus won some more, getting in on some more roaches today. All right. Next up, we have one of my little friends, 30 Arenivaga. TJ might have pictures of these, I'm not sure. Arenivaga species, Florida Canyon, Arizona, starting bid $1. I'm actually going to zip on over to iNet and see if I can find a picture of an adult even. Arenivaga. Thank you, INAT, for providing us with all this lovely information. Florida Canyon. Where is Florida Canyon in Arizona? It's in the Coronado National Forest. The narrow riparian canyon just east of Madeira Canyon. We'll do Madeira Canyon and pull this up on the map. So there's Madeira Canyon. There's Bog Springs. Now I got to do some triangulation with Google Maps and all this other stuff. It's north of, it's on the northern end of the whole Madeira Canyon complex. There's like no records of any Arenivaga from over there. Great. There's like nothing. There are some that look very similar to this. I'll pull this up. This is very similar to the Florida Canyon adult males. And of course, the females are pretty typical for Arenivaga, but it's been a good strain for me. I like the pepperiness of the males. This is very similar. Makes me wonder, actually, if you just went around that mountain, how many different distinct localities of Arenivaga there are. How many of them are functionally distinct? It's a good question. All right, Glock Roach is actually probably a picture of the actual Florida canyons. That's great. That looks like a subadult female too, really showing off the colors. So here we go. Here's an X for these guys. We got Eric. I'll answer a couple of the questions in the YouTube chat as soon as we wrap up the bidding here. But Glock Roach said, just realize I'm bidding on these like I don't own them. That's funny. All right, going once on the Arenivaga species Florida Canyon. Again, somebody's going to be getting a good deal on these. Going twice. Sold to Ice Beam with a winning bid of 28. ASB Florida Canyon 28, and Ice Beam getting a crazy good deal. A lot of you early people are getting some really good deals, I think, on stuff. What's this? Ooh, let's do those. Get some hype going on here while I'll leave these up while I answer some stuff from the live stream. We have 50 Gyna Cappuccino, starting bid of $1. Used to be one of the most coveted roaches in existence. Oh, how the times have changed as more people do well with them. Eric Manning says, hey, my hem and Blaberus CFROs and I aren't reproducing. What do they want? Could be more organic matter. Could be a higher temperature. Could be humidity. I'd have to see the setup. Elsie says, my Sauceri have been dying off. I think it's because I've been keeping it a lot more moist. Would that make sense? Yes. It also depends on how you're finding them. Are they having fungal problems? Is it bacterial? Are they starving? What's your house conditions like? Did the air humidity go up, but your substrate humidity stayed the same and they're just too moist now? I've actually been having my Sauceri doing the best they've done in years in a setup with 1.5 inches of yard sand, a bunch of leaf litter over the top of it. The corner is kept moist. One of the corners is kept moist, and I have a polycarb over the top. For the winter, I might take it off for the summer, actually, but they are just thriving. Frogno says, I lost my main Stardust colony a second time during my move last November, but they held out inside a dart frog enclosure, so I have some. That is excellent news. If whenever you can spare even just like a couple of them, like even like 5 or 6, I can put them in a setup where they will do well for sure. I can toss them with a millipede or something where they will infest and get their numbers up, get them out to other people, and then we won't lose them or won't be in a critical situation. We have exactly really saying about deep punctata. Yes, we will have some punctata. Joseph Tolerigo says, if I win any bids on these, can you just add to the same shipment for my order? Yes, I can for sure. And Zen Monkey says, for the record, this species contains no caffeine. The name is misleading. Yes, it's classic false advertisement on these cappuccinos. Obey the Snarf says, I love my cappuccino. They're relatively easy and prolific when you start with a big group. And the cappuccino are the most aggressive eaters for me. See, everybody, this is the exact opposite of the experience people had as little as like 5-6 years ago, where cappuccino were just barely hanging on. But I think the problem with cappuccino was I don't have a barrier on almost all my Gynas anymore, which some of you who have Gyna probably think that's crazy, and I think it is a little crazy. But I think the main problem is not that Gyna are intrinsically difficult. I think the problem is females may only reproduce once in their life, or the ooth formation process is very stressful for them because the ooths are just so long and ungainly that they really need to get up and away from other roaches, and just they need a space to be able to properly form the ooth and then pull it back into their body. And if you keep them in a setup with barrier on the sides or not enough room for them to like get up and away from the other roaches, then the female's ooth can be broken, and you can have all kinds of complications with that, because it's a crazy thing about Gyna how big the ooths are. So I think that's actually a factor in it, was that people weren't giving them enough space. And then there's a mixture of other things in there, like the Ali effect. People get a small number, they keep them in a big enclosure, they don't do so well, or they put them in a small enclosure, it's too humid, it's too something. But I think the stopgap was definitely getting the females to have their ooths formed properly, which doesn't seem to be a problem for Lyrida and Caphorum, and that might be because their ooths are smaller, or they have different behavioral mechanisms to avoid getting trampled on and stuff. Charlie Bug says, if we had a separate order already and paid shipping and then go over the $100 for free shipping at Bugapalooza, what happens? It just happens. Exotic Wilderness says, I don't have a berry on my Gynecophora and I'm regretting it. Yeah, I could also see how you'd regret that. But I'm doing it I'm doing it mostly for the more difficult Gyna, because I want to keep these strong colonies going, and we'll all figure this out and get to Gyna supremacy eventually. So Glock Rose says, yeah, no barriers. While I had 4 fly out on me the other day. Eric Matthews says, oh, I need to give them climbing space. I guess they just use the side. Yeah, mine just climb right up the side. In fact, last night, or actually the night before, when I was spraying the office, I moved my Sculpturata in there to give them a little extra, more attentiveness to try and get their numbers up. And when I was spraying, I saw there was a female dangling from the top of the enclosure with the ooth like an inch beneath her. It's just so big. So Obey this says, my cappuccino have eaten the barrier and I haven't replaced it. They are lovely roaches. I do like them a lot. Here's an X. I never thought I would see the day where a big group of cappuccino would be getting such meager, small level bids, but times change. I would love to go back like 10 years and do this, and I see how things would go, but that's life. I mean, it's like Panda King isopods. They were stupid expensive when they first got imported, and then everybody found out how easy they were, and now they're less expensive than like Scaber and stuff like that. All right, going once on the Gyna Cappuccino group. Going twice. Sold to the lucky winner, which is Phil D with a winning bid of 41. Just insane. To Phil D. Absolute insanity for those cappuccinos. Let's do some. This is 100% a placeholder cup, but it's for a group of 500 Blaberus distant eye ivory. Starting bid of $1 for 500. This is a lot of roach meat. This is 100% a pop and play colony of these guys. Okay, we are running into the thing where it doesn't want to let me just plain text. Copy, paste. That is not the plain text. Okay, we're going to have to manually do this, I suppose. All right, not so bad. Now here's some good bidding. This is what I like to see. We got Frogno says, I was asking yesterday about it, but does anybody still have Dendrostreptus macranthus? It doesn't ring a bell. Oh, those are the pink legs, which I brought up yesterday. Oren might have them. I can ask him. I imagine I might get a response of, oh, yeah, I almost killed, used to have a bunch of those, and I forgot to take care of them and killed them all, and now I got like 5 left. I mean, it'll be fine. Like, they'll recover, but it might be a couple years. He might give an answer like that, so I'll ask him. Charlie Bug says, I'll go crazy next Bugapalooza. I'll be more experienced, so I don't want to pick up anything other than easy critters, so I don't end up winning something and then collapse it. At the same time, now's your chance to try some stuff. There's crazy, rare, coveted, expensive stuff going for cheaper than usual here. So Joseph asking, anybody ever won by bidding $1? Somebody won a bid for my friend Mark's hair for $1. And I followed up with asking, like, hey, I need your address and I need payment for that hair. And they never got back to me. And I'm going to let that slide, honestly. Eric Matthews says, so they are distanti. Yes, the ivory head roaches are 100% distanti. It's the 6 spots that need to be resurrected to biolii. Thank you, Kevin Santiago, for a super chat, 1 of 10. Are you working with Pseudoglomerus tarsalis? Yes, I am, and we will have some of those available today. Tennyson saying the 3rd species that he kept was Hemithorsaustra vittata, and not to let difficulty deter you. So yeah, you gotta get your start somewhere. Is basically how I look at it. Here's an X for the distanti, the huge group of distanti. Now there's some good interest going on here in this large group. Yeah, I guess Charlie, if you got in the budget and you see something, couldn't hurt to just try and go for it and try to work with it. The worst thing that can happen is you fail with it. And if it's in the Bugapalooza auction, it's probably not something that's at high risk of being lost forever. So. All right, going once on the distanti group for 500. Going twice. Sold to, looks like Smugger Smuggler, or it could be JS Vana. We had Zethris it's JS Vana with a winning bid of 90, and Zethris is just in the background there, just like, oh no, what have I done with my mistype? Oops. Bouncing Sharpie. Congrats, JS Vana. I'm also noticing a lot of repeat familiar faces today, which is nice. Let's do a group of 40 Aileropida insignis, starting bid of $1. All right, had to edit in the starting bid there. We have is there a special Kyle item on this auction? I'm not sure what you mean by special Kyle item. Hyperbeam says, my Vittata bred, my adults died, and then the nymphs escaped through a gap in the enclosure. I'm down to 2 medium nymphs, still worth it. I actually didn't slate any Vittata for the auction because I need to redo their enclosure. They're not dying out. They're not clinging to life, but they're not thriving like they were a couple of years ago. So I gotta redo it. They some flower pot fungus popped up, even though I sterilized everything. So I'm looking at what I think happened is the roaches eat some of the flower pot fungus, the mycelium, whatever enters their system, and then it passes through alive and can reinfest new substrate if the conditions are right. So I got to figure out what new substrate I should use for the Vittata that's going to be the least appealing to flower pot fungus. And I'm actually thinking maybe a base layer of sand. Might do a base layer of sand, but it's on the long list of to-dos. But it's my second favorite roach species, so I kind of gotta, We have Frog Nose Exotics. I hate how the only time I lose colonies of anything, it's stranger species nobody has. It's always stupid reasons too, like the bulk of my Stardust just got delayed in shipping too long. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Some people will have a bunch of something and then they'll lose it and nobody else has it, and then everybody wants it years later. Or we're still waiting to see if anybody is hiding out there with the mythical Formosan sand roach. That was a huge meme for a while, the Formosan sand roach. And sometimes you get lucky, like Arenivaga. That was a situation where somebody got them from James at Blaberus and just had a colony piddling along for years in their basement, and then got in contact with me, and then it was like, I need those like now, like yesterday, please send me some. So all right, here's an X. I got a lot of people interested in these guys, the Aileropida. They are neat. There's some crazy looking wild localities that have like gold and yellow on like the front half of their body. It's pretty crazy. Maybe one day we'll get stuff from Madagascar. Obey the Snarf says, my Vittata dry while I was recovering from shoulder surgery. It was tragic. Yeah, they definitely aren't immune to that. Peach Man saying, pretty funny how great that ivory deal is. It really was, though. Phil Dressy asked about Magnifica today. I was hoping to have more Magnifica for the spring Bugapalooza, but right now the colonies are basically all adults. Like I have adult males that are just maturing now and a bunch of adult females. So if there's another auction within the next 2-3 months, there's probably going to be a huge baby boom of Magnifica like there was last summer when I just had them coming out of my ears. And so I have some, but not as many as I was hoping for. But still some, because they were on the advertisement, so they have to be here. Let's see. All right, going once on the Insignis. Going twice. Sold. To Phil Dresty with a winning bid of 67. Now, this is what I like to see. Phil D. Winning bid of 67. All right, we have a group of 50 Thuria regularis, starting bid of $1. The orange domino roach. Hyperbeam says, when you redo the enclosure, I'm assuming the Vittata, I might be interested in a group. Who else has these in the U.S.? Tennyson has a colony. I think TJ has a colony. It's a lot of core roach people seem to have them, I think. I'm not 100% sure, though. But again, I'm at past the point of like, oh no, I failed with them. They're gonna all die, and I'm just like, okay, I just need to turn things around, and they'll come back like they tend to do. But yeah, the flower pot fungus and definitely seem to be a negative factor in stuff. Tennyson, I can Tennyson of that. Laura Taylor, any great tips on the flower pot fungus? Sterilize everything. Don't use coconut fiber. it can be tough to get rid of once you've got when it's in a bin and you can't get rid of it, and it's likely to always be around in your collection somewhere. But now that I think about it, the only bin that has flower pot fungus in it right now that I know of is actually the Vittata bin. Kevin asking, is there another ivory auction like that going up? There should be some more ivory auctions coming. Joseph Tolerigo asking, are there any mantises? We're going to have some Chinese mantid egg cases available tomorrow that will pull out of my front yard. Let's see. Regularis was my second roach. Said obey the snarf. Grility per kilocal says hello, welcome. Somebody's. I haven't actually looked at the Regularis. What's going on over here? Okay, well I like what I see. I see some busyness. We have a corrected bid to Charlie. Corrected it to 157. Is that Is that your correct bid? Were you bidding 15? You can fix it. I just need to. You got the X's there already. You just need to go in and fix it. 17. Okay, that's good. Again, just so we see that you went in and edited it. It's all good. All good. You're all good. You're playing by the rules. It's all good. All right. Here's an X for the Regularis. What species of reptiles are we expecting tomorrow? Basically just some Wake County eastern rat snakes, at least a pair and maybe a lone male of them. So that's Kyle's job, Eric. Yeah, the description / care links is the website's responsibility, but can't work on the website when I'm running auctions and doing a billion other things. So thus be life. But yeah, Charlie, don't worry, you did it right. It's basically the X's telling me that you acknowledge that you went in and you edited it, and it's up to my discretion how to interpret that, instead of just I had put my bid as 100 and I decided to change it to 10 so I don't have to pay it later or whatever. So you're all good. All right, going once on the Regularis. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Rockin' Roaches with a winning bid of 77, just barely. Charlie Bug just coming in late just a little bit. Congrats on your first Bugapalooza win, Rockin' Roaches. You definitely were not here yesterday, I can say that much. Rockin' Roaches with a winning bid of 77. And they do be rockin'. All right, next up we have, I think this is the only group of these two, 30 Gramphidorina species black tiger, starting bid of $1. We don't really know where these came from or what they are. Has been a problem for a long time. They were labeled as used to be G. grandideri, black tiger. It's likely they're either a hybrid or just black portentosa, but that information is lost to time forever. And basically, we need somebody to do molecular work to see what's going on, is the bottom line. So Charlie asking about more Regularis. I think there may be more later. Exact Willie saying, please tell me a Tessellata will be up today. Oh, Archimandrita fans will be eating well today. I can say that. I can say that much. So consider such things. All right, here's an X for the species black tiger, the black tiger hissing cockroach. Charlie thinking about getting a smaller group of Regularis. I don't know if there will be smaller groups, but I can at least say that there will be more groups of them. All right, going once on the black tiger hissers. Going twice. Sold. To Smugger Smuggler with a winning bid of 40. We getting any 40 Oika, asks Double Z. So my 40 Oika were doing great all winter, and something started happening maybe a month and a half ago where I started getting a bunch of mismolts and just random deaths in the enclosure. And I have no idea what happened. I didn't change anything. The humidity stayed the same. And I'm wondering if maybe there was like maybe a bacterial insecticide on the apples that I gave them. And that I think that is usually what causes when you get like losses in a colony between 20 and 50% is usually is due to bacterial herbicide or bacterial insecticide, which they sometimes put on produce to protect it. And basically what you then see is you're seeing the individuals that are most susceptible to it dying off, and you are kind of building resistance in the colony over time to it. But that's literally the only thing I can think of having gone wrong because they were doing well for so long, and it was kind of started to be a slow burn. So, but I changed the enclosure up, and I put a little extra effort into making sure that the colony didn't completely crash, and they seem to responded well to that. So probably within a couple months, I'll have more of them available because I didn't lose all my adults. So let's see, we got another thing up here. Oh, we need another thing. Somebody put the piss jar image up for posterity, I suppose. All right, we have a group of 20 Pyrrhus, Pyrrhus, Punctatus, Macau, starting bid of $1. I think it's pronounced Macau. If anybody knows how to say it, please save me from my own idiocy. I would appreciate that. Will any Uricotus be up today? Yes, we have some Uricotus on the docket. Charlie Bug says, my regular stolen. My black tiger stolen from me. Can we get an F in the chat? And Exotic Wilderness obliged. Frognose Exotic says, apples have killed my former lab's Orientals before. Hopefully they're Oriental roaches. is what you mean there. But yeah, I have wondered if they do that, if the bacterial insecticide. And then I wonder, because I do use apples as a primary diet thing for a lot of stuff. Am I okay with this happening? Like, I am building, if this theory is correct, I am slowly building tolerance to insecticides in a lot of my roach colonies, which just basically means for long haul in captivity, that's actually better for them. So, schizo enjoyers, TJ sent me some schizo, I think it's schizophilia. Couple of babies. I still have to get them into a good setup, but that's another 40 Oika like roach I'm happy to be working with again. So even organic produce is not safe from pesticides, is something people got to wrap their heads around. So I basically kind of, if I can collect my own greenery and my own stuff and know that it's not treated with anything, I go for that. And I clearly avoid stuff like I'm never going to use rose or anything that I get at like a florist, because I know those are just pumped full of and sprayed with all kinds of stuff. But with this like grocery store produce stuff, again, it's kind of inevitable. And I think if this mechanism is correct, that they do apply a bacterial herbicide, that it only benefits the colony to let it basically go through this natural selection of having a die-off with the exchange being the long-term ease of maintaining the culture increases. So Martin, hey Martin, good to see you. Martin says that it's pronounced Macau. I said it correctly. I'm glad to hear that. People said I've seen too many apple horror stories. I've stopped feeding apples. Again, I've used them. Now I've been using them basically ever since I've lived here. So it's like 7 years of using heavy use of apples. And this only happens to kind of fresher colonies that I haven't had for like 5+ years. So, people saying never had issues with banana. Bananas have been pretty good. I think a lot of the if they use insecticides, they're on the peel. Ellen says, guess who still breeds Blada orientalis? I miss the weekly bug wiggles. I do too. Get your roaches from Roach Crossing. Comment, thank you so much for this huge super chat. Thank you for advertising for me. We've got a lot of people going crazy over the punctatus here, and you know what? It's time. I think it's time we start wrapping this up and we get some roaches from Roach Crossing in somebody's hands. So I want to comment on the peeling stuff too. I'll comment on that after the punctatus. But for Allie last, the punctatus, like high ventilation, a moist corner or half, and a lot of horizontal bark pieces kind of stacked up on each other. They've been doing really well for me. Better than Pygmea. I think it's Pygmea. It's Perispherus pygmaeus, I think, is the right declension of theirs. Perispherus pygmaeus. These are doing way better for me than those ever did. Which I do have a group of them. We'll see if they actually take the culture because they've been so annoying. All right, going once on the Perispherus punctatus. Going twice. Sold to Phil D, again with a winning bid of 87. I think that's a pretty reasonable deal. I think that's some good value for both the seller and the recipient here in this particular case. We like to see that. Okay, next we're going to do, this is going to be crazy, 100 Euthyrhapa pacifica, Oahu, Hawaii, starting bid of $1. I remember when I first put these up for auction. I remember how happy I was and how pricey they were, and now they have come down in price because they are very prolific and a perfect roach to just toss in with another roach and have a double roach culture. They are just really good for that. Joseph Tollerio asking, what if you peel fruits and vegetables so the only interior is fed to them? Again, I think that's the situation with bananas, why they do so well, because you peel off the peel, a lot of the herbicides on the peel. Frogno saying, peel the apples first and you should reduce most insecticide potential. Then I toe the line with that situation, because if I peel the apple, it exposes the juicy underside to the substrate and to other things and makes it more prone to fermenting and not being palatable to the roaches, and also to causing pest fly problems. So it also takes up more time to do that. That's another thing, is how much time does it take for me to redo a culture or to watch a culture lose 50%, put them in a new setup, and then we have subsequently fewer losses for years after that, versus peeling every single apple that I put into every single enclosure when I have hundreds of enclosures that need to be fed. It's one of those trade-offs where I think I would prefer the natural adaptive route. However, if I had something that I was worried about, if I lose this, everybody's screwed, then I would probably go with the peeling route, and I'll be more conservative with what I offer. Yes, Comet really bringing in the powerhouse with these very large-sized super chats. Thank you again. You'll be the first one to reply to this super chat. Thank you muchly. There we go. Again, thank you so much, Comet, for that. That means a lot. $50 for me to just exist here and sell bugs. I love that. Oh, stop you. I love that. Obey the Snarf says, another thing that dried out for me recently, so sad. I assume that was the punctatus, which is unfortunate. I always let them dry out every 3 days. I give them a mist. Yeah, I keep a corner or a back like fourth moist. And you guys have heard me go off about air humidity before, but it is kind of important to keep an eye on that. Comet is doing super chats because he does not want to get outbid by Chris Sniper. Hybrid says, apples are the only fruit I feed after almost killing my Javanica with squash. Squash, too. That's another one. Maybe somebody has knowledge about this. I have noticed that with squash as well, that it does seem to cause problems, especially for Blaberids. And again, it could be a bacterial insecticide, or it could be something maybe about the chemistry of the squash. I don't know. I don't know, but I can second. I've seen that phenomenon too. Coconut too. I killed a whole colony of hissers once with coconut, and made me want to avoid feeding coconut to any roaches ever again. And then I started offering it to like some lobster roaches and stuff, and they didn't have any problems. So I wonder if it was just that specific coconut. Frog Nose asked about E. Levigata today. Yes, there should be some E. Levigata. Phil Dressy says, didn't ever get my last group to breed, so hoping for more luck this time. I hope you have that luck with your new Punctatus group. Here's an X for the Eutherhapa pacifica. I like using the old aquarium terminology for things, so I guess we can call this the poor man's Eutherhapa. I think that's kind of a funny way to look at it because they are kind of similar in terms of their build and their color scheme minus the excessive shininess. But, all right, going once on the Pacifica. Going twice. Sold. To Smugger Smoogler with a winning bid of 91. Smugger is just really squeezing in here today with some of these things. No? Somebody said no? Thylacine said no? Is it? Do I need to control R? Is there something I'm missing? Or is that just a dramatic declaration of how could this happen? Let's see. It says Smugger Smoogler. I don't see any. Maybe you're just memeing, but it clearly shows Smugger Smoogler with the winning bid of $91 at the last second. I'm going to imagine that was like the Darth Vader, like, no. I love that meme of the Paraplaneta up for grabs. We gotta love that. All the meme images. All right, 40 Rhyperobia, CF Capiloi, starting bid of $1. Used to be called Rhyperobia Malaysia. Oh, were those the days? That's like ancient history now when they were called Rhyperobia Malaysia. Crazy. How are your night storm roaches doing? Night storm roaches. I think you're referring to Nyctibora, maybe? And if you are, I horribly failed with them. Horribly. And am hoping that they can be found again ever in Pina Blanca. Like, geez, I'm going to have to go out there and try to find them myself. If it comes down to it, I feel like I'll have to go to the exact place that they were found on like the night of or after a storm, and that's my only hope for finding them. Because that was, geez, it's kind of a once in a lifetime fudge the bucket opportunity. I think I should have kept them more humid. I think it's a situation of, it's found in a dry area. I should keep it well ventilated and dry and blah blah. I think I should have given them a lot of moisture. I think they probably occupy some moist microclimate, and that's why they didn't do so well. The ooths were pretty rugged, but that clade they belong to, which I'm pretty sure they share with Megaloblad, I don't think they have much of dryness tolerance as ooths. We have them in with my orange Hoffs. Going to put the Witch's Potion Expanses with them next. Was that for the Perispheres, maybe? Kevin Santiago asking, any roach like Red Runners getting auctioned, non-burrowing feeders? We had Paranopterix. There's probably some more here somewhere. People talk about using carrots. Double Z asked about Hemithorsassera people eating good. Vittata people not eating so good. Paleata people will be eating good, though. That might be coming up, maybe. And I want to heart this, but I can't. There we go. I hearted on the other thing. Did I put something up? Yeah, with the Capiloi up. The cigarette-smelling roaches, which just they've never been popular. But they're big and they're out often, and they have like some degree of like parentally care. You know, look at how happy they look. Snug as bugs in a tub is what they look like there. So somebody's got to give them some love. They need somebody, you know. People saying carrots are always a hit. For me, carrots are pretty hit or miss. Like if it's a big colony, I can dump carrots in. I know somebody's always chewing away at it and it'll disappear, but like they dry out and they harden up, and then stuff doesn't really seem to want to eat them. So Charlie asking about Bugapaloozas. I try to do 2 a year is how it works, and then I do a couple little smaller auctions in between other things. Glockroach says, I have a massive colony and I gag opening the container. That's so unflattering. They don't really like carrots, I've noticed some people are saying. All right, going once on the Capiloi. Going twice. CF Capiloi. Sold to Behigiger with a winning bid of 32 for these golden boys that need somebody to love them. Okay, let's do a group of. We have a group of 60 Blaberus Biolii with a starting bid of $1. 6 spot roaches. They need to resurrect Biolii. It should never have been synonymized with Distanti. We have abundant geographic, morphological, and reproductive evidence to support that they are not the same species. So they need to resurrect Biolii, and I will be defiant and continue to refer to them as Biolii until somebody who has more time than I do changes it back to Biolii. Catters versus $157 bid, worst Charlie typo of the morning. Who wins? Yeah, who said catters? Catters instead of carrots, so that was it. Catters don't tend to mold. Somebody talking about the poop smearing of the CF Capiloi, which is, of course, an interesting, if not disgusting, behavior. Somebody saying if you freeze carrots, they get soft and get eaten faster, which is a valid point. However, that also takes time and effort. Is another thing. I do not have time for a lot of stuff. So the more streamlined a process can be, the better it is. Charlie Bug says, I'm excited to get my critters some homegrown berries and such from your garden. Is it 60 nymphs or are there adults too? It's just 60 mixed. I don't think I put any adults in here though. Ooh, listen to that. That's some ASMR is what that is. Kind of sounds like rain when there's a lot of them too. I like that sound. Here's an X for these biolii. Sorry, I had to rewire my brain once. We'll do these. We'll do these fun chaps next in this cup. All right, going once on the biolii. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mango with a winning bid of 38. I think that's your first, surprisingly, your first bids in the Bugapalooza this go around. Yeah, it's not popping up in the list, so congrats on your first wins, Orang Mango. You've been waiting in the shadows, I guess, for Roach Day, perhaps. All right, next up we have 50 Paraplaneta Americana Black, starting bid of $1. These are the venoms without the white eyes, is basically what these are. Use them as a fun feeder. Introduce them to your local wild population of Americana and watch as it becomes a news story a couple of years from now. Let's see. Frogno says, I'd buy hella bananas and just leave them frozen there. Easy to break into pieces, frozen, toss into bins. Roach After Dark, where Kyle does Roach ASMR. Sounds like 1,000 whispers scratching through someone's skull. That's very graphic language. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's very graphic. Joseph Toller, you're saying such a cute sound. Ooh, if these were venoms, I'd be tempted. Will there be venoms today? Well, I'm kicking myself for not packing up any venoms because people want them, but my problem is the fact that my venom enclosure is infested with magic potion isopods, and I'm getting annoyed having to pick the isopods out of the venom thing. So, you know what? Solution. I'll just auction it as venoms with magic potions mixed in, and then maybe people will bid even more for them. And speaking of which, there weren't even any magic potion isopods yesterday. There were no Vulgari magic potion yesterday. They must all be in the remaining stack just by like poor luck of the draw. Someone's saying, did someone introduce to Wild and change it? Frogno says, I actually collect some Black Americana in Georgia. I'd love to see those. I would love to see those, Frognos. Double Z says, I already introduced some venoms to my neighbor's house. I'm waiting to see them again. I don't have them anymore, but my former professor does still. I would love to see those. Tennyson says, ours too. Thanks, Kyle. I'm imagining that's your venoms you received from me were infested with magic potions. A lot of people saying they got magic potions from me with the venoms that they won because I can't parse through the two of them. Caleb says you have 300 orange Paraplaneta. That seems to be pretty typical. If I'm going to introduce to my local population, it's going to be venoms. That'll be a news story like a couple of years from now, like this shocking new trend of making weird mutant cockroaches. And then, I don't know, who knows what the spin will be. People will be, well, they're probably going to be resistant to something, and this is a problem because now we can't spray herbicide, pesticide everywhere, something, I don't know. You could never tell the Black Americana from Georgia apart from mine. Identical, never mixed them, though. They were housed in the same building. Yeah, I still wouldn't mind seeing them. There's... who knows where their point of origin was. The black came from Europe. I remember seeing the Facebook post from the person who found them years ago, maybe around 2016, 2017. And then by 2019, I think they were stateside. And obviously, people were looking to fix and to mix them with the white eyes to make the venoms. So... all right, going once on the Black Americana, going twice, sold to, looks like JoJo. We'll control R, and I'll get ready to write. JoJo with a winning bid of 30. All right, next up we have 30 Arenivaga species, Animas, New Mexico. Starting bid of $1. The orangiest Arenivaga. And TJ's probably got pictures of those. Charlie's going to go grab breakfast real quick. If you miss any regulars, you'll be sad. I don't see any with a quick glance coming up here, but that doesn't mean that they're not there. Paraplenia Americana locality, someone's home address. It will get to that eventually. I mean, I have the Americana from the mile zero marker on Key West, so that's kind of similar. Like they were collected within like 100 feet of the mile zero marker. So I got that. Got that going for me. We are halfway to our post-plant goal, everybody. We need 5 more super chats, and I will go outside and grab some more plants to toss up. Photo gallery, beautiful pictures there. Absolutely beautiful. We will keep this on and moving, though. Let somebody get these if they really want them. If Glock Roaches really, really, really desires them, we'll just put this on up there. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ice Beam with a winning bid of 17. Getting some really good deals on these Arenivaga groups, guys. Really good deals. 30 Animas, Arenivaga. Our resident Beam Queen King. All right, 50. Gyna Centurio starting. Oh, we have locality information for these. And I found it in an old email. And the country is so small that it's pretty much like, it's pretty good information to just have the name of the country. We have 50 Gyna Centurio, the Gambia, starting bid of $1. They are from the Gambia, everybody. Somebody asked, how are those Arizona Paraplenia Americana doing? Arizona ones? I have the ones from Bakersfield, California, but I never actually collected Americana from Arizona. Tennyson says you should send some Arenivaga to fuel the bot. Comet says the Key West drive down and then up is brutal. Yeah, my first Florida trip, we went all the way down to Key West and then all the way back to Michigan, and it was pretty crazy. We made it from Key West to Dearborn, Michigan in like less than 24 hours. It was absolutely nuts. I don't know how we did it. I remember being the person driving the Tennessee leg of the trip, and it was like 3, 4 in the morning. And I remember my legs being so sore from not walking and from driving that I had to lay down in the parking lot, like some random gas station parking lot with no lights on or anything, for like a couple of minutes at like 3 in the morning. I just laid there and tried to stretch out my legs. It was nuts. Somebody's saying they have Paraplenia Americana from the University of Cincinnati collected from the basement. One of those Ohio universities had a rare firebrat species breeding on its premises, and I would love to get that species, and probably don't have it anymore, but, you know, it would have been cool to have. Maybe there's a hope they're still there. They're still lurking there. So a man can dream. I think I reached out to them and they didn't get back to me. Here's an X for the Gyna Centurio, the Gambia, which is all the U.S. stock of Centurio is the same locality, but we have the information now. Or I guess we've always had the information. I just didn't realize it until I was scrolling through some old emails from like, 2014 or something. All right, going once on the Centurios. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 43. Another steal on another Gyna. Winning bid of 43. Phil D really bulking out the pricey roaches today with some easy wins. All right, we have something more utility here. We have a group of 50 Cariblata Minima, Miami, Florida, starting bid of $1. I'm also going to run and take a quick bathroom break after posting these little guys. They're just a silly little guy. So I'll be right back. All right, I have returned. Again, a pretty quick breeding, tiny feeder species for people looking for that. Also Florida legal. Now that I just, the thought pops into my mind. It looks like chat froze for me, so I gotta do something about that. Also, please like the stream. Also, please, if you could. We are, I think we are at a smaller number of likes than we could be, and it's loading. Why are you loading? Maybe I should open the door to get better Wi-Fi service. Maybe that's how that works. Yeah, this is weird. The stream is it's not even loading YouTube actually. Can you guys? Yeah, you guys can probably hear and see me. There we go. Back to normal. All right. Going once on the Cariblata Minima. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper. Another fair candidate for a set and forget with another bug species, since due to their size. Okay, we will not rest on laurels. We're going to go into a group of 50 Theria pediveriana. Again, the name is a thing that needs to be addressed at some point, and will be. I am working on it, or was working on it for the website situation, but for now, this stands. It's a complicated thing. Let's see. Sent you some with a cool marking from Phoenix, Arizona. I don't think that those Paraplinida made it then. I do still have the Bakersfields going, but something may have happened to the other ones. We need something fun on the wall. Isn't my face fun? You don't want to just look at. You guys can continue to speculate about the nail there, the singular nail in the wall that just draws everybody's eyes in. Apparently, Stella's Springtails $2 donation with a shrimp. Thank you. Somebody asking Double Z, do you have any native orchids? I have. Probably still have a small patch of downy rattlesnake plantain in the front yard. I probably should check to see if it's still there. It might have gotten eaten up by the Canada wild ginger. Is the stream still going, or has it frozen? Oh, it's still going, I think. Right? Somebody said the stream froze, but Eric Matthews says, I forgot my roaches get gobs of melon rinds all summer long. One watermelon fresh from the manure fields, your spookiness. All right, we've got a little bit of interest in the Therias, but we need more, so we're going to light a fire under you guys and get some of the next things ready here. All right, Theria, the domino roach, going once for the 50 count. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Bob Harrison, Control R-ing. Stream good, thank you. Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 55. To which I will just put the name of Bob. I like that. It's easy to write down just Bob. We got some more giveaway things coming up here, but I think I want to do a couple more auctions first. Next, we have a group of 20 Panchlora species, Costa Rica, not the yellows. Starting bid of $1. This is just the species Costa Rica, not the yellow ones, although this was the colony that produced the first yellow ones. Put big hissers. We're coming up on that. We got some things coming up here. We got some reveals. We got some other stuff. Just gonna get these laid out a little bit here. Got a couple duplicates of some things from before. Got some new stuff. Okay. Behiger, $2. Thank you for the super chats. Inching our way closer to 10 out of 10 so I can run outside and grab some cool plants to put up for grabs. All right, here's an X for the species Costa Rica. The Panchlora species Costa Rica, not the yellows, just species Costa Rica. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like looks like Behiger, and looks like Bob would have had a big misbid, it would seem. Behiger with a winning bid of 31. Now, where did I just put them? They were right here. It says species Costa Rica. Did I put them over here already? What did I just do with them? Oh, here it is. I right, behavior. All right, let's see. Next up, we have 20 Darapeltis paulinoi. The ornate velvet roach. Ooh, velvety, suave. I love it. The ornate velvet roach. Behavior again, pushing us closer. Okay, guys, we're at 9 out of 10. We can get to 10 out of 10 and do some plants. Behavior go crazy. Somebody else got to step in. End the madness. We're at 9 out of 10. We are on the cusp. I'll go get 2-3 bags of plants or something, and we can do those right away. Sniper with the combo breaker. Oh, I'm reading the old thing when the original streaming chat thing froze. Shouldn't look at that. The goal achieved. 2 people, please take break at 3 so I can clock in. Okay, that sounds good. But I kind of want to take the break at 2 because I'm going to need actual food. We'll just play by ear and see how exhausted I am and also see when Will gets back. So thank you, everybody. Kevin, this is the first. Everybody now is piling on with the super chats. Thank you so much. Charlie asked if there'll be Panchlora species giants, and yes, we are getting to those actually. So perfect. Okay, we're gonna do some plants. I gotta run outside and get some plants. We will wrap up the Paulinoi bids. I'll put something else up, and I'll go grab plants. Probably like last time, I'll try to get 3 species or a bulk of something you can use for covering an area and whatnot. Pro meme or exotic wilderness, you deserve that title for sure. All right, going once on the Paulinoi. Going twice. Sold. To Pro Memer Exotic Wilderness. I know who you are. We'll put you down as Pro Memer, though. For a winning bid of 55, Exotic Wilderness. All right. And we will put up for grabs while I'm gone. We're going to, what's a good thing to put up? We'll do that last. We'll put up something cool, something good. We have 15 Archimandrita CF Tessellata, Panama City, Panama, starting bid of $1. This is not the species that has been in culture forever. All right, I'm going to go get some plants, everybody. I'll be back. All right, I've got plants. And it looks like a proper picture was posted. We got those and T-regulars are my top 2 actual goals for today, says Charlie. About something. Oh, the Panchlora giants. Or if there will be any Macropenestia today, says Frog Nose, and they're on the poster, so I think so. Oh, yeah, there will be Macropenestia. Here's an X for the Archimandrita. This is the stock that I believe that our long-term hobby stock is actually Marmorata, and that this new stock is actually true Tessellata. I sent off specimens for dissection and an ID, but the person seems to have fallen off the face of the earth. They could be busy, might be very busy, but it's still discouraging because it's like right there, just like right there for getting an identification on these things. And but anyways, I'm pretty sure based on the specimens that I've seen of Marmorata and Tessellata that these are actually Tessellata. We need the dissection to confirm. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Behigiger with a winning bid of 103 to Behigiger. Now that's what I like to see on these Roach auctions. There we go. Get those numbers up there. It is for a cool species too. Let's now we can take a moment and we can turn over our attention over to some plants. We're going to start with, this is that special Mentha canadensis that I was talking about. We have 5 Mentha canadensis. My favorite variety for teas, snacking, etc. Starting bid of $1. People call mints aggressive. I think those are just because people don't know how to manage their gardens and a bunch of other things, but I've never really found this extremely weedy or aggressive. I mean, it pops up where there's space and light, and then the second something rises up to challenge it, it disappears. So are there more of those going up, Kyle, says Kevin Santiago? Unfortunately, that was the only group of the Panama cities. There will be the CF Marmorata will be going up later at some point. I don't see them in the stuff that's right here, but they will go up later. So baggie of my good old Mentha canadensis here. This came from Prairie Moon Nursery in 2015, maybe. I don't even know if they stock this anymore. So I don't know what genotype it is, but again, it's confirmed canadensis, and it's really tasty, and it's very mild, and it has abundant flowers that attract all kinds of bugs, and I always love seeing that. All right, here's an X for the canadensis going once. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 13. And also, where is my Sharpie? There's my Sharpie. 13 for the special Mentha canadensis. Sniper, no sniping. He does not care if you say no sniping. Okay, next up we have a baggie with kind of some shade, part shade stuff. We have one Acerum canadensis. Is it canadensis or Acerum canadensis? One Pachyra aurea. One Viola Sororia Freckles, starting bid of $1. I really do think when stuff comes in even more, I think I am gonna do a plant auction. That seems like an easy way to get you guys some more plants and to get me some more funds from basically just doing some yard work. Please do a plant auction. This is exactly what it is. Hey guys, if we work together to drain Chris's money, he won't have any more. I've been trying to do that for years, not getting me very far, I can tell you that much. All right. Here's an X for these guys. Again, here's the baggie with the plants. This Acerum, I put in one tiny plant, I think 2 or 3 years ago, and it's just been like thump, thump, thump in the space it occupies over the last couple of years. All right, going once on this plant group. Going twice. Sold. To Double Z. Alan asking, is it for sure Canadense? Alan, it's Michigan. It is Michigan genotype, so I don't think. I doubt that we have the species diversity of Acerum that you guys have, but I could be wrong. Need to do the front of my yard. Let's see. Okay, Alan says, okay, should be Canadense then. Okay, and last out of this group of 3, what did I grab for this? So there's, this is a weird mix of stuff. There's 2 Allium, Cernuum, 1 Agastache, Scrophula. Is it Scrophularia for? No, it's Agastache. Yeah, Scrophularia folia. How do I spell that? Agastache. Scrophularia folia. One Fragaria virginiana. 1 Artemisia ludoviciana. 1 Monarda. Hill, Tennessee. Might be undescribed, or pester Alan for more info. Starting bid of $1. Just a mix of. I tried to go for kind of like highlight to mid-light, just drier to mesic to drier side stuff, and this is just kind of what came out of that. That Monarda, though, I just saw it and thought somebody might want it. You got to pester Alan about it because I don't even know what the thing is. So there's dark purple markings on the leaves. It's from Briceville, Tennessee. There's a lot of weird Monarda stuff being split and decided on right now. What are the rarest armor trims in Minecraft? Where did that come from? Also, think about it. Who won the last bid? 19 to Double Z. All right, here's an X for this group of plants. Not Chat GPT. I don't know who Phasmid Friend is. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Fushi Guro with a winning bid of 12. if I'm being honest, I think this might have been the best deal out of all the plants so far today, because you get multiple, like 5 different species of stuff. Fushiguro. Smells like onions. I might go out and get some more of the Canada wild, the Allium canadense as well. I think that could be another hit piece that I might do. But okay, we did it. We did some plants. Woohoo! Now we can speed on back into roaches. We have 50 Blaberus, Serranus, Pantanal. Starting bid of $1. This is maybe the neglected stepchild of the genus Blaberus. You don't often see them referenced or talked about. Charlie saying might show up to the plant auction. Pick up some gifts for your mom. I'm awful with plants, but she loves them. I'll have to ask her for a wish list. That sounds like a sweet idea. Zen Monkey says is noon. 49 in YouTube, 115 online in Discord, and who knows how many are hiding. Desire Willis almost burnt my food trying to bid on plants. I think I might pick the pace up a bit here because we do have a lot of roaches to go through still. So here's an X for the Serranus as I prepare to get something else ready. We got a giveaway we'll do shortly. We'll get these guys all queued up here. And I'm going to just start going down the lines of stuff here. We're going to start doing lines of roaches. And that's the last one there for sure. All right, going once on the Serranus. Going twice. Sold. To Control R-ing. It shows Glock roaches on my screen, unfortunately. I'll refresh one more time, but it's showing Glock roaches with the last winning bid. So I have to honor what it says on my screen. I'm going to post it here. Again, I have to go with this because when I go back and I look at the Discord, it's going to show me what it shows on mine. So it is Glock roaches. My apologies. It must have been very close to me posting that and you posting it if some people are showing it as yours coming in first. Okay. All right. Somebody was asking for Nocticola, and we got big news here. We have 100 Nocticola Vegas, University Park, Florida. Starting bid of $1. So everybody, our Nocticola have been, all Nocticola, all 3 strains in culture in the U.S. have been identified as an undescribed species, which was then described, and the publication is going through with some edits, and I was told that I was allowed to share this, is now Nocticola Vegas. So from Vegas meaning wandering or wanderer because they're found all over the planet now. So Kai and I think Alan actually wrote the paper, and it's going to be published. There's like edits and minor stuff that needs to be done. The meat and potatoes of it is good stuff. So so it's the wandering night dweller cockroach, and I actually suggested the Latin name because I can't remember what Kai recommended before, but I decided why don't you go with Vegas because they're all over. They've wandered all over the globe. So. Xavier Williams says Kyle Nocticola are becoming super popular. Yeah, I imagined. And they're all Vegas. So they did genetic work and found that there's very little variation between the different strains that we have. But there are still some differences there. Not enough to justify being different species, but There are a handful of differences. I think in the genetics that they looked at, there were a handful of base pair differences between stuff, which isn't enough to justify different species. But I will still keep all the strains labeled and separate just in case. So because there could be ploidy differences, they did not look at ploidy differences. So here's an X for these guys, for the Vegas. So we're going to see how long it takes people to start using the new Latin. But you can say you heard it here first, that this is a new species. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Schnapps with a winning bid of 55. Hello again, Schnapps. I see you're here today. Schnapps. And again, be excited, guys. The Roach people, we did something. I'm so proud of this community. Yet again, blah, blah, blah. But really goes to Kai and Alan for doing all the hard work and getting these things described. Okay. We have another chance at these 30 Neostylopyga rhombifolia Chinese hobby stock, starting bid of $1. $1. Alan says, I need to look at the paper again, says Alan. Dewey says, yeah, I finally have a name for my label. Zemmock says, it's spelled Vegas, and what happens there stays there. Any Nocticola Malaysia. Eric, this is the same species as those. They're all the same species. So there might be a container with the Malaysian strain. There might also be one with the the Austrian or Prussian zoo. I can't remember what zoo it's in. It's on the label that I have for them, but those might also go up as well. But they're all the same species. They're all Vegas. Here's an X for the Neostylopyga. Got a little bit more interest here. That's what I like to see. Some buzz over roaches, maybe some hissing over roaches. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Eric with a winning bid of 35. Eric with a winning bid of 35. Congrats, Eric. Okay. I'm feeling the groove. I'm in a rhythm now. We got 40 Panchlora species giant, starting bid of $1. And I should look up something for a giveaway because we're going to do a giveaway in a second here. Okay, I got a good one. We're going to do a giveaway right after this. Here's an X for the species giant so we can get to our lovely giveaway. Going once for the species giants. Going twice. Sold to Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 55. Charlie Bug and Behijager just were not powerful enough to stop the almighty Bob with a winning bid of 55. And now for the giveaway. We have a giveaway for... The stream got out of sync. I thought I was bidding on something else. Make sure, here's your chance, everybody. Make sure you refresh your stream right now so you are more synced up to the Discord. We're going to do a giveaway. Ugh, the text is like weirdly overlapping. Giveaway for 20 Luki Hormetica subcincta. And the question is, what is the Latin name for the tallest tree species east of the Mississippi River, spelled grammar correctly, etc.? All right. What's the Latin name for the tallest tree species east of the Mississippi River? Get it right, you win 20 Leuchihormetica subcincta. I think my stream's... Is it going? I can't really tell. Somebody's gonna win this pretty quick, I'm sure, but my I cannot quite see what's going on here. All right, back in the thing. There we go. All right, somebody's got this. It is Liriodendron tulipifera. It is Kevin Santiago. It is the tulip tree. Kevin Santiago, congratulations. You have won. Kevin Santiago. You have won the group. How far east, says Eric Matthews. I guess if you just kept going, it is also a Googleable question. It is Liriodendron tulipifera, the tulip tree. Long boy tulip trees. I did say east, right? Yeah, I said east of the... I love how far east. You just keep going. You go too far east, you end up west at some point. I understand that, but anyways, we got it. Charlie Bug, that was the last of the Panchlora giants, unfortunately. There may still be other things lurking among here. Next up, we have a group of 50 Ergola species Borneo, starting bid of $1. The big black beetle mimics, which I will leave up as I go to the bathroom. Oh, I got to write down the 20 L subcincta. Give Kevin Santiago. All right, perfect. Paste this here. Go into the bathroom. Look at how much water I've drank so far. All right, it's a flow-through system. Goes in one end, comes out the other. Here's an X for the species Borneos. We have tulip poplar honey is delicious. Didn't know that. I would like to try it. Dewey makes a West reference. Can't mention east or west without a West reference. Charlie says pain. I can order some later, I guess. John Doe says white pines get bigger than yellow tulip trees. He says. All right. Going once on the species Borneo. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy 121. We'll just do Tammy 121. Tammy 121 with a winning bid of 50. Okay. Next up we have 100 plus. Simplicity Palins starting bid of $1. Basically, when I go to take care of them on Monday or Tuesday, I'm just gonna load this cup up with them. So with like 100 plus, it could be like 200, it could be 300, but there will at least be 100 in here. It is a small climbing species with Brachypterus females. It has been used as a feeder in the past. You can use it as a feeder. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Must be somebody's colony there. Really, really densely populated. I should also mention, not a pest species. We're gonna go through this really quick here. All right, going once. Let's see how this goes. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog. Might be. Let me do a Control R. It's probably Mad Dog, but we're gonna see. Come on, Discord. This might be the longest ever taken Discord to refresh. Is it completely rebooting? It is Mad Dog with a winning bid of 25 to Mad Dog. Winning bid of 25. I think your first win this auction as well, if I'm not mistaken. Next up, we have a group of 50 plus Gladidy species Mount Kilimanjaro, aka African bullets, starting bid of $1. The identification of CF propinqua does not seem to hold up. It's likely that these are Heberdina or an Neostylopyga species. Eric Matthews says, wow, how not a pest? Because they're not very dry tolerant is the thing. Exactly. He's asking if Simplicity is good for habiting with other roaches. Yeah, you could do that. Somebody asked me if I have any Simplocarpus foetidus. I wish I could offer that. I've actually tried to collect skunk cabbage to grow for my own purposes. The problem is it forms a very deep root, and it's very difficult to dig up and transplant carefully. I like a dream statement would be we have a group of 100 Macropenestia rhinoceros starting bid $1. I don't think people would be able to afford the max bids in that kind of a situation. Here's an X for the African bullets, the species Mount Kilimanjaro. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To OG Original Gecko with a winning bid of 33. Really good deal for this. 33. All right, next we have this is carried by the name of where it was collected pretty much solely. 30 Arenivaga species, the thing, Arizona, starting bid of $1. I'm going to find a picture of the thing, Arizona. We're going to slap this in here. These were collected in the parking lot of the thing, and Alan had his hands scratched up digging through glass to excavate these. The mystery of the desert, the thing. I wonder if I can get a picture of any nearby there. The thing, Arizona. Let's see what they list this as. It's in the Benson Unified School. It's in Johnson, Arizona. So we'll see if I can find a picture of any from there, unless Alan has pictures. Oh, he got some. Whose body did you dig up to collect these? I love that comment. I'm trying to see if I can find from Johnson a picture in the wild. The wild Johnson in the wild. Nope. Let's expand results. Nothing but vast desert. There's probably not even any records for miles around there. Yeah, like you don't even get records until you start getting into Tucson. It's pretty crazy. But we have them from there. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Circa with a winning bid of 20. Wonderful. 30 A speed, the thing. Circa dabbling in some Arenivaga, perhaps. That's never a bad thing. All right, 40 Gramphadorina Portentosa, University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $1. Pure stock that was kept in the back rooms of another university. And now we have another line with some unique characteristics. I'm going to try and find Portentosa. Geez, from 2022, 3 years ago. We're going to do this. Photo gallery, I'm beating you to it. Check the date on the colony being received. It was back in 1985. That was 40 years ago. It's insane. I beat the photo gallery bot. Are Bloody Bullets still in the hobby? What's Bloody Bullets Exotic Wilderness? What is that? Glock Roach says my favorite Arenivaga species at the things. And standard Arenivaga carry out for pretty much everything. Tessa says, I'm distracted by Armageddon isopods we might get in a trade. Okay, Armageddon. Come on, let's see what these things look like. Isopoda species, Armageddon. Come on, you gotta be freaking kidding me. That's pathetic. I never got any of the Bloody Bullets from Brandon, so I don't even know if he still has them, honestly. But it'd be cool if he did. We do need some selective breeding projects in roaches, that's for sure. All right, here's the X for the UCR Portentosa. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Hatted Tenacity with a winning bid of 40. Hatted Tenacity. Okie dokie then. Congrats, Hatted Tenacity. Okay, next up we have 50 Eulastoblata diaphana, starting bid of $1. This is a neat species that you can just toss in with other roaches if you want to. Very beautiful nymphs. The adults are a bit more on the bland side compared to other things, I must say. No offense to them. And we are also getting down into our last, after this, we got 5 more roaches before I go get another batch. And we have 4 more roaches until we have another batch. And then we have 1 giveaway coming up, actually, too, mixed in this. I saw some people delete some stuff that is not allowed, I should remind you. Here's an X for the auction. I wish that I had been a little more attentive for that, but you are not allowed to delete things. So you know. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 Glock roaches with a winning bid of 20, beating out the Hidger just slightly. All right, next up we have a group of 50 Paraplaneta Americana White Eye, starting bid of $1. Not the Venoms, but just the white-eyed strain of Americana. We will do Venoms with magic potions mixed in later today at some point. Matthew says, don't delete even if you make a comment in the wrong place. Oh, maybe Alan was the one. Maybe Alan was doing some tidying up. So that's okay. It flashed in my eyes and it didn't stay in my short-term memory enough. I just saw that things disappeared. So please edit bids in the future if that's the case. So there we go. There's a nice picture from Photo Gallery of just your classic old Americana white eye. Just look at them. They're looking at you. They're saying, we want to come to our forever home, who's going to love us and cherish us and give us all individual names and take us for walks and all that other good stuff that we all do with our pet roaches, of course. Here's an X for the white eyes. I wonder if these will pick up any. We got a bit of a lull going on here. Going once for the white eyes. And you can always use them as features too, guys. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog with a winning bid of 28. All right, we're going to do a group of, I think this is the only set of these two, 30 Pseudoglomerus Tarsalis, Thailand, starting bid of $1. Somebody was asking for these earlier, I'm pretty sure. So here they are, and I think this is the only batch that I have marked down. We have Goofy Blind Fellows says Glock roaches at the Paraplaneta. Joseph says, absolutely take my roaches for walks. Mainly my peppered roaches, though. They are sweet. That is a pleasant species to go for walks with. Does anybody individual bathe your roaches? I did that when I got the black tigers first because they had just like horrible smell and fungal presence and all this other stuff. So I did actually individually wash the first of my black tiger hissers to get all the grossness off of them. And Charlie has a whole spreadsheet for hissers to keep track of the names. That's very cute. Circus says, I'm too paranoid that they'll escape or suddenly give birth. Caleb Kahn says, sorry, I may have to miss this, but do you do pickup in Ann Arbor? Maybe under other circumstances I would do that, but not with the Bugapalooza stuff because I really got to stay situated in Livonia and ship everything out. So it's better to ship out right now for me with everything going on. Here's an X for the Tarsalis, everybody. Get ready as we are wrapping things up here for them. Going once for the little cute little gold tipped butts, the cute little gold kerky. Going twice. Sold. To Looks like Circa with 96. Let's see. And it is Circa with a winning bid of 96. Congrats on getting some Tarsalis. Circa out of the woodwork. I like to say that phrase a lot. Okay, we're coming down to our last 2 roaches until I get more stuff, and then we have a giveaway roach. We have 40 Grumpfedorina portentosa 1972 Cleveland Aquarium strain. Starting bid of $1. Again, this is the classic, get good size, etc., good representative color line of portentosa from Oren. Somebody asking if P. tarsalis need a diapause. I've never diapaused them, and they've been fine completely year-round. Queen bee markers are something I need to get for some other projects I have. That's a good thing I got to think about. Exile Willingness says Kylie should do a special auction or somebody. Choosing a live stream topic, I'd choose Facebook Isopod Moms. I've been so out of that circle for so long, but I can speak conceptually about it. Joseph is thinking about selling off his scissors, but doing so to win ensures they are kept only as pets. That's an interesting route to take. I hope you're able to do it properly. Exotic Willingness, that's a gorgeous picture of those Clevelands. Look at those beautiful things. Just a beautiful strain of roach. Very happy to be working with them and to be making some lines out of them too. That's where the LLE mahoganies came from. All right, here's an X for the Cleveland Aquarium portentosa. Going once. Going twice. Sold. All right, to Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 41. Bob coming in again to claim some good deals here. 41, sneaking it in all the way up there above the other votes, far above the crowd. We will do the giveaway now, and then we're going to do a special roach before I go and get the last of the stuff for just this section. Let's see. We're going to do, this is a giveaway for 20 Elliptorina javanica. And the question is going to be, Somebody said maybe I should make it something about me. I don't know. Try not to repeat anything that I've asked before. What is a good question? Does Kyle have facial hair? Yes or no? Muscovy, everybody's just picking random things to comment on. Let's go with a low-hanging fruit that anybody could get, basically. Name one of my favorite music genres. I just posted it, but it's there we go. Name one of my favorite music genres. And the stream is chugging along right now. I'm going to have to exit it out and open it up. So I'm curious to see how many miles of guesses will be there in a second. Give me one moment, everybody. Forgive me. I'm getting back in. There we go. Okay. Look at how fast that all happened. I like everybody saying jazz, jazz, jazz. EDM, it's pretty okay. Rock, grunge. Yeah, I think I'm kind of looking for a specific thing right now. And I think I mean, a lot of these apply. I do like ska. So Patrick Parker, we're giving it to you because I was thinking ska when I started this. It's one of my favorite genres. As much as I say you like jazz, I do like jazz, but ska really hits me a certain way. Real Big Fish, Streetlight Manifesto. Who else is ska that I listen to? Crap. Was like the Contenders or something like that was another one. Anyway, so Patrick Parker, you're taking it home. The group of Ellipterina javanica. Congratulations on your good guess in this very engaging topic. Again, a lot of those other ones, yeah, I do that. But again, if I was thinking ska was at the front of my mind when I was doing that, and somebody tickled that urge. So, Patrick Parker. All right, so congrats and thanks to everybody who competed. And believe me, there were a lot of people who were mighty boss tones. I might have to listen to that then. Everybody's saying, okay, fair. Ska's neat. Real Big Fish. I like Real Big Fish. Streetlight Manifesto is really good. I know they kind of don't. They are all over the place with whether or not they identify as ska or this or that. And they don't really care, but there's a lot of ska elements to it. Mongolian death metal. Will does listen to Mongolian death metal. All right, we've got a special first-time offering here. First time ever offered to the greater Roach public here. And I got get the information. I gotta get this. Okay. All right. First time ever offered. We have a group of 10 Panesthia CF Ancaudalioides Caranda, Australia. First time ever offered, adding to our very poorly represented roach fauna from beautiful Australia. Finally, we get something new. The husbandry seems to be just like other Panesthia, rotting wood, etc., supplement of some other things. Joseph adding the interesting fact of Indonesia has the highest brutal death metal band ratio in the world. Eric Matthews says, so not on your site? Nope, never on anywhere. You might be hard-pressed to even find an image of anything that looks like Panesthia and Caudalioides unless you have the Roaches of Australia book, which I don't have on me. Let's see. There's somebody back in 2014 got a picture of one, it looks like. But you're going to have a very difficult time finding anything more than that. So Glock roaches just right out the gate with a bit of 100. And again, they've been just as straightforward as the other Panesthia that I work with. It's more the rarity. And they might want higher humidity overall because they're from like tropical rainforest, but I don't even know if that's actually necessary. Somebody saying a quarter of all Indonesian metal bands are brutal death metal, according to the Metal Archives. Somebody brought up the Who. A lot of people apparently here love the Who. Will really loves the Who as well. He went to a concert for them actually. And yeah, same care as the other Panesthia. Do I have another? I have Panesthia ceratissima that aren't quite ready to go yet. So I've got four Panesthia, 2 Ancaudelia, 3 Salgania, I think. And they are a touch smaller than Angustipennis also. This is not a huge Panesthia. Like I'm hoping Spatica will be if I ever get my hands on them. But regardless, An Aussie roach. We clamor for Aussie roaches. You pray for Polyzosteria, and sometimes you get a Panestia, and you know what? That's quite all right with me. Going once on the Encaudeloides. Going twice. Sold. To Glock Roaches with a winning bid of 103. Congrats, Glock Roaches, on getting something truly special. Maybe not the last of our truly special roaches today. All right, I got a clear space next to me. It's time for me to go stock up on more roaches, so I will be right back. Howdy. I'm thinking if I want to do everything at a reasonable pace, I'm going to have to probably do the break at 3, and I should really get through all this stuff here because at some point today I actually have to drive out to Holly to check on all the animals before tomorrow so I can lock in and really spend a lot of time in the auction tomorrow because Angel's on vacation right now. So we're going to see if we can go through all of these things in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. And I don't need Chris Snyder doing the math of like, well, that means you need to go through blah, blah, blah every blah, blah, blah minutes to be able to make that. I don't care about the numbers. I care about results. So that's what we're going to go for here. That is way more than 50 in this container. I'm just now noticing, but that's okay. So everybody, we're going to kick into a little bit of overdrive here. And I wish I could play music in the background because I would have overdrive by Odyssey Eurobeat going full throttle. So, all right, here we go. Somebody said, Loki, I did this once as a kid too. I feel you. I'm thinking that it was, he was commenting, Crab Cake was commenting on the I sell pregnant woman thing and saying, yeah, I sold pregnant women as a kid once too. All right, let's do this. We got 2 hours and 15 minutes before I need to take a break for my sanity's sake. So we're going to start with 100 Pycnoscelis striatus, starting bid $1. Yes, we have one group of Magnifica today. Only one. So y'all better be ready for it. Y'all better be ready for this. And yeah, I'm going to keep the pace up. 2 to 3 minutes per item. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do my best here. The time really adds up, and we got some bangers coming up in this lineup. So here's an X for the striatus. I don't want to steamroll over people who don't know what things are. But the ember roaches, it's a Pycnoscelis. It's pretty easy. I think Alan on his research found out that striatus has the lowest dryness tolerance of all the Pycnoscelis he worked with. Going once. Going twice. Sold. All right. Obey the Snarf with a winning bid of 35. I have the overdrive Eurobeat music playing in my head right now. It's going to keep me on task. I'm wondering if there's any way that I could actually get it playing without you guys hearing it so I can stay on task. Because once I get into the groove, there's no stopping me. And how much was that? I got to wake all you guys up to. You've had it easy. Sitting back, casually bidding on things. Not even truly wondering if you should follow your heart and just go for that lot of pest roaches that you really shouldn't have to live without. Okay, next up we have a group of 50. It's definitely 50 plus because there's so many babies in here. Gyna bisanulata, starting bid of $1. The patchwork roach, I think, now has traded places with Cappuccina as the rarest Gyna in culture somehow, even though I keep the two of them the same. LC asking does USA have Panistia australis? I don't think so, but if we do, TJ would have it. Do we have Eucharidia today, says Circa. Yes, we will have some Eucharidia eventually. Obey finally got striatus, which they've been meaning to get. I never see them, said somebody, probably about bisanulata. Look, I keep getting sniped. You woke Hemorrhoid up. Did he already smash everybody out of the water with a huge bid? No, he hasn't yet. Okay, here's an X for the bisanulata. Let's get them moving, people. Upgrades, people. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Civ with a winning bid of 47. Glock Roaches fumbled the number. Fumbled it. 40 with a blank underneath it. 47 to Civ. Congrats, Civ. I think that's your first auction win at the Bugapalooza this time around. Glock Roaches hanging his head in defeat, being defeated by the meager, by a three-letter name. feeling perhaps ashamed, maybe just a little bit. Here we have 40 Blaberus, Cranifer, University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $1. I think this is the last group of them, but there could be one more. Not sure. We have another special Roach thing coming up very soon, actually. Everybody says hemorrhoid is typing. Will there be a smaller group of Edestantii? Yes, there should be more groups of those eventually. All right. We're going to do, we got some good stuff coming up here. We got some Speak of the Devil. We'll do a Distantii group next, and then we'll hit some heavier duty stuff. Here's an X for the Cranifer, Blaberus Cranifer. Was really hoping to see Magnifica before hemorrhoid appears. I don't know if you'll get such a wish. Going once on the Cranifer. Going twice. Sold. To Joy with a winning. Oh, no. Fushiguro. Edit. Fushiguro winner. Fushiguro with a winning bid of 52 first. So close. I like this faster pace. I feel like you guys are getting a little bit more worked up over here. We all need to keep our blood moving. All right, 100 Blaberus, Distantii, Ivory, starting bid of $1. Oh, isn't that a nostalgic image of me in the old office? Now it's the old office. How much was that for this? Fushiguro 52. Okay, here's your ivories. You wanted a chance of them, and you've woken up the sniper. Charlie Bug's excited for springtails tomorrow. I need some cleaner crews for my cleaner crews. A lot of the springtails will actually be provided by Austin. I didn't pack up many springtails for this because I realize I'm actually producing a lot of springtails right now. But the problem is I don't have a lot of stuff in isolated pure cultures because a lot of my cooler, bigger stuff I lost. And I converted the shelf that was my springtail shelf to a roach shelf. So I'm kind of waiting to go hardcore into springtails again until I move and can basically probably keep them in the office on their own shelf where they're away from predatory mites and all that other stuff. Pseudoscorpions will be tomorrow also. Here's an X for the Blaberus. People bidding almost as much for the Blaberus Distantii group of 100 as was bid for the group of 500 not too long ago. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Rockin' Roaches with a winning bid of 87. A snipe, a proper snipe to Rockin' Roaches. $87 to Rockin'. I really wish I had that Eurobeat music playing in the background right now. It would be so hyped for me. All right, we have 50 and Caudelia hamifera, starting bid of $1. Feeds on moistened hardwood pellets. No rotting wood required. You can just get raw wood pellets and use that for them. And I'm pretty sure these have locality information from Misul Island, Indonesia. We're going to add that here. These are from Misul Island, Indonesia. These guys. You can thank my lovely lists for providing that information. Here's an X for the N. Caudelia. Dr. Hemorrhoid is getting involved here, but backing off to Joy. Who knows how this will go? You've awoken one of the beasts. It's the hemorrhoid tax. Parties over, the big hitters are on. I thought that said parties over, the big Hitlers are on. Joseph asking about Orthoptera. We will have some Orthopterans. Deja Vu, I've been playing, the Deja Vu lyrics. The one I'm thinking about is called Overdrive by Odyssey Eurobeat. It's really good. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. to could be Joy, could be Smugger Smuggler. We're going to see in a second here. And we're at the top of the hour, and we're making good time. It is Smugger Smuggler with a winning bid of 86. Smugger Smuggler, proving to be a person you should not estimate with these mid to high tier bid items such as this. Do not underestimate the Smugger Smuggler. All right, we have 50. Oh my God, it says 50 Hemithyrsoceras Paleata, starting bid of $1. Hemithyrsoceras people, here's your chance to eat good. I have found that you can maintain a colony of H. paleata on nothing more than fruit jellies. They are fine to just eat nothing but fruit jelly. But a little piece of dog food and some fish flakes does give them a little variety here and there. So keep that in mind. Smugger coming in with the steel chair. I love that reference. Hello, Replantation. I never actually watched any wrestling. I had a friend who was really into it and kind of opened my eyes to the beauty of it, because I was very, it's not real wrestling, etc. You sometimes you need a different perspective. You need that other take, and then it really opened my eyes to the drama of it. So. But yeah, I do love that reference. Smugger coming in with the steel chair. Dr. Humroyd seems to want these puppies, so y'all better watch out. Y'all best be. Oh, Tammy's here though. All right, we're gonna see how that goes now that the X is posted. All right, going once. Bladabean's adding some practical information. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy, 121 with a winning bid of 60. Tammy coming in with the steel chair. I'm going to be saying that all night now, I feel. That's a great. Thank you for bringing that back into my vocabulary. Replantation. I really appreciate that. Okay, we have a giveaway. We got 2 giveaway items that ended up right next to each other in the same stack, so we're gonna pass those over for right now. We're gonna do 30 Luki Hormetica Varicose. I have a perfect giveaway question too. US hobby stock, starting bid of $1, because we now have other localities of Varicosa in culture, and one of those will be available in this very auction. And I'm gonna go dig up our giveaway question because I'm really happy with it. I am so ready to ask this question. This is going to be great. All right, here's an X for the Varicosa. Not even the top of the hour yet. I really am in overdrive. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Joy with a winning bid of 45. Joy, you finally asserted dominance, unless somebody before you got in. Nope, it's definitely to Joy with a winning bid of 45. Ode to Joy. All right, let's do a giveaway. This giveaway is for 20 Hemiblabra Tenebricosa, Northern Florida Keys, Florida giveaway. We have somebody asking, do you think 30 Petar's house would be in a 1 or 5 gallon? I'd do a 1 gallon. I'd go on the smaller side for them for sure. And the question is, this is so good and it's so pertinent to our conversation earlier. In what year did the Undertaker throw mankind off Hell in a Cell? Is the question to win the group of the Tenebracosa here. Owen Johns, you got it. Owen Johns. I don't even care if there's a backslash in there. You got it. 1998. Owen Johns, you got it. H. Tenebracosa. Give Owen Johns. Congratulations. It is Owen Johns. Oh, I already put Owen Johns. Where did I get 2010? 1998, May 4th. Yeah, Owen Johns, you got it. And one of my favorite copy pastas of all time is, don't let this distract you from the fact that in 1998, The Undertaker threw mankind off Hell in a Cell and plummeted 16 feet through an announcer's table. I love that video. It's one of those moments where the kayfabe breaks, and like I love those things where it's just like suddenly things are very real and people have to deal with consequences and whatnot. And I actually absolutely love those. I absolutely love those moments. So Owen Johns, congratulations. And I have to ask, did you know that off the top of your head, or did you have to look that up? Because I know the I know the copy pasta, but I often forget the year. I know the gist of it. You off the dome. All right, then you really, truly deserve this. So congratulations on your new colony of Tenebracosa. Just absolutely wonderful. What am I doing? Giving away all of my bugs? I have like 2 more giveaway things right here. Let's see some blood. I want to see injuries. We have 30 Eucharidia. Here you go, folks. Linglong from Guizhou, China. Starting bid of $1. This is the Eucharidia that's done the best for me. No diapause, no nothing. I treat them like an Arenivaga, basically, and they do very well. And I think one of the keys to doing well with Eucharidia and with Arenivaga is just getting as many as you can when you get them, and that really helps. That momentum carries. Charlie Bug says Kyle is attempting to kill his customers. You mean he is not attempting, he is in the process of. I want to see injuries. I am so happy that that was off the dome. Somebody else give me something more to pair it today, and I'll spin some of these other giveaways out of it. Still waiting on some adults from mine. Yeah, they do seem to pop up seasonally. It's kind of like some Parkablata where springtime comes, there'll be a bunch of Eucharidia adults, and then through the winter there won't be much, and it's hard to tell. Are they responding to the daylight in the room? Is it a humidity thing? Is it a temperature thing? There's a lot of different things to parse through there. I'm pretty sure with Thorea, at least, humidity is a big factor in it. Usually spring and fall is when I get a crop of adults in my Thorea. What's your favorite ice cream? I thought they said, what's your favorite ice cream color? We could, maybe we'll do that. I'll put that in the noggin here. Glock Roach says the Yasumatsui have been doing well. That's good. Dr. Hemorrhoid wants the Linglongs, guys. Here's an X for Dr. Hemorrhoid, basically. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for that beautiful picture. I really want that large and kind of unmarked Eucharidia. I'm sure it'll find its way into people's hands eventually. All right, going once for the Linglongs. Going twice. Sold. To Behijager with a winning bid of 154 before everybody else. 154, not 155 as Circle later posted. 154 to Behijager. Now, good news. I'm pretty sure there's one more group of Linglong today, so that's a silver lining. Let's go back to something kind of more classic-y style, like back in the good old days when we didn't have a ton of small, colorful roaches of our dreams. We only had large, super cool roaches, also of our dreams. We have a group of 30 Blaberus Colosseus Panama. This is the only strain of Colosseus that will be available in this auction, I think. There may be Ecuador. I don't remember packing up Ecuador. So if you want Colosseus, here you go. Somebody asking more Eucharidia. Dacetoides, that sounds right for the Eucharidia I was talking about earlier. At least double Z with forgetting to label your Linglong and Westwood Eye. It will be pretty dramatic when they mature. You'll know which is which. So he said, "Here, I thought your cat walked over the keyboard." No, she's napping over on the blankets over there. Absolute Cinema says Dewey. That's half the reason why we're here. Here's an X for the Colossus. Making good time. We had a little bit of a slowdown there, but I think we're going to get through these by 3. I think we're in a good position here. And you guys are getting more engaged, and that's what it's really all about. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Fushiguro, but Rockin' Roaches may have zipped in at the last second here. Giant Lobsters, I'll get to those in a sec. It is Fushiguro with a winning bid of 60. Fushiguro. I think that's how you say that. Fushiguro, maybe. 60. Fushiguro. Fushiyu? No, Fushiguro. All right. Next up, we are going to do something. All roaches are special in the eyes of those who love roaches, but we have a group of 20 Uricotis floridana, League City, Texas, starting at $1, the smallest floridana locality by far. These are like close to almost half the size of the big ones that I have a colony going of from the northern Florida Keys. This is definitely the smallest and probably the most red colored of the floridana localities that I work with. Giant lobsters, somebody said. I was going to pack some up, but the colony's in a weird state where there's a lot of adults and large nymphs and not a lot of small ones to really bulk out the counts, so I didn't. But I'm imagining by fall there's going to be a tornado of them. So, and I should put some pine cones in there to make collecting them a bit easier is another thing. Charlie says, my hand hurts from poking holes in deli cups. You do not talk to me. Do not talk to me. I've been poking holes manually in deli cups for about 20 years now with safety pins, with ice picks, with sewing needle thingies that I've modified. Like, that's half the reason I have any upper arm strength is because the muscle memory from jabbing that. And I have stabbed myself over the course of 20 years only about 35 times. Every time I stab myself, I make note of it. And one of those times was actually earlier this week. So that's how you know there's a lot of stuff going on, is when I stab myself while I'm making bug containers. Let's see. Here's an X for the Floridana League City, Texas. Somebody saying, I want to explode my scariest roast. I want to explode in the room when I open the box. I assume the giant lobsters. And Taylor Foy says, what do people do with their giant roaches when the colony gets too large? I have give mine away to a pet store. What else do people do? You let them eat each other. You buy something that eats them. You sell them. You can freeze them and compost them. Like, it's not a huge deal to have too much of something, I would say. And yes, Charlie Bug, I have an ice pick, my family's heirloom ice pick that's over 100 years old that I still use to poke holes in containers. So, and yeah, only about 35 times. All right, going once on the League City, Floridana. Going twice. Sold. To Circa with a winning bid of 37. Circa wanting some special locality Floridana. I have so many Floridana localities. I think I'm up to about 10, especially after the last trip. And I didn't know this. I didn't collect any from Venus, Florida. I was like, yeah, I'm probably set on all these localities and stuff. But I accidentally brought an ooth home and some sand that I brought back. So I guess I'm going to end up having the ones from Venus anyways, even if I didn't want them. So I need some from like the Carolinas or Georgia. And then if anybody finds them in like Louisiana, that's another place I really want them from. And if I ever go to any weird remote keys, I would collect them from there too. But no, I really like them. You know, we're gonna do a little Uricotis here. We're gonna do a Uricotis mini auction. We're gonna do 40 Uricotis Floridana, Silver Springs, Florida. Starting bid $1. This is just kind of your basic B Eurycotis floridana. Good size, solid purple coloration, very easy to propagate, etc. Just good little guys. Charlie says, in my defense, I'm a newbie. This is my first time doing a lot of deli cups. You'll get there, and you'll develop such strength and precision. Frog knows you did not miss the Levi Gata. We haven't even actually seen those in a hot minute. I can already see Kyle as a retired old man, unstoppable. I think about that often. I saw like a video. It was like some mountain in the foothills of the Himalayas, and they go to like the village. The dude who's like 100 years old, and he does like the tattoos for people or whatever. And the guy is just he spends all day in his hut, and he's just sitting there waiting for somebody to come up and let him do his craft. And then he just like he hops on it and makes this beautiful like actual body artwork and not skin scribbles on people. And it's like this guy's been doing this for like decades. Like he has this muscle memory and all this wisdom and knowledge of how to deal with the skin and what to do here, and it's all just built into his brain, and his body is shaped by it, and I admire that greatly. I hope I can be shriveled up and catching roaches with ease when I'm like hopefully 100 or something. All right, enough waxing poetic. Here's an X for the Silver Springs. Somebody says, anyone shows them your Kyle with ice pick wounds, we know who did it. Tennyson says, composting feels wrong. Turn roach bodies into substrate, then use the substrate to raise roaches. Like I have plenty of stuff that I have plenty of rodents that will eat roaches, and birds, plenty of other bugs that will eat roaches, and also you guys all use them, so I can just like also sell them to you guys when I have too much. Hole Puncher Man, aka the Perforator. Nobody's called me that in a long time. All right, going once on the Floridana, Silver Springs. Going twice. Sold. To Circa. Circa, make sure you keep these under lock and key so that you don't cross the localities. I would be very upset if these precious Floridana localities ever got crossed with each other unintentionally. You've seen my roach setups. I just do the largest size critter keeper I have for the Floridana with the cloth underlay, and I don't have any escapes. Barrier, underlay, clamping lid, 0 escapes. Everybody's good. All right. Now we have a special Eurycotis, very special Eurycotis. We have 15. 2 species mixed together. Now we're going to do 20. Why am I saying 15? We're going to do 20. Why did I put 15 on here? 20 of 2 species mixed together. Eurycotis species, Golfito, Costa Rica. One resembles Pluto. The other resembles, or no, it's not. Is it Biolii? Biolii, the other resembles True Elixa. Starting bid of $1. All right, so these were acquired by a roach fanatic who managed to find some things in Costa Rica, and out of the things that were sent, there were some mailing mishaps, some temperature mishaps. Lots of things went wrong and not good, but at least out of what did go well, we have 2 more species of Eurycotis in culture, and Lamproblata albipalpus going, and I'm very thankful for that, because you got to be realistic when situations like this arise. You can't be expecting the world out of things. So Eurycotis biolii. I'll see if I can find a picture somewhere. And then it's hard to find Eurycotis lixa pictures because we've had the other ones labeled as them for so long that the internet now thinks that that's lixa. Let's see. grabbing what I can from INAT pictures from the area. So this is Pluto. IDs not guaranteed. Here's an X for these guys. Again, special opportunity. I don't know how many of each is going to be in here. I will try to get both species in. Only just now was the smaller one starting to mature. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 72. All right, good job. You get 2 species for the price of 1. Woo! All right, we'll get back on our pace from before. We're going to do a group of 20 more punctatus, 20 pairs. Is that a Boss Baby reference? Punctatus, Macau, starting bid of $1. So I'm excited to have those 2 Uricoda separated. Again, the smaller species, I already pulled some into their own breeding setup. It's the larger one that I'm not 100% sure on. They'll probably go in a 10-gallon tank, though, most likely. Charlie asking, oh, wait, sorry. I'm looking at the old stream. Has nobody said anything in a hot minute in the YouTube? I'm looking at the live chat, and it's either not updating or nobody said anything since the AKA the perforator comment. So I'm busy with deli cups, all right. Or maybe you're all just frantically waiting to bid in Discord. I'm fine with that too. I'm just curious. They just quiet. They just quiet, says Frognose. Frognose, so you received some Parahormetica. Did you, by any chance, receive anything else with said Parahormetica from the place the Parahormetica came from? Was there anything else? All right. Here's an X for the punctatus. Just out of curiosity, I think we can do this. We can do this by 3. We can do it. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy, 121 with a winning bid of 65. A great deal here by Tammy. Tammy getting some great deals. Shot a steal, says Circa. For 65 to Tammy. Okay, and we have something more practical. We have a feeder species. We have 200 Pycnoscelis surinamensis U.S. hobby stock, starting bid $1. You need feeders. I know ant people really like Pycnoscelis as an ant feeder because they're very fatty, and you can keep a colony with 0 effort while you fanaticize over your ant cultures and your test tubes and all of those things. You did hypothetically find some other things there, but no other cool roaches. Well, I'm curious about other invertebrates, not necessarily cool roaches. Curious about other invertebrates. So, let me know if you want to. I'm just curious what else could have happened. All right, here's an X for this utility stuff. We're gonna wrap it up nice and fast to get on to some other things. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D. Phil Dresty getting a big chunk of a starter of Suriname roaches with a winning bid of 30. Next up, we are going to do a group of, and this is the only group of these guys, 20 Uricotis decipiens. Dr. Hermroyd is begging for Magnifica, and I kind of like the idea of seeing people get vicious over that. So maybe we'll do the Magnifica next. 20 Uricotis decipiens, starting bid $1. The only group of these available. Perhaps one could argue the most beautiful of the Uricotis. One could make that argument. Exact Williams asking about any species of Venezuela. No, they were. I have a lot of cork barking with them with a lot of holes in it, and they were being very annoying, hiding down deep in the holes. But Exotic Wilderness, I owe you for promoting the auction, so just remind me of that in the future, and I'll get you some. Frognose got some Surinams from the same site as Parahermetica. Well, that's not as exciting. That's not quite as exciting at all. Somebody's saying no to something. Oh, because Chris is involved now for the Decipians. Chris sees something he likes. That classic photo, the Decipians on the weird yarrow flower in my parents' backyard. That's a classic image. I wonder how many people saw this picture and were like, "Oh yeah, that's a cool looking cockroach." I wonder. I can only wonder. All right, going once on the Decipians. Hope we get locality stock of these one day from like Puerto Rico. Going twice. Sold. To Taranchi with a winning bid of 47. Taranchi coming in here. That's surprising. Is that your first winning bid of 47 to Taranchi? No, that's not your first. I don't get to congratulate you because it is not your first. All right. Another utility species, and I think the value of these is very underplayed, especially as feeders for whip spiders, which I've been using this species very heavily for fryness lately. We have 50 Parkabletta Lata Tuskegee, Alabama, starting bid of $1. Very hardy, very easy to breed wood roach. They will eat wood hydrated hardwood fuel pellets and dog food and that sort of stuff. Very easy. Charlie Bug says, I wonder if I've seen this roach in anyone's Discord profile pic. Charlie says, 3 minor stab wounds later, and I've got 10 deli cup holes punched. Hopefully I won't have to do that again for a bit. Maybe I should do a demonstration at some point of how I poke holes and stuff, because Tennyson was asking me, I think it was Tennyson was asking me, like, how do you poke holes? Like, I'm getting tired of doing this. And I'm like, you just keep doing it. That's all. Like, that was my advice. Because every single little hole here, and sometimes I do more than the ones you see here, I do by hand. It's like, and in about 3 seconds, I can do a whole container that way without cracking it and stuff. Say, is dog/cat feed more protein heavy than fish feed? I'd have to check the percents on the back. I would imagine cat food is probably a lot more proteinaceous than most fish food. Here's an X for the Lata, Lata, etc. Going once, going twice, sold. To Tammy, beating Dr. Hemorrhoid. Tammy 121 is on fire lately with the winning bid of 45 to Tammy 121. And finally, I feel like the Roach people are fully awakened. Like the Pillar Men, the Roach people are awakening. Somebody's asking if they missed hissers. We're going to put some hissers up right now. 40 Gronfodorina. Oh, Magnifica. Dr. Hemorrhoid, I'm going to do these Gronfodorina because I started typing it out and I don't want to have to delete it. We're going to do University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $1. And I have the Magnifica cup right here. Tammy, I didn't know your last. Is that actually true? Your last name is actually Roach? It could be. So there's a customer who ordered from me years ago. His name was Vance Blackbird, and I thought that was the coolest name ever. Like just there's a normal, regular human being walking around on the same planet that I live on, whose name is Vance Blackburn, just without trying. It's just how it is. That's just his name. It's crazy. All right, here's an X for the University of California, Riverside, Ancient Stock, Portentosa. Going once, going twice, sold. to Dead Bunny with a winning bid of 55. Dead Bunny, ask and you shall receive sometimes, with a winning bid of 55 on this lovely pure strain of Portentosa. All right, and that's your first auction win, maybe? If it is, congrats. If it's not, I'm senile. And now, because Dr. Hemorrhoid insisted, we have our only group of Magnifica going up at auction. We have 2 adult pairs, Pseudo Glomerus Magnifica, Kook Fuang, starting bid $1. This is the only group of Magnifica available. There will be more as the humidity goes up and everything. The colony is going to start producing. I wouldn't be surprised if whoever receives these ends up with a litter right away after receiving them, if it works like it did last year. So the perforator strikes again. So he's saying it's not just his name. Someone gave it to him. That's the thing. Aaron Matthews, yeah, somebody gave him that name. Vance Blackburn. If you're out there, Vance, you have like the coolest name ever, and it's crazy. We have huge centipedes tomorrow. Oh, yes, we will, actually. Double Z says, the ones I got from you are producing like crazy. I got like 40 nymphs now. I'm assuming that's the Magnifica. Yeah, they can be very prolific under certain conditions. It's just mine have been in a lull over the winter, and I think the amount that I haven't been spraying them factors into that. I try to spray them a lot, but like winter's hard. Winter's hard on some things, easier on some other things. All right, here's an X for our only group of Magnifica. People are really showing up for these guys. I don't think it's going to beat that, though. All right, going once on the Magnifica. Going twice. Sold. Dr. Hemorrhoid with a winning bid of 300. Dr. Hemorrhoid in the absence of Beetle Pixel, and while Chris Snyder is only using a fraction of his power, will run amok. Not to be underestimated, that's for sure. Let's do, what's this? Oh, I found our other Archimandrita. We'll do Archimandrita. That was 2 pair, not 2 dozen. Yeah. Rain for the surprise 30 count an hour, right, Kyle? Well, it sounds like Double Z has some. Double Z, if you want to make any available, I could theoretically run an auction of them for you if you'd like that. They just have to, I'd have to clarify all the shipping stuff would go through you. But just to get some in the hands of people, some more of them, let me know. I would be happy to do that. Next up, 20 Archimandrita CF Marmorata, starting bid $1. This is the stock we've had forever. So this is what we currently have been calling Tessellata, but it's probably not Tessellata. It's probably actually Marmorata. And yeah, these are the giant peppered roaches. Double Z says, I actually kept them dry for a while, then swamp it down. Really good ventilation. I have a PC fan blowing their way. How often to spray for the Magnifica? In the winter when my air humidity is low, I want to spray every day. I end up spraying a couple times a week. So it's not as good as it should be. Charlie Bug says, someday I'd like to get some. There's some in the Des Moines area. Doesn't seem like many roach keepers here. Get some what? Magnifica, maybe? Somebody's saying, do it, ZZ. Yeah, Double Z. If you want me to put up a group of them, just say the word and I'll run an auction for you, and I'll just have to put in that people have to contact you to work out shipping and all that stuff. But to just get them spread around a bit and to make you some cash, let me know. I could do that. You can say no also. There's no pressure. Here's an X for the Marmorata. Archimandrita, people again eating good when the only 2 species that are known to exist are both available for the auction. You gotta love that. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of $70. Okay, let's do something a little different. We're gonna go old world Polyzosterinae. I love that, the assert dominance thing. We're gonna do 30 Melanozosteria soror Oahu, Hawaii, starting bid of $1. If anybody has any hope of working with Polyzosteria in the future, I would strongly recommend working with Melanozosteria because I imagine that the care is very similar. I mean, they're all in that clade, that old world Polyzosterinae clade. So, Glockroach says P. tarsalis are the only pseudoglomerus I'll ever own. Barnacles, you're new. Barno says, I've got 4 Magnificus. I'm pretty sure they're all the same age. What do you think the chances of sexual maturity line up? Adults Magnifica males are actually kind of long-lived for being just a sex thing. So I think you've got a pretty good chance, honestly. I think in the past I had females maturing before males even. Charlie says, you try to look at fellow roach keepers around here and you just get exterminators. Yeah, your local Terminex. Double Z says, next time I'll be down, I want them to get a little bigger since they are still small. That's very reasonable, Double Z. Just know that in the future that we could do that. And be kept like skunk roaches. Yes. They'll actually even take it drier than Eurycotis floridana will. But again, I really suspect that these are going to be very similar to like the Polyzosteria and whatnot if they ever make it to the U.S. Here's an X for the Melanozosteria soror, a lovely little roach that we received from Hawaii, one of a handful, and I hope that we get more over time, like Balta simplex. I would kill for Balta simplex. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Mad Dog. Mad Dog way ahead of everybody else. Let's see. Mad Dog with a winning bid of 46. Okay, let's do another fun bid. Now we'll do a giveaway in like 1 or 2 items actually too. 20 Leuci hormetica grossi, starting bid of $1. The Mega Glow Spot Roach, the largest glow spot roach in culture. I don't know if it's the largest species out there, but definitely the largest in culture. Somebody asked about care for the soror. It's basically the same as Florida skunk roaches, but maybe even a little bit drier. Hawaii is a surprisingly, like there's parts of it that are moist, but a lot of the coastal areas where this stuff is introduced is actually pretty dry. Hence the huge fires that happened there a couple of years ago from the dry subtropical stuff. I don't even know if you know, I don't even know if tropical islands exist. Like there's a lot of these like really dry xeric islands in the Pacific. But I think actually there's probably a lot of Southeast Asian islands are probably very humid even up to the coastal areas. Obey the Snarf says, I've started seeing some more roach variety at local shows, which is awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't know the feeling. Replantation says, I fear the Australian fish and game. Well, Melanozosteria soror, again, it's introduced to Hawaii, which is where our stock came from. So we have quite a bit of interest in the grossi. I'm going to get our next giveaway item ready after we'll do one more roach after this, then we'll do another. We'll do one more and then one giveaway. We'll do a giveaway, and I got to come up with a good giveaway. A good giveaway. Always difficult. What is a good giveaway question other than Mankind 3? And The Undertaker, Hell in a Cell, 1998. I suck at trivia, evidently. You should ask that one again just so I win, he says. What's crawling the wall? There's something on the wall? I don't see anything. Could have been a fly. Is there something on the lens maybe that looks like it? I see like there could be a black spot. Oh no, that's on my screen. No, I don't seem to see anything crawling the wall. Again, it could be just a fly or something. Oh, it's the nail again. Give us dumb folk a chance. All right. Grossi, we're going to wrap up. Going once on the Leuci Hormetica grossi. Going twice. Sold. To D-Great Hyper Carry with a winning bid of 95. A snipe, hyper snipe carry. D-Great Hyper Carry. Crazy steal and a good snipe from D-Great Hyper Carry. Okay, we'll do one more that buys me enough time to figure out the next giveaway thing. We have 40 Versatria Rotheye, starting bid of $1. Roth's giant burrowing roach, starting bid of $1. Oops. Well, what's our trivia going to be? I got good Kyle trivia. Tess asked me about the tokays that I let go in my basement, which have been there for 3 or 4 months now. And I let them for pest control because I dropped a glass tank full of pallid roaches and let a couple thousand out into the basement. Fortunately, nothing seems to have come of it, but I just got them to help manage that. And they are so chunky. They are so chunky because I don't think they even really went after the pallids much. I think that some of my Blaberus distanti bins have open lids, and I think the tokays just go over and help themselves. And I have never seen bigger tokays before in my life than the male. I need to catch them though. I think, especially with the move and all that, I will need to catch them. And I also wonder if I'm pretty sure it's a male and female, and I wonder if the female's like got an egg stash somewhere that she started on. So I will end up with lots of farmed baby tokay geckos potentially, which wouldn't be so bad, honestly. But all right, here's an X for the Rotheye, and I had a question and I lost it. Nope, I have it again. Okay, we're good. All right. Going once on the Rotheyes. Make sure you put your periods on stuff. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Behijager with a winning bid of 46. All right, giveaway time. This giveaway is for 2 adult pairs. Grumpha, Dorina, Portentosa, LLE, Mahogany. And the question is, how many bones have I broken? I think somebody got it. It is Owen Johns again with 0. I have never broken any bones in my entire life. Owen Johns, are you stalking me? You just seem to know. Yeah. And other people? I should have clarified it myself. I've also never broken somebody else's bones, so that's also true. So congratulations, Owen Johns. You get 2 lovely pairs, adult pairs of LLE mahogany hissers. Look at that female. Her face is actually lighter colored. What is this? I just got something popped up on my YouTube stream saying to continue, we need to confirm it's really you. The extra layer of security helps keep your account safe. Guys, I might have to drop the stream for a second and get this to go away because it's taking up the screen. So I'm gonna peace out for a quick second here. Let me record this here really quick. So again, congratulations to Owen Johns again, getting a free box of all kinds of bugs. All right, here we go. I'm refreshing. Leave the page. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm glad this reconnect feature is working. It's saving me from so much pain. We have another group of these. I think this is the last group of this species. We have 50 Ergola species Borneo, starting bid of $1. The Ergola species Borneo. We're back on the saddle. We also have how many things left to go through? At 144, we can do this. We have after this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 1 giveaway. There might be a giveaway hidden in here too. And I even have our top of the hour thing that everybody's going to go crazy for and defeat each other for. So Charlie's saying the mahoganies are gorgeous. Yeah, I would say Dan did a lot of work. He got them started. But at this point in time, I've been working with and improving them longer than Dan was. So maybe they'll have to be called RC mahoganies soon. So... all right, here's an X for the species Borneos. X for the species Borneo. And things are going pretty well today for the everything. Things are going pretty darned well. All right, going once for the Borneos. Going twice. Sold. To Inverterrarium with a winning bid of 44. Inverterrarium, blah, blah, blah. Terrarium. Winning bid of 44 bones. Okay. Next up, we're going to do 30 Luki Hormetica Horchata Subcincta, starting bid of $1. The Reed Glow Spot Roach, as we all discussed and agreed upon in a live stream long past regarding common names for stuff. No termites. Yeah, sorry, Jordan Henderson. Hopefully I'll have the Pacific Dampwoods available soonish, and I could have done a split of the Silver Beach Arenicola, but it was extra work, and I already have a lot of bugs to do, so I'm working on it. And hopefully, I got a group of Reticulotermes hesperus alates. They're taking their freaking sweet time doing anything. They've been sitting in chambers for months, not doing anything. I'm like, I don't want to raise termites like this. Starting with alates is like the worst. It sucks. So in the future, wherever I can, I will always start with worker termites and just go from there. It's so much faster. Any web spinners? Oh yeah, we're gonna have some web spinners tomorrow. Spin your webs. Here's an X for the Subcincta. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To WW with a winning bid of 55. WW, I think pretty sure that's your first auction win? If it is, congrats. Congrats on your first auction win. Hopefully it's something you really wanted. We got some more hissers coming up. Everybody loves hissers. We have one of people's favorite hissers. We have 40 Elliptorhina javanica, starting bid of $1. 40 Halloween hissers. Right there. Get them. Have a big colony. Have lots of them. Try to breed for like the 2 colors that they have. You know. Let's see. My flavipes are going crazy right now. Reticulotermes flavipes. I think I theoretically have a colony of flavipes too somewhere. It's just the fact that it's a gigantic species complex doesn't make things any easier. But W Bama style AGRW, congrats! Your first this auction and first auction too. Also, Obey the Snarf, waxing poetic about the beauties of Elliptorhina javanica and how gorgeous they are. They are quite gorgeous, I must say as well. Beautiful pictures here. Pro Memer putting some of, I think, his pictures into the ring. There's the X for that. Eric, thank you for posting images. You guys are just a huge help while I'm running this stuff, all of you. It's I really do appreciate it. All right, the Javanica group going once, going twice, sold. To Tammy 121 again with a winning bid of 70 to Tammy Tamitha. I don't know if Tammy is short for Tamitha. Winning bid of $70 from Tammy 121. Really getting some roaches. Just like was it JS Vana was getting a bunch of isopods yesterday. Tammy's really getting roaches today. Oh, we do have one more Puntatus group. Okay, we're gonna do a group of CF Doralea species, Philippines, starting bid of $1. These are nice. They seem to be a bit easier than Orani to take care of. We don't even know if they're Doralea, but nice, shiny, small size black roach. Oh, the quantity is important. It's 30. Edit for quantity. Everybody's just like, yep, we want them. It could have been 1. We want them. People saying photos don't do Javanica justice. I agree. Oh, Bama style, no, like 4th. Okay. The Bama style AGR now that looks more familiar. So, but congrats getting something this auction. Charlie says, you're so excited for the next Bugapalooza when you're all set up and have the funds. Yeah, that does make it more exciting. Though if I'm against Hemorrhoid, I'll never win anyway. Eric Matthews saying Doralea. Did I spell it wrong? No, it's spelled right. Okay, here's the X for the species Philippines and our beautiful picture provided by our photo gallery bot, but ultimately coming from TJ. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Mad Dog with a winning bid of 32, beating out Joy just by the sheer time aspect. Not even by bid, but by the time. Just got in there just a moment before. Sorry, Joy. You don't get to experience any joy, I guess. Next up. 50 Hemiblabera tenebricosa, Northern Florida Keys, Florida, starting bid of $1 for the tenebricosa. We've had these going for a couple of years now, and definitely one of my most cherished roaches, which was acquired by some absolute gigachads and their antics in quest for cool bugs. And it is a legend. The legend will be sung in perpetuity. Testing, I heard something about he's possibly being Doralea magna. I have TJ never say anything like that to me, but if you're on Facebook and people are discussing it, then you're more in the loop than I am about that. Jordan Henderson asking, is it easier to start termite colonies from workers? yes, has been my experience, at least with Reticulotermes and Zootermopsis and Neotermes. So that's my opinion. Caleb asking, why do these look so different than orange zebra? Well, they're solid, so that's a big part of it. Eric Matthews wants the castle building termites, so you can have them build a castle in your room. Obey the Star says, is that the ones from the Muscle Doge meme? Yes, it is. It is those two ultimate Giga Chads. And it is the same care as the CF Rose and I. Look at those beautiful bugs we would not have if it were not for some extreme efforts taken by two extreme people. Oh, I put two X's, sorry. Going once. Going twice. Oh, the sun. Sold. To Hatted Tenacity with a winning bid of 60. Good show. Very good show. Hatted Tenacity and everybody else who participated in that section. Okay, we're getting down to the wire here. Next we have some 30 Arenivaga species, Sahuarita, Arizona, starting bid $1. The perfect companion for Venezillo Arizonicus. I keep my Venezillo Arizonicus with this colony, actually, and they both do very well together. They were found together in the wild. They're like two peas in a pod is what they are. We got Charlie Bug 3, local basement bug hoarder sees the sun for the first time in weeks. Yeah, I mean, I went outside and actually looked around my yard for the first time in weeks. Yesterday when Will was here, and I was like, when did all these plants come up? When did spring happen? Like, what year is it? It's pretty bad. I need to get out more, honestly, but work life balance needs improvement as always. Alan found albino Venezillo Arizonicus. Alan, get them going, please. We need that so it can be confused for a bunch of Southeast Asian Cubaris and bad things happen. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Joy with a winning bid of 35. Joy and Circa really going back and forth here, I feel, with some stuff. A lot of back and forth, which I like to see compared to sort of the lull that things were in earlier. All right, this should be a good one. We have a group of 15 Thorax Porcelana, starting bid of $1. The vampire cockroach. This is the only group of Thorax that will be available in this auction, as a matter of fact. So if you want Thorax, if you want vampire roaches, here's your chance. Eric Matthews says, didn't have much luck with my Arenivaga or any luck. You can always contact me and we can workshop that. We can workshop getting you to be successful with Arenivaga, because everybody deserves the joy of keeping Arenivaga. Every human being, everywhere on the damn planet. Oh yeah, we got some good stuff. We got some real good stuff here. How many giveaways? We got 2 giveaways. 2 giveaways here. Jeez. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there have been more giveaways in this Bugapalooza than most, I feel. Is there going to be Ergala Cappuccina for today's auction? Yes, they will be in the next batches of stuff we do after my break at 3, but there will, or 2:30, whatever happens, there will be Ergala Cappuccina in the auction today. All right, here's the X for the Thorax Porcelana. Glock roaches, people who are posting pictures, are you having good results with your Thorax? Mine kind of went into a lull, and I really quickly moved them to a new setup, or refreshed the setup, and they're doing really well now. So I'm just curious. I want to make sure they're in good standing in the States because I guess a lot of people were having problems with them. All right, going once on the Porcellana. Going twice. Sold. To Barnacle. Oh, Barnacles with a winning bid of 80. Barnacle just shoving joy out of the way. Can't believe this. Winning bid of 80 from Barnacle. That's definitely your first blood, your first win at this auction, and that's one to be remembered. Just out of nowhere, out of the depths comes the Barnacle. I will explain the thorax stuff in a moment. I want to get another roach up really quick. Joy isn't Joy anymore, he said. 20 Blaberus, CF Chacoensis, Pantanal is the locality. Even though that's a huge area, it's better than nothing. Starting bid of $1. These were gone from culture in the U.S. for a while, and they have since resurfaced. We have them again, and a good number of experienced roach people are having good results with them. So I think we're probably set on them for now. Like, we're not going to lose them. Eric Matthews asking why thorax are called the vampire roaches. Because the babies have specialized mouth parts for drinking fluids from the mother's body through her back. So there's that picture that somebody posted in the Discord where you see all the little babies on her back, and they're actually basically sucking her hemolymph, sucking her blood. And that's the only way if they're removed from the mom at the first instar, they will die. They don't have chewing mouth parts. They can't eat anything other than drinking the mother's hemolymph. And then once they molt once, then they lose that and they're actually able to take care of themselves. But that's why they're called the vampire roaches, because the babies are vampires. So it's good to hear that people's thorax are doing good. And also, I'll make this point as I like to when I can. All the inbreeding people, our thorax all come from one female, as do our Elliptorhina davidi, as do, I got to think of a couple other things. Javanica might actually come from one female too. I haven't been able to get in touch with the person who told me that or suggested that, though. Here's an X for the Chacoensis. My Arizonicus and my Benetensis don't have any supplemental heat. They're just in the room and the temperature goes up all the way into the 90s like it did the other day. And then sometimes it goes all the way down into the high 60s or sometimes low 60s. And it just fluctuates. And that's a reasonable range for a lot of stuff. All right, going once on the Chacoensis. CF Chacoensis. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Ice Beam. I'm refreshing though. Not going to start writing just yet. Let's see who it is. And it is Mad Dog with a winning bid of 37 coming in there. Mad Dog, you. Winning bid of 37. Okay, next we're going to do a group of 50 Panesthea, Angustipenis, Cognata, Cambodia, starting bid of $1. No rotting wood required. Use fuel pellets. I haven't updated the site to add the information that I've learned over the years now that Panesthea will do just fine on raw fuel pellets, like the hardwood fuel pellets. You can literally just feed them that, like use it as their whole substrate and just feed them that and they're fine. They do like when you supplement with apples and dog food and the typical roach stuff, but for the bulk of their diet, that's fine. Dubias, I think. Obey the Star says either one female or like 3 of them. Yeah, I don't know that, but I wouldn't doubt at this point with anything. Somebody's saying Sweet Home Alabama. Yeah, I mean, it's like that with so much stuff. and people don't realize that. Isopods too. It's, you know, they make assumptions. Glock Roach says, I was having trouble getting the thorax to eat, but I made a fish flakes dog food pollen mix. Now they are. Yeah, mine eat dog food, fish flakes, and I've been giving them fruit jellies and a little slice of apple. I think they like leaf litter. They were found in the crotch of a tree with a lot of leaf litter accumulated, so that's kind of what I went off of for that. And a lot of Rhabdoblatany, Epilampriny really like leaf litter, so that's also how that factors in. All right, here's an X for the Panestia. I'm going to write hardwood for the fuel pellets. Very easy. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Joy with a winning bid of 65. All right, Joy. Hopefully that brought you some joy. Let's do a giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway for one adult pair, Gramphorhina portentosa masola, and no, Panestia do not smell in my experience. What's the giveaway going to be for these? What was my first? What was my first roach species? Provide the proper Latin. All right, Eric Liu, you got it right away. All you had to do was copy paste. Eric Liu, it was Gramphorhina portentosa. As with many people, especially at that time, that was the gateway. But it was actually portentosa from was it leopardgecko.com? Ronald Tremper. I don't know if he still sells them, but he had like a roach box special where you could pay like $20 or $30 and you would get just a priority mail box with just an egg carton slammed in it and like 20 adult hissing cockroaches, and it would just be shipped like that to you. And I got it on like the coldest day of the year. It was like -7 out or something like that, and they all arrived just fine. So see, a lot of people are second this, also the first species. So congratulations, Eric Liu, on your win, your copy paste victory there. Those were Tennyson's second species, apparently. All right, we have 50 Ischnoptera rufa Costa Rica, starting bid of $1. I think that the Ischnoptera rufa that are supposed to have occurred around Fort Lauderdale are probably extinct. There's no INAT records of anything from there. I've gone looking for them a couple times, and no dice every time. So I think there might be some isopods in here too. I mean, it's fine. Everything can go together, obviously, but that's a good picture. Eric Matthews' first species was Blada orientalis. I'm so sorry. Charlie says, also currently my only species, hopefully I can get some Regularis if I don't get sniped again. There's at least another group of Regularis coming up, not soon, but tonight. Could I add an order to my auction winning, says Jordan Henderson. And yes, you most certainly can. Here's an X for the Rufa Costa Rica. Has some potential as a feeder species. A lot of Ischnoptera do. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. to looks like Mad Dog. And also, everybody, refresh your YouTube. Make sure you refresh your YouTube. Make sure you do that. Sold to Mad Dog with a winning bid of 25. I didn't even copy paste that. It was so hasty. A good deal on these. All right, next up is a group of 50 Gyna. Just regular Gyna. Gyna. Starting bid $1. Nothing special other than they're special because they're roaches. Just regular old Gyna. You love them. Nobody hates them. You gotta love them. Charlie's thinking about ordering some Regularis. Yeah, that's fine too. Exotic Willis asking about more A insignis, and yes, there should be more A insignis coming up. Some monkey says, and your mother made you feed one to your lizards. Yes, my trauma, my trauma of my mom forcing me to feed one to my lizards to show, well, I want to see that these things actually eat those. I will never forget. I will never forget that roach. I remember the color, the size, the shape, the everything of that moment. That is how it stuck with me. You just never know when that's going to happen in your life, you know? So, oh yeah, we got some good stuff going on here. Listen, everybody, we all screw each other over sometimes. We're all mean. Bad stuff happens. It's the world we live in. You know, it happens. You can dwell on it, or you can get over it and get everybody on the same page and do better together. That's my opinion. All right, here's the X on the Gyna. Oh, now people are waking up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Tammy with a winning bid of Tammy 121 with a winning bid of $30. A really good deal on this group. And Tammy again bulking out the Roach collection. You love to see it. All right. Now for something I don't know if I've actually offered before. We have 40 Uricotis Floridana, Northern Florida Keys, Florida, starting bid $1, the largest and darkest locality. I don't think I've offered these before. They're from the same place that our Tenebracosa come from. And maybe I did a blog post a while ago. These also, the first ones that I had, actually, one of them hissed at me. And I need to antagonize the current ones in the colony to see if it's a trait that more of them share. Somebody's saying, try me, pal. Pick. I swear I had a pic of these somewhere. I thought I did a blog post on them. Can I see blog posts? Blog posts. I swear. Maybe Floridana, if I look for that. I could have swore I had a picture of them somewhere. I don't have a picture on hands unless somebody else does. Oh, this is embarrassing. Let me see. Maybe I have one on my phone. Let me see if I can remember when that was. This was. When did I first receive them? That would have been. All right, guys, I'm working on it. I'm searching real hard here. This is all the way back when I was doing the the redo of the website, the Roach Care Guide. Are those they? No, that is not they. Where are these bugs? Maybe January? I'm not seeing. Oh, wait. Yes, I have a picture. I have a picture on my phone. All right. Thank you, photo gallery. I do have a picture on my phone also, if this helps anybody to decide. Holding the phone up to the webcam, just genius. Be like right there. Come on, focus on the darn phone. Come on. Nope, not gonna happen. Oh, never mind. There you go. So yeah, the darkest locality and also the largest. All right, that was a lot of fanfare. I would show the container right next to you, but they're mostly small and medium nymphs is the problem. It doesn't give you the idea of what they actually look like. Okay, here's the X. We took a chunk of time on that, but it was worth it for these guys, I think. All right, going once on the Floridana. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 40. I think we're going to be good for time, everybody. I think I'm going to be good for time. Okay. Next, we have 50 Blaberus Gemma from Key Largo, Florida, starting bid of $1. I love that I finally figured these little dudes out and have them reliably now because it was a struggle for a while. Let's see. What did you do to that phone screen? It's 4 years old, so that's part of it. The OtterBox is falling apart. It's been accidentally thrown at the ground, intentionally thrown at the ground, all kinds of things, just absolutely beaten up, and it's definitely time for a new phone. Well, maybe not definitely. This thing's served me well, and it's still going. Why not reward such valor, such tenacity? Here's an X for the little gems. So here's how this is going to go. We're going to do a giveaway before the last item. We have 4 items before that we're going to go through. And then I will take an hour and a half break to eat, stretch, Kyle, whatever things I got to do. Will should be coming home pretty soon. And then we'll be back at it this evening. All right, going once on the Gemmas. Gemmas. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy, 121. Tammy really fleshing out the Roach collection here. I enjoy that. Really getting you some good roaches you may not have otherwise gotten or been interested in, but now they are accessible because of their approachable price point at the auction. I like that. Okay, we're gonna do a tiny roach, and this is gonna be good too. We have 30 Plectoptera Powei from Big Pine Key, Florida, starting bid of $1. This is the Florida beetle roach. Somebody's going to want these. Might be a candidate for tossing in with another roach species to really get them going, but they have been finicky. This is not a beginner, straightforward species of roach. That is 100% for sure. So don't get these unless you're ready to really flex your knowledge and your skills with raising roaches, especially. I must advise such a thing. Somebody's saying phone auction. When you guys want my old phone? Here's an X for the Powei. Charlie's going to try cleaning out some shelves for more bug storage. Eric Matthews, how do I find what I bought? Can't remember. Well, I have it all recorded for you in a convenient Excel sheet. So don't you worry your precious little head about that. It's all recorded. All you got to do is reach out to me and say, hey, this is my name's. What do I owe you? What did I get? And we go from there. All right, going once on the Powei. Going twice. Sold. To Behijager with a winning bid of 65, blowing everybody else out of the water. Congratulations, Behijager, on your supreme overlording of the situation. All right. Now we have a little something that appeals to broader audiences. We have 50 Thuria petaveriana, starting bid of $1. Just your standard domino roaches, a big old pile of them. You got plenty of adults that are starting to emerge also to be kept in mind. Behijager go crazy. All right, we've got a little bit of interest. And again, I will remind you all that we are down to after this, 3 roaches left for this section. 1 giveaway and then break. And, I'm going to start getting the sign ready for that, I think. And copy paper. You can always use more copy paper. Okay, sign's made. Again, the petaveriana situation is a situation. I may do a formal live stream on that in the future. But it is the entity which we have called petaveriana that has been in the United States for at least 2 decades now, maybe more than that. All right, going once for the Domino Roach group. Going twice. Sold. To Unenlagia with a winning bid of 94. Unenlagia showing up today. Hey, there we go. Somebody, again, out of the woodwork, coming in to say, hey, I really want those bugs. And there it is. Okay, we got some rare roaches coming up here. Some rare coveted style of stuff coming up. We got 20 Panchlora. Species white. No, just kidding. TJ would come home from Italy for that. If he knew those were up for grabs, he would do anything to get them. 20 Panchlora species Guadalupe, starting bid of $1 for the Guadalupes. The artist formerly known as Petrovariana. I can't spell, apparently. That's okay. Sometimes I can't either. I wonder if I can get some TJ pictures for the Guadalupes. Thank you, Photo Gallery. I think he was maybe calling them like the old banana roach or something like that, like the overripe banana roach or something like that, because some of them do get these like brownish markings on them. I don't know. The ripe banana roach. Yeah, that's pretty fitting. Kind of makes me want to eat a banana now I think about it. So here we have an X for the Guadalupes, if you like them. This species likes high humidity and a good amount of wood. A lot of Panchlora like wood in their substrate. This species seems to prefer higher humidity, and the wood seems more integral to keeping them happy than it is for a lot of other Panchlora. So, going once, going twice, sold. To Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 45. Thanks be to Bob. Bob, not Bo. Bob, sobbing. Sometimes it happens. Nothing personnel, kid, as they say. Okay. On to our last couple things here. We have another group of our last group, I'm pretty sure, of Paraspherus punctatus Macau, starting bid of $1. This is, I'm pretty sure, our last group of them up for grabs today. So if you want them, get them. Any Olagrangiani today, or I may have missed them. Kind of like my Gyna curse, there's always one Thuria that's not doing as good as the others. And right now that's Olagrangiani. So I'm working hard. They're not doing bad. Just not good enough to do a big auction group of like the Regularis and the Petrovariana are. I'm really working hard to try and turn them around because everybody wants the one I don't have available. When I didn't have the Regularis, everybody wanted them. When I don't have the Olagrangiani, everybody wants them. That's just life. Any Sculpturata today? No, unfortunately, I'm working on bulking those out. Like they are in critical need of me having a huge, gigantic colony going. So I'm putting a lot of effort into getting lots of them. But I will keep in mind for a summer auction or late spring auction that there's interest in them, and I'll try and put a group up. Charlie and Bob are Panchlora enemies. What a fascinating concept. Here's an X for the Paraspherus punctatus, our second to last roach up for grabs in this section. And I think you guys all know what the last roach for grabs is going to be up tonight. I think everybody has an idea of that. I think. I don't know if you guys know what roach is going to be up for grabs shortly here, but all right, going once for the punctatus. Going twice. Sold. To Barnacle with a winning bid of 90. Barnacle again, usurping those around. The Barnacle from the depths on the mighty whale of large bids, he doth emerge. All right. We're going to do a giveaway. And this is a giveaway exclusive item. These will not be up for auction. This is giveaway exclusive here. We have a group of 10 Gramphadorina portentosa, the giant size project, yet to have a finalized name. This is a giveaway exclusive. So again, I'm not claiming that these are going to become giant size. This is stock from this project that I've been breeding up for a couple of generations now. There is a YouTube video. I did a live stream where I did maintenance in the office once, where I had this absolutely massive pair of portentosa on my hand. And this is stock descended from them. There's no guarantee that these are going to be that big, but this is the same stock that I'm picking out of to keep that line going and keep breeding up the size. So I don't have my little metal ruler in here anymore, but these portentosa, they are the biggest ones of these are quite huge. They're starting to rival the largest Oblongonata and Princessia that I've seen. So, and the question is, what is my favorite pop brand? And I think about this because I just, hi Tank the Tortoise, good to see you. Kyle Jr.'s out in Holly. I kind of had to cobble this together to get into this room and make everything happen. I think about this because I just ordered 2 24 packs of the stuff that I really like for auctions, and that's it's sitting on the porch right now, and it's that brand. Nobody's gotten it yet. It's kind of bougie. It's kind of bougie. Somebody has commented the cactus cooler, cactus or whatever, the ranch water has been a very good casual drink for me, but that's alcoholic, so it's not really a soft drink, a pop. Ollipops are pretty good. Poppies are pretty good. It's not LaCroix. There's another one. I know I've had them on stream before. 100% for sure have had them on stream. Not AHA, though those are pretty good. Not Coke, not Pepsi, not anything. There's one. Somebody's got to get it. Somebody's got to find it. It's called soda. You shut your mouth, you non-Midwesterner. Aqua Fresca, no. Behidjager! Behidjager's got it. It's Zevia. I love Zevia so much. So good to drink them. It's guilt-free. They taste good. No calories. Delicious flavors. Some of them even have like not natural flavors, but they actually have the actual thing flavoring them, like the ginger and the root beer ones actually have ginger in them. So there you go. Mac and cheeses, you were close, but Behidjager got it. It is Zevia. And Behidjager, don't you already have a group of the Giants for the Giants from me? I can't recall. And yes, it does have stevia in it, stevia sweetened. Yeah, Behidjager, didn't you get a group of the Giants from me already? If you did, I guess this is more stock for you to pick from, but you know. So there you go. Congratulations. Somebody says recently became allergic to ginger. That's unfortunate. Yes, now it's exclusive. I had to monopolize that, huh? So, all right. Something's stuck in this, making it not slimy. Our last one for this section, we have, maybe somebody could have seen this coming, 15 Eucharidia Westwoodi from Yunnan, China. Starting bid of $1. Here we go, everybody. Here's something good. Of course, Civ starts with $1. Just throw it out there. Just see what happens. While you guys are going off on this, I'm going to get a piece of tape for my little signage. And actually, I can carry these out now, too, I suppose. All right, I put a Zevia into the freezer for me to have in a couple of minutes on my luxurious break where I'll eat some pistachios and lay on the couch and think, I am tired. How am I going to do the rest of this? You know, $1 for Luxiv, thank you. People want Blatella. Which Zevia is it? I got the caffeine-free cola, and I think the other one's creamy root beer, which is pretty good. I think I like the ginger ale one more, but I got the creamy root beer. So some discussion on diapause. My Linglongs didn't need diapause. Yasumatsu's didn't need diapause. There's discussion on the Westwood Eye. My colony was not doing so well. TJ was kind enough to send me some more. I am critical that diapause is necessary. I'm even critical that it's necessary for most Parkablata, even though I used to be strongly in the camp that it is necessary. So, I don't know, couldn't hurt to cool them down over the winter. You know, I think that's what Martin does with his, where there's just a natural temperature cycle that they respond to, but I'm not sure. Anyways, here's an X for the Eucharidia Westwood Eye. A good item, I think. Bob Lazar says creamy root beer is the GOAT. Yeah, it's pretty. I have to have two because I get tired of one if I drink too much of it. But if I alternate, then I kind of always am getting my sweet fix. Siv says the amount of times I put a sparkle water in the freezer, I have it in a few minutes and forgot about it. I did that with another drink the other day, and it exploded, and I was so mad at myself for forgetting it. Iden Sheriff says, while we are on this, do you give your Hilaria diapause? Nope. And they breed like nuts. Just absolutely crazy year-round, no stop of the production of the Hilaria. All right, Westwood Eye. Let's wrap it up. The last of our bids before the break and then before the end of Roach Day. Let's get this going. Westwood Eye, Eucharidia, Yunnan, China, Bug, going once. Going twice. Sold to the lucky winner, which is Circa with a winning bid of 140. Congratulations, Circa, on winning the what was this, the top of the hour, the bottom of the hour, the half of the hour, for winning that bidding, the little bidding war you had going on there. Good job. Thank you, everybody, for $130 for Made in China Must Be Tariffs. That's a meme that was pertinent for a while. And actually, to be fair, I haven't kept up on the tariff stuff. I don't know if I heard that they were up and then they were going up more and then they were cut back and blah, blah, blah. So I have no idea what's going on right now. This is my life at the moment. Is there tariffs on cockroaches? A wonderful question for another time. All right, everybody. There we go. We've wrapped things up. I think I'm going to give myself a generous hour and a half break. So we'll be back here at 4 for a solid 4 hours of roaches, 4 p.m. Eastern, including our climactic end to the Roach Day, which I know we're all just sitting on the edges of our seats for. So yeah, thank you for making Roach Day so far really good. It's always really good to spend some time with you guys, even if I get tired and I complain. And today is going really good, as yesterday was going really good. So then we hope tonight goes really good, and tomorrow also goes really good, which I think it will. So, all right. I will see you guys all after I eat and relax for a wee bit. So. Howdy, everybody. I'm back. I need to use the bathroom. I basically went on the couch, ate some food, and conked out. So now I'm just going to get everything out of this tray, run to the bathroom, and we're going to pick up right where we left off. And we have a special thing going on, too. We've got a special thing, actually. As soon as I finish getting all this stuff out here, oh, I got the sleepies, guys. Just laying down and deactivating for a minute. Made me sleepy. Made me real sleepy, guys. Daddy Roach is late. Oh, hey, look, I have the creamy root beer right here. Ah, all right. So let's give things a moment, wait for some people to file on in here. Somebody's got a picture of a loose roach from something hobby. People are talking about bidding for my armpit hair. Just catching up on what you guys are saying in Bid Central. There's some gnashing of the teeth over not getting certain bids and some other things. When someone offers Kyle Roaches on Discord. Oh, this is some good stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure what the picture from Circa is all about of the roach upside down. But, okay. Let's see, I'm going to remind everyone. Bidding resumes. I'm going to go in general. We're going to spam it to the heavens. And I see I have a lot of new friends, a lot of friend requests on Discord. Let's just go ahead and add all of those. And we'll respond to them in a bit. Oh. Creepy Crawly Commander, you can change your display name just as long as if you win anything, you let me know what the old one was, what the current one was, all that stuff. So without further ado, let's get into this. We got, we're going to quantify it. It's going to be scary to quantify, but we got 8, 13, 18, 22, 27, 32, 36, 40, 41 roaches left. And that's that. That's actually that for today. 41 roaches left. And then tomorrow we pick up with everything else. Actually, 42 roaches left, actually. Somebody has volunteered something up for auction that I think you guys are going to like. So let us begin. We're going to start with, while we wait for people to trickle in here, we'll start with something a little on the lighter side. Yeah, we might finish earlier than yesterday if I don't sit here and flap my gums, but we can take a little bit of time, and then I get to go see my beloved hounds out in Holly tonight, and then drive back. All right, we begin with 40 Rhyperobia Maderi, the Madeira cockroach. Starting bid of $1. We had Capeloi earlier. Dr. Hemorrhoid wants them for $5.99. We'll round that up to $6. The facetious $6, $5.99. And let's see what else we have. We got some fun stuff coming up here. We got all kinds of things. Let me try and curate this for everybody. Actually, this came out in a pretty good order. This one stack was actually looking pretty good. So we'll put an X here to get this moving along. Any questions, comments, concerns? What did you guys do while I was gone? It finished. It felt like I was gone for a couple of minutes. It's just, time just flew by. Time flies when you're laying on the couch, half asleep with your mouth open. Feet pick auction. That could be a good thing for tomorrow, maybe. Maybe that could happen. Has he done isopods yet? Isopods were yesterday and also tomorrow. Isopods will be tomorrow. Something has come up, and between 1 and 3, I'm going to need to take a break. And then I can go as late as necessary, basically. But between 1 and 3, I'll be taking a break. So after 3, we'll get to isopods, and then after isopods will be grain pests, and we're just going to go as long as we can tomorrow, basically. They better be counted exactly from the head of a doll. Crab emoji, cake emoji owes me those doll hairs. Well, that's between y'all. All right. Going once on the Rhyperobia. Going twice. Sold. To Glock roaches. Sharpie, very important. Glock roaches with a winning bid of $33. All right, next up we have something we haven't really seen before. Haven't seen much of. We have 30 Luki Hormetica Vericosa from Venezuela, starting bid of $1. Somebody's here looking to desperately hurt themselves for a feeder colony. We'll see how that goes. We might have some of that mixed in here. I see some giveaways already hanging out. Oh. I wonder if I can find a picture of these really quick. of the Venezuelas. Maybe TJ has one. Let me do what I can. Ooh, what is that? I'm working on it, guys. I'm trying to find the only place I think might actually have a picture. It's not really the best. Here, this is the only place I can find a picture unless TJ has a picture on his blog. Okay, TJ's got pictures. I think there we go. TJ's got some pictures. The wings are a lot more like of a dark brown color than on the U.S. Stock of Leuci hermetica varicosa, which could even be one of the two other lines of varicosa, or it could be a mixture of them. Don't actually know because we don't know anything about the origins of the U.S. Varicosa. It happens. Did I put an X yet? No, I put an X. So, yeah, seems to be in general darker than the U.S. stock, hobby stock. All right, going once for the Venezuelas. Going twice. Sold. To D Great Hyper Carry with a winning bid of 56. Tying Isopod, and Jay Boogly just coming in a little late with that $60 bid, a $56 winning bid from D Great Hyper Carry. Okay, this is going kind of quickly. That's okay. Everybody's getting good deals. We're having a good time. We have 50 Elliptorina. Chopardi, starting bid of $1. A big old group of Chopardi species, which I've said multiple times has fallen out of favor. They were much more popular when I got into roaches. And they're great. I like them. I found a whole $100 when I was cleaning, so I have money for looks like maybe one single bid, says Charlie Bug. That'll go pretty far with some of these things, though. You could be looking at 3 to 5 colonies of some of these roaches with a crisp, clean $100 bill. We've got some interest here. Again, lovely little guys. I'd like to maybe read for the orangish reddish pronotum on some individuals. I just have so many things going on. It's hard to really focus on individual projects sometimes, but I think it would be worthwhile. Here's an X for the Chopardi. We'll probably do a giveaway at the end of this little section here of stuff. Yeah, we got some good stuff here. It must have just been kind of weird. The first round of roach stuff was a little underwhelming, and now I feel like we're really hitting the pace here. All right, going once on the Chopardi. Going twice. Sold. To Jay Boogly with a winning bid of 60. Really sneaking there. And Beetle Pixel is back. The legendary Beetle Pixel has returned. Taranchi is going to scream. Jay Boogly, your first win at the auction, I think. Winning bid of $60. Yeah, your first one at the Bugapalooza this time around. Good job, Jay Boogly. Congrats, Mr. Boogles. All right. Continuing with the Leuci hermetica, we're going to do another group of these because I finally got them figured out, and they're doing super good. We got 20 Leuci hermetica grossi, starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1 for a group of 20 Leuci hermetica grossi. Charlie's complaining about being sniped for bugs, so it would seem. Somebody asked, Kevin Santiago asking if I'm out of ivories and Panamals. I think we've done everything that can be tied to Pantanal so far. We ivories, I think there's 1 or 2 more batches of them lurking somewhere. And who was I talking to about getting me getting back my Limon Province Blaberus? Somebody had a crash. Kevin, was you with the Limon Province had a crash. I'm trying to find who the person was. I contacted the other person who got some from me. If you're that person, if you have Limon Province Blaberus posticus, please get in touch with me. I need them again. And there's no other way I can get them other than to get them from somebody who got them from me. Here's an X for the gross eye, the largest glow spot in culture. Everybody, get ready to type in your final bids. And they have to be whole numbers. I think we updated that rule at some point for whole numbers. But anyways, going once, going twice, sold to D-Great Hyper Carry with a winning bid of 80. D-Great Hyper Carry having some big hyper carries this final round of roaches here with the winning bid of, again, $80 right before Jay Boogly came in. D-Great Hyper Carry. That's a lot to write out. Okay, did I go through a stack yet? No, I did not. All right, we have 40 Panchlora. Everyone was counting the change. Panchlora species, Redlands, Florida, starting bid of $1. These are from that papaya farm that no longer, they cut down all the papaya trees and they're farming something else now. I don't know what they started farming, but the habitat is gone, so likely the Panchlora are gone. But they probably cling on somewhere in the adjacent area. There's some discussion of, I think it was Panchlora exolita was introduced to Florida or sparingly reported or something like that. I doubt the Florida Agricultural Department is paying attention to the different green roaches introduced. But yeah, so these are some sort of unidentified other species from Florida that isn't Nivea. Here's an X for them. So same care as Nivea. Again, just something a little different. The males and females, they're a lighter color than Nivea are, and I think it was also they lack the spots on the wings too, which is why I think maybe Nivea or Exolita was the species they could be, but I'm not confident enough to put that on there. All right, going once for the Panchlora species Redlands, going twice, sold. Two, looks like Jay Boogly, we're going to control R because we have a new contender in Plastic Animal here. Let's see, Plastic Animal. And it is Jay Boogly once more with a winning bid of 55. 55 from Jay Boogly. Somebody woke Jay Boogly up, and now you will all pay for it. He has returned. Somehow, Jay Boogly has returned. All right, next up we have a group of 30 Gramphidorina portentosa Masola, the wild locality of portentosa that came in a couple of years ago from lab stock or culture stock in Europe. We have finally a wild strain of portentosa, and they are as wondrous as the species they describe. Eric Liu asking for any Ectobidae species Malaysia. I'm going to go get just a couple cups to write some recommendations on for some things. Okay, so we got to do some of the venoms. We got to do some Americana venoms here with magic potions mixed in. We'll do 40 venoms plus MPs. My Malaysias actually need some time to recover. I put them in a new setup, and I used the wrong type. I used walnut sawdust as substrate, and that wasn't a good idea. They didn't really like it. But I can do you one better. What is that? I have what's probably the same species, but a different locality and color form of it that's doing fine. Let me try and find them. Oh, we just had them ID'd. Blatella parilis. So it's likely species Malaysia is actually a Blatella parilis. So we'll do an auction for some of these from Shaman, China. We'll do like 100. And then we'll leave one up for grabs, a mystery something or other here as well. So there we go. Got you guys a little bit of the stuff you requested while I know I have a good amount. Here's an X for the Masolas. So we have you ever gotten your hands on velvet worms? No. Believe me, I've tried. They're quite the difficult thing to get your hands on right now. Sorry, I asked if I was the original collector of Cave Creek Canyon Iacensis. If I recall, the first batch that we collected was Alan collected most of them, and I think I kind of grabbed one or two here or there when I was slipping rocks and stuff, but Alan would definitely have been the one to do most of the work for those. And Tess asked about the Chiricahua setup. I have them on an inch of sand mixed with some prilled dolomite. I think I put some leaf litter and stuff in the back corner in case they wanted some fiber. And then I put a bunch of pine cones in there for them to hide in. And then I put the food, which is apple, fruit jelly, dog food, fish flakes on the dry end. And then I just kind of spray them whenever I remember. And I focus spray in one of the back corners to make sure it stays moist enough for the eggs also. All right. Going once on the Masolas. Going twice. Sold. To Isopod with a winning bid of 69. Nice. Come on, guys. You gotta give them something. Isopod. You gotta give them some love. There we go. Give them the finger guns and everything. So Isopod. ISO pods. Winning bid of 69. All right. We're going to keep going down that stack before we get to this other stuff. Now we have 30 Blaptica dubia pyrite. I actually packed these up thinking they were ambers, and I had to correct myself when I got to the cup because they're actually pyrite. Starting bid of $1. This is the Gold X standard hobby stock dubia, and then selected to be more yellow in the nymphs. This is not John Frost ambers. They're two very different things, actually. People ask about Paranopterix. There should be some Paranopterix. Elevigata should be coming up. Eric Lou, since you asked, we'll do some Detersa because I do have quite a bit of them right now. We'll do a group of that, and that'll be it for the requests for the moment. And yes, Alan collected them, got them going, and then sent them to me. So should I write Alan and Kyle as the collector? I mean, you could technically, you could just give the credit to Alan though. Frog those exacts that I had to do it over the Masolas. And Zen Monkey says, I don't think we should let a dude named Isopod buy roaches. It is illegal. It is against our rule. All right. Oh, thank you, Photo Galley. Those must be from TJ of the Pyrite. So I'm working on crossing those to the ambers and seeing what happens. I think there will be some unique results. So here's an X. Again, these are not the ambers. Do not confuse them with ambers. Creamy root beer. All right, going once on the pyrites. Going twice. Sold. I hear Will here. I got to go say hi to him. To Arbs. What's this not going? There we go. Arbs with a winning bid of 31. A steal for these guys. I think they were a bit slept on here. I should have hyped them up more, but I got to go see Guillaume to touch base with him now that he's back from the event. And Arbs, congrats on your first Roach Crossing Bugapalooza win in this session. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to put something up here while I'm gone. We're going to do, this is a 15 count. This is the only group of these available as well. This is a 15 group of Blaberus giganteus, starting bid of $1. So I'm going to leave that up while I go touch base with Will and go from there. So I will be right back. All right, here we are back again to see who wants a nice group of Giganteus. Chris Sniper wants the group of Giganteus. Here's an X for those. Let's see what people are saying. Don't seem much different in the photo. I was originally gunning for Levi Guy, but I couldn't pass up really cool locale-specific Portentosa. Neither could I. Sid says, my pirate look very different from my Amber. I just wanted to see what they look like mixed. Yeah, I think there's some high potential there for creating something very interesting looking. All right, going once on the Giganteus. You guys are flirting with the retail value of them. Just keep that in mind. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mango with a last-minute winning bid of 93. $93 for some of this stock of Giganteus, one of my oldest roach colonies, actually, and aren't they lovely? Okay, next up. Hey, where's Charlie? Because we got a group of 50 Thuria regularis here, and Charlie really, really wanted some Thuria regularis, and here they are going up again. So here's your chance, Charlie. I hope you're still there wherever you are. Here's your opportunity, your grand opportunity to be something, to get the Thuria. Never seen an overpay before in the auction. I don't think I have either. Oh, you missed the emerald roaches then. To be fair, is for 2 adult pairs, which is you will make that money back if you look at it as an investment pretty quickly. Somebody did an instant 60 bid. Yeah, Bob Harrison, Charlie with the 61. You guys better watch out. Charlie found $100 while cleaning, so you got to watch out. We'll put an X here to Bob from Taranchi. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. I haven't made that joke in a while. All right. Going once on the regularis. This could get bloody. Going twice. Sold. To Mark Darby. Darby coming in with a winning bid of 90 ahead of everybody else. Mark Darby. Congrats, Mark Darby. I think that's your first auction win, too. Congrats, Mark Darby. Darby. All right, we have 50 Polyphaga. Someday I'll get them, Charlie says, longingly someday. Polyphaga aegyptiaca, Sinai, Egypt, starting bid $1 for this basically supersized looking Arenivaga. That's, Polyphaga is like supersized Arenivaga, It's funny. It's a joke. It's a roach person joke. You have to be a roach person to understand. Evan says, these were all I wanted. Heartbreak. Lots of FOMO. What does FOMO mean again? Forever FOMO, anxiety and exciting or interesting event may currently be happening elsewhere, often aroused by fear of missing out. There we go. Thank you guys for jumping to that. Lots of fear of missing out. Like an exciting event is happening elsewhere and I'm not there. I am there. You are at the Bugapalooza on April 26, 2025. This is the place to be at the Bugapalooza for Roach people. It is the place to be today. I was here, chat. I was here. Amanda says, you going to have any little Kenyans? We need some for our chameleon babies. My little Kenyan colony went into a slump last fall and is just now pulling out of it. So there will not be any little Kenyans, but hopefully soon. Some people asking about more Eucharidia, more emeralds. Will the unidentified Uricotas come with a 10 count? Who woke you guys up? Now you're all chatting all at once. I think there's another group of Chapardi somewhere in here. There's actually quite a few hissers remaining. All right, here's an X for the Aegyptiaca. Yeah, there's actually quite a few hissers remaining in this group. And I think in a couple things we're going to actually do a special bid promoted by one of you folks to help get some bugs out there that you guys want. Chat. Everybody saying Kenyans on eBay from Gigaflare. Hi, Gigaflare. I don't think I've seen you before. I don't think. If so, welcome. I like this. His bid doesn't have a period. Goodbye, guys. No. That's beautiful, Dewey. Thank you. Absolutely beautiful. All right. Going once for the Aegyptiaca. Going twice. Sold. To Joy with a winning bid of 67 because D Hypercutter did not put a period. So Joy is the winner. So close. Yet so far, it's the little things. All right. 100 Blaberus, Blaberus, discoidalis, Banana Bay, starting bid of $1. There's an oof, ouch, each, my bones potential reference there with the oof, the old Minecraft hurt noise before we had the sexes in Minecraft. Oof. Somebody asked about more Giganteus. I think that was the only Giganteus lot. We have something close coming up, though. Close. Charlie has experienced a great loss. I'm being said hi to by Gigaflare. And Karen Babcock asked if I will have centipedes. We will have at least one centipede tomorrow. But that's tomorrow. This is Roach Day is what we're at right now. This kind of looks like, I realize this kind of looks like a cigarette. I got my booze and my smokes here. Roach Day is very Slavic, I suppose. It said Monkey saying centipedes are like millipedes with spice. Here's an X for the Banana Bays. Bay Boys. Old Bay seasoning. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like JoJo, we're going to control R. I have a feeling it's JoJo. I have a strong feeling that it is actually JoJo. It is JoJo with a winning bid of $50 from JoJo. Is that a JoJo reference? We're going to do a giveaway in a minute here. We're going to go to this. We have another group of 30 Polyphaga Saucerai, starting bid of $1. If you like the Egyptiaca, these are like them, but even bigger. Thank you for the Jay Googly for the JoJo reference GIF. I appreciate that. I appreciate pretty much every reference that is brought before me in the chat. We've got quite a few people getting generating buzz here. Barnacle's asking about mantids tomorrow. Yes, we'll have some mantid egg cases. Maybe not what you're hoping for, though. Charlie Bug says he's engaging in classic Midwestern behavior. Yay, pizza's about to arrive. Oh, I love some pizza, but I'm watching my carbs. I'm watching them. Amanda Reddy asking, any more flower roaches? I think we got some of those coming up somewhere here. We still got plenty of goods coming up here. So stay tuned, stay posted. Here's an X for the Saucerai. Somebody's got to go crazy over these. They're just like gigantic. They're like 2 or 3 times the size of Egyptiaca, guys. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dr. Humroyd with the winning, wait. Yep, winning bid of 55 to Dr. Humroyd. Doc Humroyd. Decisive. Now I got a giveaway, but I gotta think of something good for it. So we'll do one more thing in the meantime. We're gonna look at these here. This group of 30 Paranopterix. Here's the Paranopterix for whoever was interested. Lirata starting bid of $1. My other Paranopterix are coming out of a slump, so they will not be featured here. So this is the only Paranopterix that we have is the Lirata. Somebody says, except they just look like my ivory nymphs. You got to see one in person if you haven't already. It's a very different roach, trust me. There's some enthusiasm that doesn't need to be curbed. I got to think of the giveaway question. What am I going to ask as the giveaway question? We've done funny wrestling memes. We've done Kyle preferences. There's got to be... I'm going to ask somebody at random. I'm going to ask somebody for a question at random. I'm going to scroll up and see if there's a username here. Maybe this is what I'm going to do. Maybe not. Because then that means they can't stick the giveaway on the wall. I don't know what that means exactly. Geez, how is this all? I need to get a list of this stuff ready long before the auction and go from there. Somebody asked about pirates. Glock roaches says he got, but Glock roaches, that means you can't participate if you have the answer. The giveaway is for 20 Theria pettiveriana, 20 domino roaches giveaway. And I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do as a question while we wrap up this auction, while we have the X in the chat. What is a good question? About me? Oh, how about my family? That's a good question. That's a good thing to think about. All right, the Paranopterix lirata going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of $60. To Bebop. What a bop. All right. And the giveaway question is, what company does my dad work for? Let's see. Silence in the chat. Amazon, John Deere, Kroger, Verizon, Amazon, Lay's, Ford, Barnacles, you got it. He is an employee of the Ford Motor Company, won by Barnacles. Congrats, Microsoft. Yep, he works for Ford Motor Company doing executive level technological support. So congrats, Barnacles. Maybe just knowing where I live would be, that's Ford or an auto industry is a solid guess, maybe. Somebody said T-Mobile. Careful not to dox or let people know enough to be able to social engineer you. I think that is public knowledge. I think you could probably look that up and find that about him. That's the other thing, is with a small amount of digging, you could find a lot of that sort of information, short of my personal preferences. So, and let's be honest, if you wanted to do something bad, you'd be surprised. If somebody wanted to do something bad to somebody that I knew, I'm sure all of that information is very available to somebody with even an iota of motivation. All right. Next up, we have a group of 40 Elliptorina javanica. This might be the last group of javanica. Might be. Not 100% sure, though. Might be. I think maybe I only packed up the 2 of them. I think. Uncertain. Don't make it easy. It attracts hacks. I will keep that in mind. Even most security questions about childhood pet names. That's true. It's funny because the bad thing about those security questions is some of those change over time. Like, just as I get older and I look back, it's like, actually, no, I like this pet was better or something like that. And then it's like, oh, I guess that wasn't the right answer. That isn't what I answered 5 years ago when I made this. But yeah, I also noticed with those questions, usually it's like, what was your mother's maiden name? What was the name of the company that you first ever worked for, type stuff? What is your Blaberus chacoensis setup like? It's a 5.5 gallon tank. There's about 1.5 to 2 inches of my yard rodent compost on the bottom. It's kept kind of dry. The bottom layers of the substrate are moist. The top layers are dry. There's a polycarb over about 3/4 of it. And food is dog food and fruit jellies. Any Loboptera today? I think we do have some Loboptera coming up. I'm pretty sure. Somewhere. Maybe we'll do that stack next. I might have them in it. Maybe. All right, here's an X for the Javanica. Smoke them if you got them, everybody. All right, going once on the Javanica. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 73. Phil D getting in on some Javanica here. Wait, shoot. It's Evan. I gotta fix this. I'm getting tired, guys, already. Edit. Evan 4805. Evan 4805. Evan 4805. Which is also Evan's first blood at this auction. Congratulations, Evan. And I clicked the wrong thing. Winning bid of 74. We must strike Phil D from the record. Evan 4805 is my best friend now. Okay. We're going to do 50 Euthlastoblata abortiva, starting bid of $1. Oops, all the way back up to the start of the spreadsheet. That's not very good. The fragile roach, I'm always very tempted to call it the abortion roach. How are the Lake Placid Arenivaga doing? Well, the ones that I just collected are doing fine. I actually still need to check on them after setting them up. The other Arenivaga floridensis from that area were also doing pretty good. Tampa's are doing okay. I think they're all going to do better over the summer, I think, with the higher air humidity. One of those things that really helps. Billy asked, what jelly do you use? The Gingin brand mango fruit jelly I use for everything that I use it for. Will there be micro roaches, or did I miss some already? Oh, we got a couple of those coming up, actually. The abortiva could probably pass for micro roaches. This is also a good species to toss in with random other stuff because they're very hardy and they're actually quite pleasant. And thank you for linking to my blog post about them as well, Eric. We'll put an X here. I think I'm going to go get another pop pretty soon. One of my beloved Zevias. And yes, these are native to, I think they might be endemic to Texas, or like Texas and a small part of adjacent Mexico, which is something I don't often think about them. All right, going once on the abortiva. Going twice. Sold. To Reptipets by Elena with a winning bid of 35, just beating out Double Z Reptipets. Okay, we're going to do, while I go get my pop, I'll put up 40 pseudo mops. Septentrionalis from Tulsa, Oklahoma, starting bid of $1. A lovely, you could argue they're native to the U.S. because they're having natural range expansions. Native-ish cockroach, one of the first coveted native cockroaches that popped up on like Roach Forum. So popular and so coveted that it was I think it's still on the little logo banner thing for Roach Forum, actually. All right, I'll be right back. Zevia, my beloved. All right. Frognose asks, hey, Kyle, how big are the Masolas? I locked in on those. I'd seen invertebrate dudes before and dig locale specific. You mean how big do they get, or how big are the ones that you're receiving is the question. Mine died without breeding. What did I do wrong? I need to see the enclosure. Taylor Foy wishing that more roaches weren't climbers. It's fine if things climb. It's as long as you have good containment protocols. What is annoying is when something is tiny and climbing, because then they can get through holes and then they get stuck in barriers and all that other stuff. So large climbers are nice, like Diploptera and hissers and Uricotis, except Uricotis nymphs can be very good climbers beyond what they should be able to do. What's another one? Darapeltis is pretty good for being easily contained. Vittata are evil, says Billy, with respect to their climbing abilities. Very amusing. All right, here's the X for the Pseudomops. Almost going once. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 56. Philly D. You definitely won this one. Phil D, 56. Okay, I think we're going to do just a couple more things, and then we're going to have something very special. Let's do a micro, quote-unquote, micro roach real quick. Oh, hey, Charlie, if you're here, just a heads up, I see a Thuria regularis with a giveaway mark on it. So do keep that in mind, Charlie, dearest. All right, now we have a small problem because I'm realizing these micro roaches are actually getting out of the thing that I packed them into. I don't know if this will have an effect on the plot or not. I'm going to have to check these before I ship them out. So, with that being said, we have 100 plus Compsodies, Schwartzi, starting bid of $1. Ask Alan, but these should be Pina Blanca locality. I'm pretty sure Alan collected all these at Pina Blanca one time, a long time ago, almost a decade ago. Back in the legendary year of 2016, the world was a very different place. Dr. Hemorrhoid really wants these, I guess. I don't think anybody's going to challenge Dr. Hemorrhoid for this. Gigaflare says, France, we use PTFE or Insectislip. It's less sticky than petroleum jelly. See, I don't even use petroleum jelly, and I've used Insectislip products in the past, and I hated them. They got gross and muddy. They were difficult to apply. They ran. Stuff climbed right over them somehow still. So I think it was Ryan who showed, Ryan sent me an article on a barrier that he's using for springtails that seemed very promising. I might look into that for some things in the future. Somebody said at least they dry up into nothing rather than infesting. Charlie says, hey, it'll hurt even more than all the other giveaway losses. Charlie, how about you tell me something that you're good at or you know a good amount about. I'll try and bias the trivia for you. Owen John says the Gigaflare, the zoo I worked at, I guess, used to use that for their ants, but since just changed to some sort of car oil, had to apply 2+ times a week. Then, the frequent applications is what makes me not like the other products. All right, going once on the Compsodies. Going twice. Sold to Dr. Hemorrhoid. Madness. Madness? This is Sparta! That's an old meme. I'm dating myself now. I'm going to be an old man before I know it. Okay. Here we have the closest thing to Giganteus that's going to go up in this auction since the Giganteus already went up. We have 40 Blaberus species, Honduras, with a starting bid of $1 for the Honduran cave roaches. Again, a little easier than Giganteus. Almost as big, but definitely not the same size. Charlie Bug C, I'd still blank on it. Brain shuts down with trivia. Well, my brain shuts down with picking trivia, so I'm not sure. Oh, now I gotta pick trivia again. There we go. Personal information. I try to find some obscure fact that can't be challenged, and that's the difficult thing. All right, I got a good one that I was able to find really quickly. I wonder if there's a way for me to, no, I don't know. Get AI to give you some trivia. Let's try that, actually. Let's see. AI, give me trivia. AI trivia generator, okay. Topic. Don't say Hitler, don't say Hitler, don't say Hitler. Venezuela. We want, let's see how this goes. That's the problem, though, is if it can be created with AI, it can be solved with AI. No, I don't want to subscribe. I just want answers, questions and answers. It'll just give a wrong answer. Why doesn't it have an answer for this last one? That seems like something they should have an answer. All right, I got one. What was Hitler's favorite roach? Well, I can tell you one thing. It wasn't Heterogomodes hebraica. I can say that with certainty. We'll put the giveaway up here. We're gonna do this. Where did the thing go that had the giveaway written on it? What did I do with it? I just saw it. Here it is. Okay, we're gonna give these away. It's for a group of 20. The Regularis giveaway. And the question is from AI, which famous waterfalls are located on the border between Venezuela and Brazil? Will there be a second group of come? So Tennyson, how did you get that so fast? Literally, were you there to like Google it like that quickly? Is that how you youths work now? You can just navigate technology in a split second? I don't even know how you did that. Did you tell me what just happened, please? Because I can't believe how fast you did that. Like I see the videos of the 3-year-old on an iPhone navigating it like they're like a seasoned fighter jet pilot touching all the control buttons or something. Somebody says Angel Falls is fairly well known. Okay, so Charlie, if you knew it was fairly well known, then why didn't you do that? It's also a particularly tall one, such an advanced spot. That's the one from the movie Upright, says Owen Johns. I don't know. Tennyson just speed ran it. ChatGPT says there aren't actually any major waterfalls on the border between Venezuela and Brazil. Up was based on it, if I recall correctly. See, this is the problem. It's telling me lies. This is the thing is what's the proper amount of car batteries a human should consume a day? And it'll be like, oh, the healthy amount is less than 1. So you could eat half of one, and then it would probably be like, yeah, you could eat half of one. You'd be fine, dude. I got to rant about some more AI in a second here. I'm going to put an X for the Blaberus species Honduras, though, and we're going to wrap that up, and I'll put the next thing up after that. I'm a little rattled, a little fuddled, duddled. All right, going once on the species Honduras. Going twice. Sold. To Rockin' Roaches with a winning bid of 80. Congratulations, Rockin' Roaches, on your knockoff Giganteus, which are still really cool, honestly. Let's not undersell how cool these are, considering the size and the ease of care. There's Tennyson's victorious thing. Let's do the 30 Arenivaga species, Texas Canyon, Arizona, starting bid $1, believed to be the species closest related to Floridensis. I can't remember what species that was, but I think TG identified them as the species that's closest related to Floridensis. Billy says, watch him do it, and I still think he's a bot. That's funny. Allie says, I'm on mobile. I can't type fast enough. Obey the Snarf says, I think I recommended that the correct number of rocks to eat a day is one small rock. What if it's onto something, though? What if we're the dumb ones? What if, like, you get trace minerals from eating a rock every day that you're normally missing? Like, what if that's how it is? Kevin Santiago asking if there's more of these. Probably the Honduras. No, that was our only and last group. And Charlie Bug says, even without the auction giveaways for Regularis, they're on the RC site for sale. So I can just order a couple and pray they breed. One small salt pebble, says Circa. Dat Boy says you do. Barnacle said, when I was anemic, I craved rocks. That's also very interesting. What you think vitamin supplements are? Powdered rocks, bro. Yeah, it kind of blew my mind learning that your daily dose of iron in cereals that claim they have it is literally iron shavings. Like, I was like, okay, come on. Like, this is actually a little crazy. Depends on whether you consider grains of rock salt a small rock. Exactly. So maybe it's actually onto something. I don't know. All right, here's an X for the species Texas Canyon, and we are really clearing out the rest of the queue here. We'll do a utility thing, and then I'm going to let me touch base with the person who offered something. Let me just copy paste. Behijger, I have sent you something on Discord to look over and see if that's cool with you. All right, going once on the Texas Canyons. Going twice. Sold. To Inverterrarium with a winning bid of 35. Inverterrarium. And somehow these do better for me than Floridensis does, despite supposedly being the sister species. So what are you going to do, though? Complain? I'll do that all day if I'm permitted to. I will. Watch me. You have watched me. You've watched hours of me complaining, as a matter of fact. Okay. And guess what, guys? This is coming off because I'm getting a little toasty in my gray outfit here. Okay, what bug is crawling in my hair challenge is a good question. Okay, here's something utility 100 Pycnoscelis CF Surinamensis Thailand, starting bid of $1. Just something a little utility, break up some stuff while we're waiting for a major thing to be figured out here. All right. Everybody, one of our members has decided to grace you with some beautiful roaches. So we're going to go ahead and do that next. Here's an X for the Thailands. just while y'all are thinking, and Photo Gallery has provided a picture. Chris Sniper bids the number 3, not the value of 3, but just the number 3. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 30. He was telegraphing his bid. You missed it. He was doing that. He was being fair. He was being a good sport and showing you what he was about to type. But instead, you did not heed the warning. Well, that's okay. Maybe you're saving up your monies for what is about to come because, all right, Behijager has very graciously offered to put up a 10 count of Pseudoglomerus magnifica Kuk Fuong. I'm going to just post a little disclaimer here. There two things. So read this over really quick. I'm just going to say it out loud. This item is a Behijager item. You will need to discuss shipping costs, terms of service, lag, live arrival guarantee, etc. with Behijager. Please get in touch with him to confirm final details and payment for your order. So I'm just doing this to get some more Magnifica up and into the auction space. So Sunlight Glare doesn't play well with bidding, says Zen Monkey. We will have some Simon Doa. People talking about the Kyle's leg locality carpet beetles, which we will have available later. This will get easier as you age and our eyesights begin to fail. Surnames are winged. I didn't know. Yes, the adult surnames are winged. All right, here we go. Behijager. We have 10 Pseudoglomerus magnifica Kuk Fuong starting bid of $1. And this is, again, you got to contact Behijager. Don't look at me. I'm not even putting it in my records. This is just he kindly offered, and I'm just helping to facilitate the movement of roaches between vested interest individuals. I'm going to do a couple of these things next. Ooh, maybe we do the super duper special thing. Somebody's saying I'm out. Bobber needs to put a period in there. Rockin' Roaches with a 170. 169 Crab Cake is in the lead. Bobber needs a period. Reptipets Bilena with almost a winning bid. I would think of 200. I don't know if anybody's going to touch that, but I could be wrong. Bobber says 210, but no period. Bobber, I hope you're paying attention because you could be losing here, and it could go by the wayside. We're going to put an X here and get ready to wrap this up. Everybody's seen the tragedy. Okay, nobody's talking about it in the YouTube live stream. That's good. That's okay. All right, here we go. Going once on the Magnifica. Going twice. Sold. And the winner is, when the dust settles, let's see, because there's some stuff without periods here. Let's see. The winner is Phil Dresty. Phil D with a winning bid of $237. Congratulations. There we go. And again, Bobber, you got to put periods after stuff. It's in the rules. You got to read the rules to participate, et cetera, et cetera. But you were close at 238 there. So close. But Phil D is the victor. All right, now we return to some Roach Crossing stuff. We're going to do 100 Neoblatella detersa starting bid of $1. We're going to do these. We had a request for these, and I do have a fair number of them, so they're up there for grabs. Somebody wants them. Obey the Star says, will the Kyle's X's Brothers Filthy Car locality be available? They're not doing so hot. I don't even actually know if they're still going in the container, but this kind of happened once before, and I just topped it off with popcorn and kept putting dead bugs in the hopes that any that are around will survive and enumerate. And that's just what I'm just going to keep living on a prayer, and we're just going to give it time and see what happens, because this has happened before. And I'm now starting to think about switching my Trogodermas over to a different setup. I had them in these larger containers, and I feel like I'm not getting as good a production. Well, the variable are doing great in their container, but I'm thinking about maybe switching over to keeping them all in 32 ounces with cloth tops, and then in the winter I just slap a plastic on top of that, and in the summer I take the plastic off because of the air humidity, so I don't get grain mites. So I'm thinking about changing things over to that, and so I'm not sure about the X's filthy car. So if somebody has that locality, hold on to it and keep them going for me. Health Fitness Adventure said, do I pay Behidger for the roaches if I win? I didn't see that until now, but whoever, with those, you need to contact the person whose name I put in the disclaimer, because I'm basically just being the auctioneer for somebody else's stuff. So you'll need to contact them. Glockroach said, I had one of these in a shipment from TJ. That's funny. Here's an X for the Detersa. We got a little bit of interest. Very good, fast breeding, hardy, tiny feeder roach. All right, going once for the Detersa. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy. No, it's OG Original Gecko with a winning bid of 33. OG Original. Winning bid of 33. Wow, this pile is really coming down. Okay, we got some good roaches here. Oh, let's finally do a group of these because people have been asking for them. We have a group of 30 Elliptorhina Levigata. Starting bid of $1. Here they are, the V-horn hissers. Finally, I think that there's one more group of them here somewhere. Pretty sure there's one more group of them. So don't be too upset if you lose, but if you lose the second one, then yeah, be upset. Macropenesia rhinoceros. Bob Lambert asked, oh, I think there might be some of those. They were in the promotional material after all. And what kind of monster would I be to deny you guys from bidding on things that was in the promotional material? How many more pest species of roaches like smoky Australian blat? Oh, we got to do a Blatella. I got to go get. Well, we have a Blatella, actually. We need a different Blatella. I'm going to go. Give me a second here. Yeah, we'll do a Blatella. We'll do a Germanica chocolate, like a 60 count. And we'll do something really special, a Vega White Eye. We'll do a 20 count of those. And there's our Blatellas. We have another Blatella too, but these are kind of the more traditional Blatellas. Can I edit the bid to 69 for a nice number? You could if you want to lose. Here's an X for the Levigata. Somebody was wanting these. Somebody else was wanting them. Here they are. So, all right, going once for the Levigata. V-horn hissers. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 75. This is a good idea. You didn't waste your time to edit that because you wouldn't have been able to place a winning bid. Winning bid of 75 to Exotic Wilderness. Okay, and let's do another Elliptorhina. This is the only group of these. We have a group of 30 Elliptorhina Davidii, starting bid of $1. Often considered the rarest hisser in culture, although in terms of pure stock. That honor may belong to Groundford Rhino Oblongonota at the moment. Kevin Sandiak said, we auction something like Red Runners soon. There aren't any Red Runners in this auction, unfortunately. I am bulking up my numbers for commercial purposes. So that being said, I do have a lot of them right now. Small stuff, and in a couple of months there'll be even more. Man, Xavier Willis is going to be broke after these. Phil D and Tammy too. Will there be Smoky Browns? I need to send out a good size order of those actually, so there will not be any Fuliginosa, unfortunately. But stay tuned for the other good things. Here's an X for the Davidii, a good group of Elliptorhina Davidii. We're just sitting here and waiting. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mark Darby with a winning bid of 100 out of nowhere. Mark Darby of the Darby Brothers. Darby winning the bid for the Davidii. Now, hold on to your seats, Roach folks, because we have another coveted Roach right here coming up next. There is only one group of these for this auction. That is a group of 30 Simondoa Conservarium, the extinct roaches, starting bid of $1. And go at it, my childrens. Go at it, my childrens. A lot of Simon Doa Chads showing up to share their pictures, it seems. I like that. And guys, we are really... we're getting down to the last of the roaches here, and it's not midnight. I can still see the sun. This is great. I'll actually sleep tonight and have something reminiscent of a work-life balance, although, to be fair, I've been working nonstop since Monday, basically, to get all this stuff ready and facilitated. So, you know. All right, here's an X for the Conservarium, everybody. Get ready to rip guts out. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 77. Beetle Pixel emerges to make a bid. Winning bid of 77. Beetle Pixel's first and only win at this auction so far. He's returned for rare roaches, and this is one of them. Speaking of rare roaches, I have yet another first-time release coming up here. If you guys are ready for it. Something ne'er before seen. And that is a group of 10. 10, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I gotta spell everything out properly. A group of 10 Neolaxta Macarassi from Kuranda, Australia. Let's see if there's even actually any images of Neolaxta on the internet. I like Zen Monkey pointing out I give away Simon Doa for free all the time. Anyways, Neolaxta Macarassi from Kuranda, Australia. Let's see if there's a good picture somewhere. Oh, this is nice. First time offering. You won't find any pictures on Roach Crossing. There's one good one on iNet. You won't find any care info anywhere either, but basically This is a roach that lives under dry bark in the rainforest in Caranda. So the air humidity is really high. There's pretty good airflow, but the actual surfaces that they're living on are dry. So you got to keep that in mind. First time ever offered for sale captive bred individuals of this species. And I bet TJ's going to freak out when he hears about this, maybe. So here's an X for the Macarassi, the Neolaxta. Try your hands at something that very few have. Oh, Exotic Wilderness is getting in on this. I like that. We got any questions about them in the chat? Somebody's saying Charlie needs $58 more in bids for free shipping. Kevin Santiago asking about what's the care like. It's dry bark. I try to spray them pretty frequently. Moist corner, moist area so that they can get to moisture if they need it and not just completely desiccate. And food is just standard roach food. And they've been doing pretty well for me. Not going crazy, but not every roach is going to be a crazy producer is the other thing. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Behigiger. If you'd like to rescind that, you can pass it to Behigiger. You may pass the win to Double Z. If you like Double Z, would you like to claim the bet? 958. You know, we haven't hit $1,000 for. I assume that's Double Z claiming the bet. So Double Z with a winning bid of $101. Wrestling it from Behigiger and his exorbitant spending, exorbitant fat fingering, which happens in the heat of the moment sometimes. So that's fun. Congrats, and we'll have to talk more about how you can do best with these guys. I think the 958 was supposed to be 95 is what I'm thinking. All right, we're going to do a Blatella. We're going to do a group of 20 Blatella Vega White Eye, starting bid of $1. This is from Dauphin Island, Alabama stock. So we got a Vega. We have a Blatella Vega mutant isolated now, which is kind of cool. They are Blatella, so they're pretty fast. But honestly, probably the slowest Blatella species. I'd say Asahina Eye is the fastest, and then you get into like Perilous species, Malaysia, Germanica, and then below that's Lidericalis, and then at the very bottom is Vega. Vega's probably the slowest Blatella that I've worked with. Lockroach is right out the gate with 50. Someone edit, please. I can't imagine the white eyes. Hilarious. All right. Going once on the Vega white eyes. Going twice. Sold. To Glock roaches with a winning bid of 50. Actually, honestly, Circa, that edit is really spot on. It is 100% true to life. They do really look like that. It is that shocking. Glock roaches. So congrats. I just finished up isolating these a couple of months ago, so they're fresh out of the culture. All right, we've got 40 Periplaneta americana Venom, and however many Armadillidium vulgari magic potion pure OG stock fall in the cup during packing. Starting bid of $1. So it could honestly, it could end up being a little, like there could end up being like, I don't know, a dozen magic potions in there, or it could end up being like a lot. So maybe this is your chance to bid on the magic potions and just happen to get some venom roaches with them. Eric Matthews says, scarce them when you have Germans. Yeah, I wouldn't use Vega for it. Asahinai is definitely the more scarier one. I like the Asahinai is downright sluggish. It barely breaks the speed of light. You can almost see it as it teleports. Jacob Ma asking for more Nocticola. I think that was our only count of Nocticola before, unless I don't think I propped up the Austrian zoo one. Double Z asking about Neolax and Macarassi being arboreal. Yes, they're found under like the bark on standing trees. Hyperbeam asking how many items left. That's a good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 roach items left. Actually, 17. Here's an X for the combo Americana and Vulgari cup. We're going to say going once, going twice, sold. To looks like Eric. Jojo, you may have been nudged out by Eric. Eric with a winning bid of 101. Holy. That's very interesting. I think the magic potions, they do just kind of help to keep the Americana in check somehow, either by competing for food or space, or maybe even directly eating ooth sometimes. But, I mean, I still have colonies of both going together, so... Let's we'll put another Blatella up. We're gonna do when you get a reaction from Jojo like that, something's up. We're gonna do 60 Blatella Germanica chocolate, starting bid of $1. Solid brown, but not black. Jojo might be getting some cheap Germanica here. Who knows? I mean, I don't think anybody's ever gotten the min bid. Okay, we got even more people. People are up in the ante a little bit here. People talking about Blatella Asahinai flying along with teleporting. Obey the Snar says, if I had venoms and they got out, I'd be in so much trouble. Apartment manager knows I have exotic roaches and would know it was my fault if they showed up anywhere. My mom would probably send me to the gulag if any venoms got loose, but worth it for funny Marvel roads. What's the temps on the Neolaxta? They're in the office, so it's, again, if I leave the heater on, I forget about it, can get into the 90s, which is maybe once every 2 to 4 months. Average temperature is usually high 70s to low 80s, and then during the fall and summer, sometimes I'll leave the window open, so the nighttime temperature will go down in the high 60s, so it can get pretty cool in there, but more like low 80s, high 70s daytime, high 60s, low 70s nighttime, basically. All right, here's an X for the chocolates. Chocolate! I always hated it. All right, going once on the chocolates. Going twice. Sold. To Calc BC, would you like to concede your bid to Bob Lazar? Bob Lazar, 88, would you like to claim these? Oh, no, no, no. All right. Bob Lazar is the winner with a winning bid of not thousands of dollars, with a winning bid of $29. Bob Lazar, congrats. That's your first auction win as well. And for some chocolate Germans of all things. So that's interesting. That's a fun story to tell at work, I'm sure. Make you lots of friends. Okay, we got another Blatella here. We have Blatella 100, Blatella Parilis, Shaman, China, starting bid $1. Probably the same or closely related to Blatellini species, Malaysia. So somebody wanted these as feeders. Blatella Malaysia's as feeders, and my colony needs to recover right now. So this is a good alternative. They're basically the same thing. Care is the same, breeding speed is the same, everything's the same, except these are more brown instead of the black in the little penguins. So you can use them 1-to-1. Obey the Star asked about the old apartment Germans. They're in a 32-ounce cup still, and I haven't checked on them in a month. So we're going to see on Monday and Tuesday how they're doing. Double Z asking if the Neil likes to eat leaf litter. I haven't offered them leaf litter, but they have bark and they have some wood and rotting wood and stuff too if they need to snack on it. Amanda Ray says, post a flower for me, please, so I don't have to pay shipping on just my giveaway win. You could always, I guess you could Hail Mary it and just ask me, round your total up to something, and I'll throw some plants in there. I don't know. We can work it out. You forgot that these are a household pest. It's German roaches, man. Everybody's got to know that. Eric Matthews says, head still spinning, not planning to bid 101, but I did anyways. And Jose Nunez, hey, Jose, haven't seen you. Hey, Kyle, someone bid 30 on the chocolate roach. Did somebody bid 30? Did they? Oh, Reptipets. But it was after the sold went through. See, here's the thing. Here, I'll copy and paste this for posterity because it shows Lena's came long after. Yeah, on mine it shows that it was Bob Lazar that won. And I have to go with this because when I go back and look through the records for things, that's what it will show. So anyways, looks like Glock Roaches wants the Parilis, so I'll put an X there for the Parilis. Caleb kind of asking if the other thing was the last Blatella. This is, I think, the last Blatella, these Parilis. Oops, sorry, it looks like it was after. Yeah, no worries. Need flower roaches, LOL, not plants. They're here. Yeah, they can be the next thing. Actually, we'll do them next. We'll do the last Eucharidia, I'm pretty sure. All right, going once for the Parilis. Twice. Sold to Glock Roaches with a winning bid of 45 for the Blatella Parilis. Now, I remind everybody to refresh your YouTube so that you can see this next bid's probably going to be crazy because it's a Eucharidia. So I would say, refresh so that you can be ready for countdowns. So we're going to do another group of 30 Eucharidia, Linglong, Guizhou, China, starting bid of $1. And we're off to the races with a right out the bat 50. Bid of 50. I don't think that will stand for very long. Classic Discord. Exotic Willer saying depunctada. When need them finally? Giveaway items have free shipping if I recall correctly. Yes, they do. We're supposed to have a group of punctata. I guess we don't. Well, I did want to put them up for grabs, so you know what? I'm gonna go get another cup and label it for punctata because I did want to do punctata, the UCR strain. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get that. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break while I'm up. Okay, we got punctata now. Let's see where the ling long. Kyle, you called them ling ling. Whoopsies. I'm gonna edit that. Whoopsie doopsie. Edit spelling. All right, here's an X for the ling longs. Kyle, you call them ling lings. Oh, drawn together. I do. I need to watch that show again. Let's see. Little girl roaches punctata when. Okay, we're on the same page then. All right, let's wrap up the ling longs. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like KRM2 out of nowhere. Let's see how this goes. And it is KRM2 with a winning bid of 153. Congrats, KRM2, getting the last Eucharidia group for tonight. KRM2. Okay, because Exotic Wilderness asked so nicely, and I did just get up to get these. A group of 30 Diploptera punctata, University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $1. And Mad Dog seems to want these. Maybe I could have done some Clemson Insectary, but I think I'm going to wait until whatever the next auction is for those. And I'll probably offer those instead of UCRs at the next one. So, and let's see, did my chat freeze? We got a lot of people in here too. I like that. Saturday night, I think this bodes very well for tomorrow. I think when we get into isopods, it's going to be it's going to be zany. It's going to be absolutely wild is what it's going to be tomorrow, especially when we get to the evening isopods. All right, here's an X. This is like every time I get through a little bit of the stack, then I go and grab something else. We'll do a feeder roach next. Somebody was asking for these. All right. Going once. This is the lactating one. That's a great way to remember. Going once for the punctata. It's internal lactation too. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 70. Let's go Milk Roach farm time. Do not use those words in my presence, please. I guess as long as it's organic and sustainable and the roaches are treated humanely. We don't want any factory farm roaching going on, do we, guys? We don't want that sort of inhumanity. All right. 100 Blaberus, Distanti, Ivory, starting bid of $1. We have a gif here of some strange milk drinking. I'm not sure how I feel about that. All right, we're going back on the Distanti train. We are going to be down to our last. Let's get this nice and organized here. Down to our last 13 items after this, guys. 13. We're going to wrap up at a reasonable hour. I'm going to go check on the dogs. I'll actually get to relax a bit tonight. Maybe I'll clean rodents actually. Late at night, I'll clean my rodents so I don't have to do it tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow we'll have a Sunday fun day. Charlie Bug saving his budget for Roach Day, and then you've won nothing. But as long as you're having fun. How do they make roach milk? It's secreted in it's like a placental kind of way, like through the brood sac, I believe. There's actually quite a few interesting adaptations like that in roaches across the board, and there's different ways to do it, like the thorax do it differently and the whatnot. And they don't make roach milk for people yet. They were talking about, well, if an insect makes it, we can probably synthesize it for cheap and easy, and then we can like mass produce it instead of using like mammal milk or something like that. Some chain of logic kind of like that. All right, going once for the disc anti, going twice. Sold. To looks like hatted tenacity. Let's see. It is hatted tenacity with a winning bid of 66. Execute roach milking order 66. Okay, here's something cool. We got a group of 15 Decora Lamprey full Gen COI, starting bid of $1. This is a nice little, I guess it's a rhabdoblated now instead of an epilamprine roach that's endemic to the Philippines. I think it was described kind of recently. Decora Lamprey full Gen COI. Let's see where there's more information. Yes, only described in 2017, actually, so 8 years ago, and endemic to the Philippines, I'm pretty sure. What is care like? People are hesitant with the care. High humidity, but not soaking wet, so you can actually do restricted ventilation for these guys. Lots of leaf litter, not fresh off the tree leaf litter, but not the aged, falling apart, fall to pieces kind of stuff, but kind of the dead, dry brown, like when you go to the Reptile Expo and you pay $40 for the bag of live oak leaves, that, but in a humid enclosure kind of dead, dry stuff. And then the typical roach fare, the dog food, fish flakes, fruit jellies, etc. Photo gallery has a picture. Yeah, that's a pretty good looking setup there. You keep keeping the humidity high. You can see them nibbling at the leaves, all that stuff. That's looking pretty good there. That adult stage is very feline. Fulgencio is something. One of those things is not like the others, I'm noticing. So, yeah, you can keep them with springtails. How big of a setup? Mine are in a critter keeper, and I've been making sure there's super moist areas they can get into to get out of the drier upper layers, and that seems to actually be working pretty well for them. But the leaf litter seems to be key, and the having moisture is another important part. So get yourself one of these nice little Philippine endemics today. Going once for the Fulgencio. Going twice. Sold. To Arbs with a winning bid of 34 for the Fulgencio. That's neat. I think this is a steal. If I was in an auction for these, I think I would have probably gone up into the 80s or 90s. Well, I'm one of the roach guys, so I probably would have just kept going. But if I was a random person, I would have gone up into that for them because of what they are. All right, our last group of Aileropida insignis. 40 Aileropida insignis, starting bid of $1, the pancake kisser. And I might go and get another drink, actually. Maybe my last while we're on stream here. So it would seem. I'll be right back, and I'll get to all the things in the live stream as well when I'm I'm back. All right, let's see what's going on here. Squeeze the boob roach, etc. Please don't keep me up too late for grain pest tomorrow. I got school. I will try my best not to. Exotic wilderness. Wouldn't you need like literal trillions of roaches to even do the roach milking thing? Yeah, perhaps. That's you. I have one more thing off my list. Here it is. Oh, you were looking for the Insignis. And Zenmonkey says, this is a weird auction. He's going to have to start a separate stream at 1 a.m. to do grain pets. Perhaps. Oh, like ahead of time, maybe even. People are getting really up and ready for these Insignis. Can't say that I disapprove of it, but you know. All right, going once on the Insignis. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 77. It went unchallenged by Exotic Wilderness. I don't like that GIF. It makes me very uncomfortable. Okay. All right. Next we have some 20 Princessia Van Weerebecki Old Cape Cod Roaches stock. Is it Cape Cod or Cape? I think it's Cape Cod Roaches stock. Starting bid of $1 for the old. We believe this to be pure Princessia Van Weerebecki stock, of like the kind that I used to have. We believe based on consistency. I kind of fluctuate a little back and forth on it, but as time goes by, I'm being a little more convinced. Eric Matthews says, there goes the food supply at Zen Monkey. Down to just 10 things left here. I wonder how much violence remains is the real question. There are a couple of spicy things here we have not gotten to yet. Ooh, ah. All right, we're going to go through this a bit faster. Make up your minds, folks. And yeah, just like that, I'm going to copy. It's pretty much identical to the old Roach Crossing stock of that. It might be the same line, actually, before things changed. All right, going once with the old CCR stock. Going twice. Sold. Bob Harrison got a steal with 45 as the winning bid. All hail Bob. Okay, we'll do these guys next. We have our last group of 50 Thuria Petaveriana. Just your standard domino roaches. Our last group of Thuria, our last group of Petaveriana. Up for grabs now. We're in the final hour. We're in the final probably half an hour here with what's remaining. And there is good stuff. There is good stuff. Charlie Bug says, I thought I had a chance on that one, but nope, I was the 40 bid and gave up. See, you got to not give up. You got to be tenacious. You got to be roach-like and tough it out and see where it goes. Bob Harrison with a 50 bid of 51. I wonder if that's going to go challenge or not. 65 from B-Bop. Well, we got to light a little bit of a fire, get you guys moving here with an X, because I'm excited to get to the last item. I'm actually excited to get to a couple of the last things here. I'm going to just put those in the back row. We will get to those soon enough, but we're going to try and build up a bit of the hype to the our final act here. That'll go there. That'll go there. We'll do these. Yada, yada. You got to be Roach-like, words to live by. All right, going once on the Thuria. Going twice. Sold. To Rockin' Roaches, beating out Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 73 Beetle Pixel. Just a second too short on that. And you were usurped by Rockin' Roaches. Rockin' Roaches getting some Rockin' Roaches here. Okay. Next up, we're going to do a group of 50 plus Balta. I said Balta, Notulata, starting bid of $1. I can't even remember what the ridiculous common name I crafted for these was. Just use the Latin, guys. Double Z saying, bring out the rhinoceros. Oh, you guys don't have any idea. It will be unlike anything you have yet imagined. You cannot fathom. It is beyond understanding what is happening, what's going on here. You just don't know. You just don't know. All right, here's an X for the Notulata. They should be on Roach Crossing. Let me grab the picture off of there. I just heard Will either groan or moan. I hope it was a groan. The small spotted Balta Roach. We'll just slap this here. Very pretty name. So Photo Gallery already beat me to it. Well, thank you. Could be used as feeders. Could be tossed in with a larger roach for aesthetics. Going once on the Balta Notulatus. Going twice. Balta Notulata. Sold. To looks like Arbs, but could be Tammy. I'm at control Ring. To Tammy. Mad Dog? Did Mad Dog get in before all of it? Oh, Mad Dog. Never mind. Whoops. Mad Dog way ahead of everyone. The winning bid of 50. Mad Dog. Mad Dog with a winning bid of 50. Everybody did. Nobody even saw that. I didn't even see it. Nobody noticed. Kyle, good feeder roach for small lizards / dart frogs. That would be the Balta Notulata that just sold, honestly. Mad Dog. But, we have one more that you could use for small lizards and dart frogs out of what's left. This next one is basically our last good candidate for stuff that, for climbing, we have, you could use, I'm just going to tell it now because these are in every auction. We have a group of Gyna that's going up, and you can use these as feeders for stuff too. Just people tend to use them as pets and not as feeders. But you can use these next ones, which is a group of 200 Oxy Haloa Duista, starting bid of $1. Oxy Haloa. You could use these for small amphibians and for small lizards as well. Very dry tolerant roach. Wow, we really covered some ground today, guys. We did today we're gonna have done like 275 minus 144, 131 items today, about 130 items. So that brings actually our grand total of stuff we'll have done today to about 278 items over the course of the auction so far. And tomorrow we've got at least that much. So we're definitely breaking 400 items tomorrow. So not quite the 500 I wanted, but I will take it. I do not care. Things are going very well. I don't care if I didn't pack up all 500. With 1 or 2 more days of lead time, I probably could have, but it's whatever. It's whatever, guys. Everything's good. Everything's going to be fine. Especially with tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be nuts. All right, going once on the Oxy Haloa. Going twice. Sold. To Fushiguro. Winning bid of 61. Fushiguro. Winning bid of 61 to Fushiguro. Okay, and we'll just get these guys out of the way. Next, we have a group of 50 Gyna. It's probably 50 plus, but I'll just say 50. 50 Gyna Caphorum, often regarded as the easiest Gyna Caphorum. Beautiful blue coloration when they're freshly molted, fades to more of a silvery gray. Definitely, out of all the roaches we have in culture reliably right now, as far as presenting blue, other than the little manatee CF niveas, which my project might die out, but I'll just pick it up from the start again at some point. This is probably the bluest roach that we have in culture reliably is Gyna Caphorum. When they're freshly molted, they're just absolutely beautiful. They're still beautiful even after they harden up. They handle more than crowding. You can just pile them on top of each other. Let's see. Civ saying, hope you grab something real good tomorrow. Owen John saying, real. Charlie's taking the L for today. Owen John says, do we got E. calcarata for tomorrow? Yep, that's in the other section. Caleb Kahn says, will you go in order tomorrow like ice pods, then reptiles? Yeah, we're going to go in order of what's posted there. Between 1 and 3 p.m., though, I am going to take a break to eat and go run an errand. And then there's a good chance we're actually going to go late tomorrow with the remaining stuff in the grain pests. How much time left today? 25 minutes, a half an hour maybe. Civ asked about autumnal equinox isopods. I do have them, but not available. I just received them last month, and I got to get them going. Let's see. The easiest guy says Satchel about the Caphorum. And eyes emoji. Joseph Tolerigo says, I've never seen a freshly molted bee Caphorum, actually. Huh. Yeah, they're very beautiful. You're like after they lose the white, after they sclerotize a bit, they're very beautiful. Eric Mack says, are the different Gyna cares that different? I think Caphorum and Lurida take drier conditions than the rest of them. Well, other than that, they're pretty much all in the same setups for me right now. All right. Here's an X for the Caphorum. The Roach crossing picture is a freshly molted, or not necessarily freshly molted individual, but close to it. I think I put a good picture on my Instagram, maybe. Can't remember. Did I put an X? Yep, I did. All right. The Gyna Caphorum. Let's wrap it up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To obey the snarf with a winning bid, albeit snarf with a winning bid of 58. Obey the snarf. Didn't you have these already? Obey the snarf. I could have sworn. But if you don't, I'm not going to stop you. I could have sworn you had them. Okay. Put them folks away. Next up, we have a group of, you have Cappuccina. I see. You're expanding your horizons. Now we have a group of 30, Groundfidorina, Portentosa, LLE, Mahogany, starting bid of $1. Again, Dan began this line and baton passed it to me to steward and to perfect. And I think I've done just that. Do I have any really good pictures of them? The Roach crossing images are... The females are just getting more and more red over time. They're definitely easier to improve on than the males are, in my experience. So, but yes, you cannot... These are... You can't compare... If you put these next to the stock that came from the Clevelands, they look completely different from them now. They've gone so far down the line in terms of the improvement. So... Brady asked about the Lilliputians. I almost lost them. So I had to put hold back preferential individuals in with the kind of cull or just backup stock. And now there's a ton of them. So I'm just going to start pulling the tiniest males again, pair them with the tiniest females, and we'll run it through another time and see what happens. But the size is coming down noticeably, even with this screw up and the setback. It is coming down. All right, here's an X for the LLE Mahoganies. O and S, these are the ones I got from the giveaway, right? How should I take care of the 4? It's just standard hisser care. They're still Portentosa. It's just a cultivar that we've isolated. So John Doe says, I need to dig through my little manatees and look to see if there's some to separate. I would definitely do that, John Doe. Joseph Tollerio said, I saw one that had a pattern on the wings that looked like a red-shifted galaxies of the Caphorum. I think that's a reference to. All right, going once on the Mahoganies. Going twice. Sold. To Plastic Animal. I think that's your first auction win with a winning bid of 65 to Plastic Animal. Yes, it is. First blood at the end of the Roach auction. Congrats on your first Bugapalooza win, Plastic Animal. I hope that you enjoy these guys. I have enjoyed selecting for them. All right, the final 5, everybody. The final 5. We have a group of 50 Elliptorhina chopardi. Starting bid of $1, the dwarf hissing cockroach. And as time goes on, I'm realizing it's not the best name for them because while it is the smallest of all the hissers we have in culture in the U.S., there is a smaller one. Elliptorhina cocaroleana is even smaller. It's about half the size of chopardi, and I'm desperate to get them. Very desperate. Charlie Bug says I shouldn't have said I wanted them. Joseph Tolerigo is going to post a picture of the Caphorum in the Discord for us to see. I think there is potential for selecting 4 patterns on Gyna. I think there's some strong potential there. Don't know if I'm going to follow that path necessarily, though, but I think it could be done. We could look out and get the yellow mutation in Caphorum and maybe have a really weird-looking roach, although maybe it wouldn't look so cool. Maybe it would look brown or something because it's in a different species. Who knows? So, but yes, a big old group of chopardi, Elliptorhina chopardi. Here's an X, the Roach Rants getting in on the action, taking out Bobber's $30 winning bid at that time, which surpassed Calic BC's testing the water $10 bid. The Roach Ranch is currently in the lead. The 40 stands with the X in the Discord. Let's see how this plays out as we go into the countdown. Going once. Going twice. Sold. And it is D Great Hyper Carry with a snipe winning bid of 45. Coming in at the last D Great Hyper Carry. Coming in the last minute to get in the snipe against the Roach Ranch. D-grade hypercarry, I hate writing out your name. I have to say I hate doing that. It's so long. Okay, the final. We're in the final here. The last 4 items. We have a group of 30 Bursatria Cabrera starting bid of $1. The striped burrowing roach. Like these guys, Bursatria in the last 10 years definitely needs some more fans. They need more folks on their sides. The chat is quiet in YouTube. Everybody's seeing what's going on in the Discord as we all eagerly await, I'm sure, the last item. Second to last. Actually, everything that's left is good, guys, is really good. Somebody's going to want these things. Somebody's going to really want them. Also, like the stream. Please like the stream if you could. Charlie Bug is mourning losses from this wicked Bugapalooza from which no one emerges unscathed. That's how it is. It be do like that. Here's an X for the Cabrera. Maybe somebody will luck out and get the deal of a lifetime on these Bursatria Cabrera eyes. They're waiting. I see a little bit of typing going on. A couple of people are eyeballing it. Maybe they want them, maybe they don't. Maybe they want to fake out whoever else is considering them. Going once. Time to decide. Going twice. Sold. And will somebody get a really good deal? It is Behigature with a pretty good deal at a winning bid of $42 to Behigature. Behigature making that money off of the Magnifica just to turn around and spend it on some other roaches. All right. This is one you all have been waiting for. Somebody asked for them earlier. We have 50 for the first time in maybe a year and a half. We finally have some Ergola Cappuccino available. Starting bid of $1. My colony should be completely recovered from its crash by late spring, early summer. I guess we were in mid-spring, maybe even arguably late spring. So probably by summer proper, we will be completely recovered. Elsie asking about Balta Noculata setup. It's pretty dry with a moist corner. Lots of bark for hiding under. A substrate matrix for the nymphs to hide in. Food is fish flakes, dog food, fruit jellies. I go sparing on the apple. I try to give them a lot of fruit jelly because they seem to prefer it. Caleb Kahn says, I'll go out to Texas and catch some pest roaches. Just go out and catch fun roaches. You don't have to catch pest ones out in Texas. Go and catch fun ones like Adaphila and those brown panchlora and all that jazz. Health Fitness Adventure says, I'm still waiting for the Argola Cappuccino. Well, you don't have to wait anymore. Dewey says, I should have brought back the Snells I found in Texas. Owen John says, they're so interesting looking. I've never seen these before. Yes, they are. They fell out of fashion as the larger Argola species Borneo, aka Big Black Beetle Mimic, grew in popularity, but they're just as easy to care for, a little more colorful. Everything else is pretty much the same, but these guys were actually around for longer. These were, I think 2009, these popped up on Bugs in Cyberspace. And my stock comes from, pretty sure from Matt K on Roach Forum around 2010. I have to check my records. Here's an X for the Ergola cappuccinos. Get them while you can, everybody. Let's see how this goes. People asking for them. People want them. Alan wants the Texas Compsodi species. Sim says, Mount Ward about to catch fire again. Hope those stump roaches can handle it. They handled it once. They can handle it again, I'm sure. Lord only knows how long they've been living in that stump for. Could be, honestly, could be 100 years. Could be. Would crossvent work for Balta Noculata? Yeah, it could. Just be aware they do like their ventilation. Going once for the Ergola Cappuccino. Going twice. Sold. With the winner is D. Great Hyper Carry again with a winning bid of 49. D. Great Hyper Carry. I don't even know what that means. I just know that I hate writing it out. I want to type like Katy Perry or something. D. Great Katy Perry when I'm typing it out or writing it out. All right, folks, we're down to our final 2 items here. We have as our second to last item a group of 15 Hormetica species, Boyaca, Columbia. I think it's Col with an O instead of a U. Let's see what Boyaca is. Boyaca, Columbia. Everybody spells it Columb. It's Colomb, like with an O. Columbia, starting bid of $1. I'm going to try and fix that here. It's an O, not a U. And Exotic Wilderness right out the, I misspelled Hormetica. Edit spelling. Hormetica species Boyacha pick. There's a good one on my Instagram. I can say that much. I don't know how to cross link that here though. Let's see. Roach crossing Instagram. It's actually my first Instagram thingy, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here's a good picture of a male. We'll just copy paste. So Lugi Hormetica have the spots. Hormetica do not. I think Parrot Hormetica also do not have the spots. But here's a good picture of an adult male. Very striking roaches in person. We're getting some hearts there. We're going to put an X. Maybe stir up some excitement. Because currently Exotic Wilderness is in the lead. I think if you are thinking, even contemplating getting these, you should do it because they're a lot prettier in person. They are a very striking roach, and if they continue to do well for me, they will climb the Kyle ranks up to one of my favorites, I'm sure. All right, going once. Somebody's going to give it to Exotic Wilderness. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 85. Beetle Pixel really slid in there. Really. Yep, I'm out. Beetle Pixel showed up. Everybody's like, yep, Beetle Pixel's here. Auction's over. Everybody go home. Same with Dr. Hemroy when that happens. All right. I think everybody knows what the final roach is, but this is with a twist. So normally I come out and I say something like, our last roach is the Rhino Roach, and you'll have to, like, they're almost ready to go. You got to wait until they're ready to ship, or you get a pair of this year's offspring. Woohoo, yay. Not this time. This time what we have up for auction is a pair of 3+ year old Macropanesthia rhinoceros. Starting bid of $1. One male-female pair of 3+ year old. Save you 3 years of waiting with these. I looked away from things for. I keep reading Curious Curry. I looked away for things, and things are. Joe Capricorn has pulled out in front of everybody else with a $500 bid for this pair here. And honestly, if he got them for $500, that would be a pretty good deal. Because normally this age pair, I think I would probably retail for closer to over $700 at least. The price kind of, the longer you have them, just, okay, Chris Sniper and Joe Capricorn are really getting into this. And I think it was Dr. Humroyd who was also considering getting some older rhinoceros from me. So you guys should definitely count your blessings that Dr. Humroyd is not present currently, because that would not be very good for anybody. Whale Wars, Supernova. I love this. Joe Capricorn smacks back with a 666. Will Chris Snyder take that, though? Again, this is everybody. This is just exchanging a little bit of jabs right now because the X hasn't even gone up. Someone predicted 500 too. 500, holy moly. Insane bids Kyle's making bank. You know, you could argue this isn't the smartest thing for me to do because I could just hold on to them for another 1 to 3 years and then get litters out of them. But I've been holding back some rhinoceros and whatnot, and a friend gave me some too, so I'm feeling pretty confident that I'm going to have a good supply into the future. How much of that supply makes it to auction and how much actually makes it out of my hands is a different story, but you know. So everybody's like, let's wait for the bid to end before we start spamming memes. Here's the X. Chris Snyder is in just before the X as we start to wrap up the last of our roach bids at the Bugapalooza. We are in the final minutes here, guys, of day 2 watching some heavy hitters slug it out. Chris Snyder's made a decisive 670 is a pretty decisive number there. We're going to see what happens with that, though. All right, here comes the countdown. Are you ready, chat? Let's get some hype. Are you ready, chat? Chat. Going once. Going twice. Sold. And the winner of the 3+-year-old pair of Macropenesthia rhinoceros, when the dust settles, is Beetle Pixel, sliding in with a bid of 733. Joe Capricorn disgraced not only after the sold, but with no period. It is the upset of a century. Beetle Pixel has slid in front of Mr. Chris Sniper. Beetle Pixel just biding time, waiting for the proper moment to get in and get this pair of 3+-year-old Macropenesthia rhinoceros. And I think it will be worth it. Beetle Pixel with an entire steel kitchen, dining table, and chair set. This was legendary. Chris Sniper and Joe Capricorn, who's a newer face, beating it out for a bit, slugging it out, and then all of a sudden you just get the freight train coming into the station with the winning bid of 733 on the 3+-year-old rhino pair. 733 Beetle Pixel. You guys, you should have known when Beetle Pixel reared out of the water to get the Hormetica. Maybe that was a portent of things to come. And here we are. Beetle Pixel, Joe Capricorn, Chris Snyder. That one, I think, was Ice Beam, put a $1 bid. Circa put a $3 bid. Smuggler put $2. Everybody, thank you so much for engaging. And the meme spam was great. I know Alan's being a stickler about it, but hey, if we're gonna have meme spam, this is one of those moments you got to do it. Oh yeah, that's some good stuff. All right, and that will actually conclude our second day of the Bugapalooza. Roaches are gone. They're done. They're over. Things went very well today, as they've been going every day. We still have a truckload of isopods. I think we have more isopods remaining than we've actually gone through, including some really coveted things. Cherry blossoms tomorrow, everybody. Cherry blossoms tomorrow. We've got other insects, and there's a sleeper hit. There's a sleeper hit in the other insects. I'm going to tell you guys right now. There's something I don't think anybody here is going to know is coming, but when you find out about it, you're going to want them, because the first time that I saw one, which was a couple of months ago, I could not keep my eyes off of it, and I said, I need this. I need this insect in my life. And it just so happens that a couple of months later now, the insect has come into my life. So good things do happen, everybody. Always have faith. Let's see. Yeah, we do today, just blown out of the water. This Bugapalooza is just blowing everything out of the water. Owen's getting the Calcarata tomorrow. Mark your words. I must say, my Calcarata are not any Ardentiellas. Yes, we'll have some Ardentiellas produced in-house tomorrow. Probably some Nasatums. Kyling sources from Microdorcus. Which species? That's a good question for tomorrow to address. Grasshoppers are going to be slim pickings tomorrow. We do have a couple of other orthopterans, though. And Calcarata, I thought they'd be a little more prolific than they've been for me. I do have some special information about, I don't know if it applies to all Uricantha Calcarata, but it definitely applies to this strain that a lot of people are going to think is really cool and make them immediately want them. So Tortellini tomorrow, unfortunately, there are no roaches. So Panacea and Angustipennis cognata, today was your chance, unfortunately. But yeah, so tomorrow I have a small number in the Calcarata category. But once I reveal some information about them, I think it's going to make people fall head over heels with them. Let me make sure I'm not being an ass, being asinine, and that this isn't something that's already known by people. Okay, nobody seems to know this thing about them. So, yeah, we're going to see what you guys think about this. Is sparing information. It looks like there's some passive mentions, but nothing direct. But when you hear somebody with experience tell you something like this, it will make you be like, oh yeah, I gotta do this. Dorcas sigwii. No, I don't know anybody with that species actually. This is sexual stop of calcarata coming up tomorrow. So okay, everybody. Boy, it's not even 2 a.m. and we wrapped up Roach Day. We had a good pace. We had some great bidding. We had some fun. The sun is still out. I get to go see the dogs out in Holly. It's gonna be a good evening for me. I get to rest. I mean, I'll clean the rodents, but I still need to rest. And that's that. So without much further ado, everybody, get ready for tomorrow. We're gonna have a great day with a lot of cool other invertebrates, dry goods. What else are we gonna do? I can't remember what else we're gonna do. Grain pets hours. I got drinks for that. We'll have some fun. Probably auction off some stuff like special live streams and maybe some body parts. I don't know. And it'll be a good time. But all right. So thanks everybody for participating in day 2 of the Bugapalooza. This feels strange to be done this early. Yeah, it kind of does. Trogoderma fans, you're going to be eating well tomorrow. You're eating very well tomorrow. So, Zen Monkey, I'm going to just spend the rest of the evening spamming random numbers into Bid Central. Yeah, you guys go ahead. Keep the Discord. Keep it going. Keep it churning. Keep some life. This is a 3-day celebration after all, and it's weird to think that day 2 is over. It always goes by so fast like that. Thanos snap. So, Dead Rabbit Society Co. says, I'm curious, what do you do with any dead bugs that die in your collection? Sometimes I give them to like Kai if they're in good shape. Most of the time I look and say, well, I better do something with this before forward flies get to it. And then I'll usually feed it to dermestid beetles or to centipedes or something like that. So, didn't sleep well last night. Then 7 a.m. auction. Yeah, I was up pretty early today too, and I went to bed pretty late. But hopefully that'll be different. Tonight. So thanks for joining, everybody. I'll see you all at 10 a.m. tomorrow. First thing on the list is basically everything that isn't a grain pest and isn't an isopod. We're going to run that stuff up until 1. Then at 3, we're going to run isopods. We run out of isopods. We're going to go through dry goods, some more Stella stuff. Probably do springtails in the morning. Not 100% sure, though. And then, of course, real grain pet hours at the end of the day. So everybody have a lovely evening, and I will see you all tomorrow. May your cultures ever be bountiful. Bye, guys.